when they go bearish territory and they accumulate,
it was Robinhood?
That's a good thing. It might have been Robinhood. I think you're right. And they accumulate, that's not a bad thing, that's a good thing. It means the stock in an upward trend gets a deep pullback, and then every time it tries to continue lower, there's buyers that are just stepping into this thing in the mid 150s. You've now broken that trend out, and hopefully this is the run to the all-time highs, or at least higher, because the market just took out the top. Market takes the top. I'll get some out in front of VWAP for obvious reasons. This has been trending down, so this is a bit of a fight of trend at this point on Palantir, down 1% into a strong market. And because a lot of people have brought it up, we got a big IBO today. Last I checked, it was a 35 indicated open right now. But Circle, another recent IPO, it's going for a little bit of a jaunt. 15% to the upside on Circle. I don't know why. No story that I'm aware of on Circle. But this looks oddly enough like what we're seeing in BBAI. A very, very long downtrend is breaking today on Circle. Like ever since the beginning of August, this has been slowly grinding lower. It's breaking that trend here today. So sometimes when you have a recent IPO, and keep this in mind with regards to Klarna or any of the, maybe a little bit later on when we talk about Figure, if that goes really bad, keep this in mind in a couple of weeks. Eventually, they figure out a price where the buyers are comfortable again. And when that happens, it can be pretty explosive like you're seeing here in Circle.
10:44 right now. You have the midday show coming strong. That's going to be here in just a couple minutes with both Sharif and Joe. So we're looking forward to their analysis and their trading as well. So that should be fun times for those involved. So we're excited to have that in just a couple minutes. Nvidia's making that move, man. We just took some 177.90s right there. So that's going to be a good move. Alibaba really hovering around this 150. Let's see it break the 50-period moving average. We went VWAP to 50. I mean, that's a strategy that I'll use every day, so hopefully it'll start to blow up to the upside. And I just want to stay net long on everything because of what exactly this market seems to be doing right now. Congratulations to all Open Door shareholders as you get the news today of a new CEO, and one that I guess the stock likes. And it doesn't even matter if you like the call or not. They're on Open Door. The idea behind it is more catalysts, and we said that right away off the open, and that's why we have it on our note today. Nvidia long, Open Door long, BABA long, IBIT. So I mean, everything's been working out perfectly fine so far here today. I mean, obviously we want to find some more trades, so we're going to just do that right now. I'm going to get out one more piece and then basically just kind of slow play this BABA. Take the profit where the profit lies, because this is now, because we reloaded it right there, this is going to be my P&L number one, not Open Door. And then Nvidia's, we're green, well, we're waiting for NVIDIA to go. I'm not green now, holding on to this, so we need to get this to the upside here. It's been fine, it's just our average prices. So as we keep getting out, then it will be fine. So hopefully it can come up to the upside. And I have targets up here, 178.20 for this name. But we don't want to be too forgetful of price action. And it hasn't broken above this area pretty much all day. So with the market taking out highs, it should be going, and it is not. So that would be a concern for me. But other than that, that's what's been going on here today. We had some SMR action earlier, it looked like here, as I check out on some of the chart. Oscar's down 1% as well, even though UNH is up. Again, two different companies, same space. SMR up 3% here. These small modular reactors continue to work, right? I mean, new scale, this AI revolution is going to get powered by something. And right now, although these guys don't make money, which is really the hesitancy, I think, of everybody when investing in these kind of names, is that you're looking for profits, and right now there is none in a name like an SMR. So we'll see if they can ever turn it over and start to make some money. Sam Altman was Oklo, so we could see if there's maybe some love back here for that name at some point, and you could see that's going a little different right here. Oklo almost. Is that all-time highs? No. Yeah, like $84. Like you're not too far away. Like, so there's winners and losers in every space, and right now Oklo seems to be the one here as we talk a little bit about nuclear and power. And then of course we love GEV, right? We love GE Vernova. I mean that stock.
I'd love it better if I could get my dip buy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we would love to be longer at lower prices on any of these
that goes
names.
without
I'm not even in it, so I wish we were. And that was a great opportunity. We keep saying, like, buy good companies at 200 period or 50 period moving averages first as like a dip buy if you like it. And then if it continues to go great, you can either add to it or you already have it at a good price. And if it comes back into lower levels, then at least it's a company that you can wrap your head around. And
look at Apple yesterday.
Yeah, Apple was a name that I wanted to buy today on weakness. But
Well, too late.
It's yeah, I don't know.
Well, no. That's not what I meant. What I meant was the low was yesterday on the big down candle day.
Right.
Sometimes that's the temporary low, because the dip buyers they know what they want.
Yeah, I got you. Sure. And then that's why I think Amazon. Like, did Amazon eventually go up today?
Oh yeah, it's now at VWAP.
Yeah, so now it's 230, right? So there you go. Like, so Amazon again talked about trying to dip buy some of that name, and they don't even let it get through, right? It doesn't get through 228. So yeah, just more talking, good talk here. It's 10:48 right now. 12 minutes until our next team comes on. We are arranging the desk over there. So Adara, as we try to move around the news desk, she's been having some.
What the heck?
Relocation spots right now.
I'm
Our news
so
I don't know if we're
oblivious.
going to throw to Adara Eddington. I must not have this in my ear. I don't have.
Yeah, we're going to Adara right now.
I
How did I not
apologize.
notice that was happening?
I got disconnected there. I apologize.
Seriously blind.
All right, over to Adara.
Hi guys, I'm standing up here for now. I'm going to give you a news story on Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. You might have seen this. It was actually across our screen where the position board is, and you can catch headlines there throughout the day and in general. But Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac being discussed here by Howard Lutnick. Of course, that is the U.S. Commerce Secretary. He was saying in a CNBC interview that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are going to have their IPO sooner than you think, and that it could be the largest IPO in U.S. history. So Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have been trickling to the upside since those comments were made. CNBC interview ended around 5 minutes ago, I believe. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Oh, wait a minute, no.
Fannie Mae. I didn't trade it today, but the pink sheets have been pretty hot.
I hit it. I've been asked a few times by Real Blessings in the chat to
Blessings
go
on
over what's
blessings.
happening in Carvana here today. You know, there's a new horse in town.
Yeah.
Like, everyone keeps talking about like what Open Door can do. Well, what Open Door can do, going from like $1 or sub-dollar, is what Carvana already did. But Carvana, you would think sometimes money shifts from one place to another. I don't think that that's necessarily a direct and apt comparison, but there is some concern if it loses the bid here, because the market's strong, relatively speaking. You can see a swath of sellers in this range.
Swath.
You generally like consolidations after an up move. What you don't like is when that consolidation breaks down. That's what's happening on Carvana. It's not really holding these same lows, and that's that 50 period we're talking about. And this stock has been respecting the 50 period on the daily. This loses 350, probably headed for at least a mini downtrend. 325 to 320 level area could look pretty good. But I don't like what I see in Carvana. When the market is strong, you want to hunt weakness, or at least be aware of the weakness. And in that vein, I set my stop at the prior bar low on Palantir, so I'm out. I want to give it a chance to hold the trend, but it's not really holding that breakout of the trend. And this is sort of the thing. It could hold the low of the day, but I'm not holding this to the low of the day, $1.50 underneath. This is where it broke the bit of the downward trend, so this is where I wanted to play it. If it doesn't work there, I can try it at the low of the day if I still like it down at that low of the day. Take your shot at the area to execute, and if it doesn't work at that area, then move on to another. Like, this is BBAI just happens to be different. It pulls back into the prior day high. It does hold the prior day high. So we get in and we reload it because it did work at the level that we liked, and now BBAI wants to go. Again, no story with BBAI. But I like this pattern on the stock. I actually think, look at this. I don't know if you saw this. There's a whole lot going on with BBI here.
Yeah,
You've got a 450 key level from May and a breakout in June. You have a recent dip buy after the report in front of the 450. You have the 200 period at 450. You have it breaking trend off this same price, and you can get it at $5 with an out at the 200 period moving average break, which is like 10%. There's like 10% worth risk for a swing in BBAI. That's a long-winded way of saying that, and it kind of took me a while, but I get to it eventually. So,
That's okay. I just put in the chat there BBAI Army as
and it's
we've got our guys ready to go.
Oh, it was number 3. Now it's number 4. Circle is now the number 3. I'm literally looking at it and not showing you guys. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sometimes I forget. We only show you guys one screen here. But Circle number 3, BBAI was holding that. Micron's still there. TEM, we haven't looked at that today. That's now number 5. Tempest.
Yeah.
So Open Door clearly leading the way. I have a funny feeling that is not going to change today. Open Door is probably going to lead the way the entirety of the day on the visualizer because the Open Army is strong.
Yeah, the Open Army is very strong. BBA Army, man, get on that bear army. I think that's going to be a strong one as well. Shout out to everybody who's trading with me on Big Bear. Okay, so 170, I was just looking to say, like, make sure we stop out. I'm going to stop out. Oh, that's Fannie Mae, by the way. There's a story from Madeira. I mean, I wanted to go on this one. I haven't traded it or anything, but there it goes, man. Fannie Mae looking to break through 15, so watch out now when that happens, man. This was $1.50 when President Trump was anointed there, or he won the election, sorry. And now Fannie Mae is up 10x right here, so that's a 10-bagger for anybody trading Fannie Mae. Congratulations on that one. We'll fire off the hot dog cannon for all of y'all over there on Fannie Mae. I mean, it's been obviously a monster play right there for anybody that's had it. There's people around here that have it. Okay, so I'm just going to get stopped out at that low. I was going to give it a little bit more, but if we break 177 where we were in last time, 176.94 is the low of the day. We're just going to get out of that one if it breaks. So that's an easy call for me. We started tapping out. It wasn't going. So we'll tap out a little bit more here at the 50 period. I know I said I would wait for that level, but it's turning around. So I'm going to get out at the 50 period. Moving average got mouths to feed. So we're going to wait for that one to get going. And speaking about mouths to feed, it's time for What's for Lunch. Yesterday's What's for Lunch was, I got home and it was like, it was like 5 o'clock or something like that. And I was just like, man, I am hungry. And I was like, oh yeah, I didn't eat anything
lunch
there yesterday. So yeah, yesterday's lunch, not well appreciated around here, but hopefully today it may be a little different. So today's, how can they screw this up? Very easily, actually. Today's
Why did you have to say that?
You'll see when I tell you what it is here in just a couple minutes.
You can't screw
for me, this is like a personal thing. So right now it's meatballs with rosé sauce and penne. So I love meatballs.
If you screw that up, you got issues.
I love the problem. Okay, what's up, Joey Options? The thing about it is, you could screw up meatballs because they're not going to make them fresh. They could be frozen. Nothing's going to be like my nonna, so that's already washed. I love penne, so there's a possibility there. We're not going to have any penne because we get the salad.
Yeah, sometimes they throw the pasta on the side.
But I'm going to be throwing some meatballs on top if it doesn't come with it.
Take some meatballs.
So that's what it is. Meatballs with rosé sauce. Rosé sauce, okay, I don't mind it. Penne pasta, roasted carrots with cauliflower. All right. I don't mind. I mean, I love
cauliflower needs to be cooked. I won't eat it raw.
Yeah, I love. Yeah, go ahead. I don't mind it with the crudité.
Broccoli's on my ish list with Brussels sprouts, but cauliflower cooked good, don't like it raw.
Yeah. I like cauliflower dipped, but we got to have a little ranch. I know you don't prefer it, so okay, we'll move off that. And then, of course, because it's Italian, of course, we need to have the Caesar salad right there. So shout out to Caesar Salad Land right there. So maybe our salad will have a little bit of Caesar flair to it as well. But that is, everybody, what is for lunch. So hopefully you guys enjoy your lunch. I think we all will around these dem parts. Okay, another out there on NVIDIA at the 21 period. So look, at least I'm going to be leaving you right now with the highest net for me all day. So I'm really happy with that one. Alibaba's now 70 cents in the money off that most recent reload, so that's holding out highs. NVIDIA's trying to make me a winner here. I don't know if it will or not. And then Open Door, man, the belle of the ball today for sure. All right, it's Adara. Only a few minutes left. What you got going on over there?
Keep an eye here on Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. JP Morgan pushing a little bit higher here. Goldman Sachs, not so much. They are moving in different directions, but they have a story here. I'm seeing reports that Volkswagen is going to be choosing those two banks to help them sell their 5 billion euro Everance unit. So Volkswagen apparently turning to Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan to help sell their 5 billion euro Everance unit. Back to you.
Well, Goldman really doesn't do a lot of volume. I haven't pulled that stock up in a while.
It's not a very good day trading.
No, you would never day trade this stock. They probably could use a split.
By the way,
the problem is they don't give a darn. But peaches are good, huh?
Peaches are great.
I could eat a peach for hours. But Tasia in the chat just said, can you repeat the plan on BBI before you leave? Yeah, as long as it holds a prior day high, I'm going to dip buy into it. That's pretty simple. So as long
You're talking about dates. You're talking about on the show, like day.
Oh shoot!
I don't know
No, it was this. You're probably asking about the swing.
I just don't know.
That's my bad. No, this is pretty simple. Prior day high is holding on the day trade, so I'll dip buy it every time it bounces off 40.85. For what I was talking about at the 450 and the 200 period and all that, pretty simple. I'm gonna wait for the close on this because I'd like to, I think closing, where this is able to close matters to me. Everything I said about like a swing opportunity is meaningless if all of a sudden it reverses 10% down this afternoon and closes under the 50 period or the 200 period moving average. So I need to see it actually close above. Here, I'll zoom it in. If it can simply close above the prior day high, I want to be in it as long as it's not like $5.50, somewhere around $5, but closing above the prior day high. Does that, I want to go long, and then I want to give my out just underneath the 200 period moving average. That's a swing idea. That has nothing to do with day trading in here. So I guess it's two separate things. So I've explained them both. Hopefully that makes some sense. The day trade, prior day high looking long, and for a swing trade, as long as it can close above yesterday's top, I want to go into a long, give it to the 200 period, and look target at the 50 period moving average, which sets up pretty nicely. You're risking 50 cents to try to make $1 to $1.20. I like that setup. A11Y Guru. What is the target on UNH? Well, I'm not in UNH in the day trade. We're holding this one off 300 though. Well, I'm gonna get one out just sitting up here in front of 370. So I'm already like stink offering that price in the PA, and then the 200 period moving average. I'm very boring when it comes to that kind of a thing. Ooh, look, it's consolidating at 300. Go long at 300. Put the stop under the 50 period moving average. When it goes to here and closes this gap, have something out in front. And when it closes all the way to the 200 period moving average, which is what price, everybody? 420. Because why not UNH? If it gets to that price, and I want to be out of the trade. Maybe hold on to some of the dream, but I think I determined that all my UNH plays are from now on going to be trades, not in long-term investments. That's it used to be a stock for years that I held, and I've shifted stance on that. I'll trade it, I won't hold it.
Yeah, I mean, they still have that, there's a bunch of different government probes on there.
And it's just the way they do business, man. I don't mind being in and out of it for a few weeks, but I'm just no longer a hold forever.
Yep, makes sense right there. Okay, guys, thank you again for watching. Only a couple seconds left. We're doing the best we can here. NVIDIA's trying to go upside. Baba's trying to go upside. Baba's $1 in the money. NVIDIA's 70 cents in the money. For Neil, I'm Sean. Thank you so much for watching. Join us back again at 2 p.m. We want to thank Adara. We want to thank Brendo. We want to thank Ramin. We want to thank Fabian. We want to thank Andre. We want to thank our whole Trader TV Live family, and that includes you guys. So thank you to everybody out there for watching. It's about to get a lot better in here because you're going to go to Sharif and Joe. Decent show, Neil. Hopefully we can do a better one on the afternoon.
I want to remind everyone quickly, just because I forgot to say this. Figure is it's $36 and a small sell imbalance. It has been a sell imbalance the whole morning, everybody.
Okay.
That is abnormal relative to some of the IPOs we've looked at. They've all been buys, except for this one. Now let's go to the midday.
Greetings and salutations.
Why is it so bright in here?
Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. Where are all the people at, baby? Let's maximize. All class Adam DeLuce and the real OG Darwin. Shout out to everybody joining us today. A proper dang paradox. Donkey Trader, Picky Eater. Shout out to Wasim, Evan, Chase the Picks, and Juan Padilla, KC. 526. We got the OG Bovin, Benjamin Samuel, and Bot Rick. Shout out to Billy Madison and Eric Cooper. Who else we got, man? We got Johnny Fishbone, Esvin Riviera, R6D. We got Danny Koo. And we got Ben. Who else, man? Market Sniper, Mr. Profit, Sadiq Satar, Daniel R, Tisha Perkins. Get it, Tisha. Ken Putman, Grey Worm, Yannick. We got Parath, Gandhi. Who else? Ismar, Doy, Koha. Probably butchered that. I apologize, Christian Hanley. Sadiq, again, Clubby. My bad, I almost called you Chubby there. I meant Clubby. 70 Mustang. We got Ryan the Entrepreneur, William Randolph, Skyline. Shout out to Chuck of all trades, and Trejo. Welcome everybody. Hope you guys are having a fantastic morning. Joseph Options,
Yes, sir.
these small cap gappers, well, they be doing their thing 25, and we're going to be keeping an eye on them. We're involved in one right now. Joey, if I can just take an opportunity here to let everybody know I'm long PROK. This is up 36%. It's not a parabolic mover in the way that we've been seeing some of these other parabolic movers lately. Wet the beak all the way up into 97s. Looking for the continuation through 3. I've got my outs here on prior bar low. It's been holding prior bar low. If that trend ends, then so does my trade. It's as simple as that. PROK has been putting in those higher highs and higher lows. I'm looking to ride trend. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. We're going to check in with Joey, and then we're going to come back, look at the rest of the small cap gappers I've got on the side.
Perfect. Love to hear it. All right. Yeah, let's pull up the old screen ski and see what we got going on. Ethereum, a little bit of a choppy session throughout the day, but I mean, we try to grab the bottom end of the range. Boom, we hop in there, pop, 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 and then we take a little bit off. We reload. Really bad reload at the end of the day. It should have been within this zone, but that's okay. I was waiting for something. So we don't get the best fill on that one. So there's ETHA. Let's go crypto space. Let's get this party started and rolling as we lead into this big FOMC meeting. I think this could add a little bit of a fuel to the crypto fire. I could be totally wrong, but I like our chances on that one. Thinking about going the contract route as well, too, on some Bitcoin, because that thing can really, really get going. Maybe we'll do a little bit of a hybrid. We'll go some Ether contracts, some Bitcoin contracts. I don't know. Who knows? We'll wait until tomorrow, and then come Monday, we'll look to execute. What else did we trade on the session? That was NVDL. This one was really, really bad for me throughout the day. So I took a big time loss right here, and then I'm like, all right, patience, 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 get involved once again, boom, boom. And then I just essentially went scalp mode here on this. Nothing substantial on this name, but glad to just kind of get out of that and not really hyper focused. Okay. Dancing.
I guess we're done early today.
Yeah, we're done. It's over now, and we're back. But yeah, that's it with NVDA. The market was trading higher, and this wasn't participating, and I'm like, all right, that's unusual. So that was no fun throughout here, but that's okay. We're not going to complain about that. Let's focus on the trades that are working for us, guys, and that's going to be the crypto space. Let's go with Ethereum. Let's see if we can punch through this high of the day. We might double top. There is some key resistance zones, but we are on the backside of a trend as well, too, which I really like. So that's just giving me a little more conviction within the setup. Just doing basic stuff, right? We don't make things overly complicated over here. It's KISS. That's what we live by. So.
Crazy.
Yeah. I know you like to keep it that way as well too, my friend. You don't want to. Again, I've mentioned this before. You can make trading as complicated as you like, or you can make it as difficult, right? So you can get into all of these things, or you can make it more simplistic. I'm more in the latter half. I like to keep things simple. So now that we're through some of these zones, let's see if we can knock on the door of this resistance at 33.66. But with that being said, let's take a look at our O's chain and see what we got going on from an open interest standpoint. I was looking at it earlier. My good friend Dell has just been absolutely monstrous. So I'm really happy that thesis worked out. But again, we didn't take advantage of it as much as we like. But again, got to be thankful, and be thankful. So at 34.50, we do have some open interest, guys. That is going to be the largest amount on the call side for this week's expiration cycle. At 34.50, we have 23,900 contracts. And you can see how substantially larger that is than the rest of its peers and throughout the rest of these strikes. And if you go down onto the put side, nothing crazy. Your put wall is most likely going to be at 33 right there. And then as you go lower in increments, nothing. So this is what we're going to focus on is 23.90. And then let's also see what iBid is up to. So we can maybe grab some calls at the money IV, obviously important. It's looking like we're rejecting that resistance zone there, Sharif. But these are all underwater if you're short those contracts, not good. But up there, 67 may be in the works by the end of the week. Who knows? Anything can happen. I like that as a magnet.
All right, guys. A couple of things to update you on. PROK, we're trying to take this through 3. If it hits 82, we're out. Simple as that. It's got to hold prior bar low. If it doesn't, the trend is over for me. But I've worked into a new stock, AIRE. I'll get to the ones I have on the side chart in a second. I'm punching in at highs, but this one's had that magnetic effect, I feel, to the 10 EMA on the 5. So I'm sitting here for a dip trade at 12. Now, the 10 EMA is at 11s, but it likely will move up. So what I want to do is I want to cancel this order and move it up just a skosh. So I'm waiting at 12s, right? I'm going to move it up a little bit. I don't want to put it at 13s, Joey, because I'm very superstitious like that, but I'm gonna, okay? And that's just the way it is. Looks like we're about to get stopped out now of PROK. If it hits 82, we'll keep an eye out on that one. I don't have plans to add into the 10 EMA on PROK, but if it holds up here, we got stopped out, we'll get right back in. But I'm trying to focus on AIRE. It's up 71%. I feel it's cleared the dollar by a substantial amount, 24 pennies, so a 24% move above that dollar area. So possibly we can start using that as support. Tisha, I see you talking about open. I've already traded open. Where is my open trade at? Here it is. We actually did okay on it, Tisha. Not the biggest mover. We took that 907. We scalped up into the quarter dollar, but it did come down and lose the 10 EMA on the 5, Tisha. So that had me thinking, you know, maybe this is not ready to take out that 943 high a day. It's above the 10 EMA now. If it starts putting in higher highs and higher lows, I'm going to get in for that 43 break. Good point, keeping my eye on open. But I'm really trying to focus, on AIRE, either, you know, to get more at 13s or to continue on our way with the higher highs and higher lows and take out 24. I want to go back to PROC, though, because we did get stopped out. But as I'm observing this, it's still holding the 10 EMA on the 5. So my analysis on this one was it was putting in higher highs and higher lows. That's no longer the case. It seems to be at least pulling into the 10 EMA. So are we going to hold up here? We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, let's watch for a little bit more here. I'm just going to continue to watch for a second, see if the buyers do step in at this level. I'm interested in adding at the 10 EMA. So, yeah, we're going to get in. We're going to give this one the old college try. If it loses 77s, that's the end of the trade. Simple as that. So we're going to layer some orders to the high side. We got in there, so we'll set some.
When we give something a good old Ivy League try?
Yeah, that's a great. Well, that's really way beyond my capacity there, brother. I am not Ivy League status. No. Oh, wow.
Fabian, wow.
Come on, bro.
Oh, wow.
Jeez, Fabian. I love him. He's like, okay, well, Fabian said, wasn't that just nepotism? I mean, there's got to be someone along the lines who got into the Ivy League schools who didn't have a mom or a dad that graduated from there. But, I mean, I don't know. I'm not in the Ivy League game here, Joey Options. So those are the two trades I've got on. Let's look a little bit more at some of the other ones I've got on the side over here. Allow me a minute. Oh, excuse me. So there we go. So WLDS, top left of your screen. I'm obviously keeping an eye on that. This was a monster yesterday, and it's decent again today. I mean, it started running 9 a.m., dropped all the way back down to the close yesterday at 520. Today it's got a high at 10, but it's that same level we're talking about yesterday. $10 was the level, despite the wicks going into the high 10s, but it was $10. That we talked about that a whole bunch. It's still being $10. Now, the deal is we've got higher lows. We've got higher lows today. So you can look at this chart, you know, on a multiple day basis. So I feel like that $10 on WLDS is just a matter of time until it decisively closes. And you're still getting no $10 hold, Assassino.
Ooh.
Joseph Options. Who's that? Oh, it's Fabian. There we go, Fabian. I love it. Hey, front double bicep there. There, my guy.
Yeah.
So I feel it's a matter of time until we get that $10 break and take on your friend there, WLDS. I've got EDHL on. This one's losing the volume weighted average price. It had a fantastic morning yesterday, very volatile, popped up again today, trying to break through that dollar. It's not. CRCG is not a small cap gapper. It is a Circle leveraged ETF. I just put it up there for, just to keep an eye on Circle. I'm unlikely to trade it whatsoever. Open, I'm absolutely interested in trading. I've been already trading it. If this one starts putting in higher highs and higher lows and shows me its, intention to take out the high at 943, I'm game, baby. BSGM, also keeping an eye on this one. This one's volume profile, though, is not that good. It does have a good-looking chart pattern, Joey Options, with a bit of a compression. Bull flag, looking to take out that 5 1/3. It seems like the real level, though, is 5 1/4. Last but not least, AIRE. I already spoke to you guys about this. I'm looking for a dip trade into about 13s. Let's see if I get it. And then last but not least, RCAT. Adira put this one on the watch list in the morning. It's not exactly a small cap gapper, but does trade like one. And I like that it's holding the pre-market high. Look at that pre-market high to 10.25, generally holding that area. So if RCAT comes in and sets up maybe at VWAP or however else I like this trade, we're going to get involved with RCAT here, Joey. So those are the 8 that I'm keeping my eye on at the moment.
All right, cool, good stuff. Tesla's going insane. Shout out to Rook78 as well, too. APLD, man. We've been talking about this name, and we've been trading it a little bit here and there throughout the intraday. This was on my watch list. Look at this candle. You're down 20% off of this peak. Boom, even more, 25%. And then sure enough, you're about to go put in a new high there. So APLD going absolute beast mode. Let's go to, okay, so we're not there quite yet. Still a ways to go, almost 50%. So yeah, there's that. But as for the individual who asked me, Joseph, why does open interest matter? Well, essentially it matters because it can show you where there's liquidity zones and supply zones, right? So if there's a mass amount of supply, but first and foremost, it's outstanding contracts that are remaining, right? So they're not closed. They're still very much alive. And what can happen when you're looking at the open interest on an options chain is that when you have high levels and you want to see something that's eye-popping and substantially larger than what you're seeing throughout the rest of the strikes, this can act either as an inverse magnet, so you get the repel effect, or a magnet as well, too. And then once you do get to those high levels of open interest, you want to see how the larger hedge funds and how the price reacts around that specific area. And why we look for call walls is because, hey, it's essentially a major resistance zone. It's a mass of supply. And what you need is you need demand in order to break through them in most cases. A positive catalyst and some high levels of demand. Enough of that. Look at Tesla go. Sorry, guys. We'll get back into that a little bit later. But Tesla's just going insane here throughout the day. And yesterday it put in a pretty good session as well, too. And just continuing the strength. And if we look at this name from a daily standpoint, are you starting to break out? This is a nice channel, consistent higher lows throughout this pattern here. Let's actually adjust this so we're on the right end. And then we also have this key resistance zone around 368. And I think it's going to only be a matter of time. If this trend stays intact, expect the ebbs and flows to continue, but then you want to see momentum and velocity punch through that resistance, and then that's when you're going to have the ability to take that next step higher. We're still quite a ways off of the all-time high. Let's get a percentage metric here, and let's get Ethereum rolling here as well, too, folks, because it's not doing too much right now. And I mean, if you look at its chart, it is relatively choppy. But yeah, 26% off of those previous all-time highs there in Tesla. So good intraday session. We like seeing this from this name because we know it can get that fire up under it and get that cult-like price action.
Fire, 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 fire. Sorry. It's burning up my soul.
Fire.
I don't know that song, do you?
No.
Yeah, it's okay. No worries.
Who sings it?
I didn't know Skateboard P, so.
Oh, yeah, you can't win them all, man.
Can't win them all, baby.
Can't win them all.
All right, guys, involved in a whole bunch of trades here. Let's see which ones end up holding up. PROK, okay, let's start with the one on the left. PROK is losing the 10 EMA. And if it loses the 10 EMA and it breaks 75, we're out. Simple as that. So PROK are out on this one is 77s. Show that wall mark. All right, we got stopped out of that one. I'm in BSGM looking for kind of a bull flag continuation. I have to be careful with this one because the liquidity is so-so on this one, okay? So the spread is already 5 pennies, 22 on the bid, 17 on the ask. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on this one. I've tried to give it some room. BSGM is a taker. I've also got involved in AIRE, as I've mentioned. I got the dip trade. I had to chase this one, even though it did come in to 13s. It wasn't crossing, so I got printed at 14s. Looking for this one to hold the 10 EMA on the 5. And then I've also worked back into open, and we're taking beak wetters here on open. I'm seeing higher highs, higher lows. We're above the 10 EMA on the 5 on open door. I'm looking for continuation above the $0.25. I know that the high of the day is 43, but I've been really kind of observing how it's been trading in and around the $0.05 of a dollar to the $0.25 of a dollar. So I'd really like to get through this area and breathe a little bit easier. We've got higher lows, higher highs on some of these some of these latest candlesticks, but they're kind of anemic relative to what the strength of these candles, at least the green ones, looked like before. So I am a little concerned that, maybe open door losing a little bit of steam here in front of that $0.50. Let's see if it can work right back up. So that's what I'm watching right now. We're in 3 trades at the moment. Let's see which ones end up running. If Open Door loses $9, that's the end of the trade. It has to hold up above 9. Likewise with AIRE, it has to hold up above that $1.10. Last but not least, this one, BSGM, has to hold up above 10 pennies, which I'm giving room to, by the way, because the 10 EMA is like 5.13 or so. I'm also seeing RCAT starting to change its tune over here. Couple of green candles looking like it wants to make a higher low into that 10.5. Prior area low was 10.15, 10.17, something like that. Ooh. This dips down into this level, and now we're putting the first 5-minute candle to make a new high if it closes this way. Now, it has been putting in a bit of a downtrend, so it feels like maybe we're breaking trend a little bit here on RCAT, and it's got a respectable move under its wing today, 25 1/3% in Greensville. Let's see if we can execute something of note here on RCAT. It's a bit more expensive, not for most people, but for my frugal self who trades these $2, $3, $4, $5 names, RCAT being $10 name, a little bit more on the pricey side. Decent spread though, 1 penny here, 70 on the bid, 69 on the ask. So we should be able to manage risk a little bit here on RCAT. Joseph, options, what do you got?
Absolutely, yeah, good stuff there, guys. We added into some Ethereum. Let's see if this is going to be a good call, because I don't love this volume, but you can see this massive bullish candle step in, and the market taking an additional leg higher. There goes NVDA right to VWAP. Now we're on the backside of the trend in Ether, so that's something positive. We do have an absolute brick wall up here, so we want to keep an eye out on that, just in case we do reject it one more time, and bang, bang, there we go. Let's go. Let's see if we can cook, man. There goes the Qs. There goes Ethereum. Bitcoin putting in a new high of the day as well, too. So some good looks in the crypto space. But you can see, like, just throughout the price action, it's like, okay, you get these big moves up, and then it's immediately met with defense. We went through that yesterday as well, too. Is that as soon as you ran into a specific zone, boom, immediately defended. So someone pushing price back down. But there goes the overall market. I'm surprised by today's session, to be honest with you, with CPI coming in, and there it goes. You sell on the initial reaction, and it's off to the races through pre-market highs, establishing a new high of the day. And let's take a look at the daily. Is that the same here? We'll actually go to the Qs because it's slightly more accurate, and there it is. NASDAQ 100, the Qs, a new all-time high, just like that. Boom.
Just
good
like
stuff.
that.
Yeah, good stuff. We'll take that for sure, considering it is the month of September. And I mean, how mad could you get at the fact that you go from 558 all the way up to 585? And it's like, okay, well, this is typically a bearish month. Well, is it really? I mean, you got the NASDAQ putting in a new all-time high. What's the SPY up to? New all-time high. Who would have guessed it? So good stuff over there. But I mean, if you go and look at some names like Crowd getting a little bit of a bounce, I love it when they're participating. And then we can go to my boys Fave over here. That's going to be, ooh, okay, Pan, Dub, you're looking pretty good over there, heading towards some key resistance.
Joey?
I'm sorry, I take it back. We weren't talking about that. We'll go to another one. Zscaler taking a nice bounce off of that one, going for a nice rip throughout the day.
I was telling Adara today. It's
yeah. So big shout out to both of them. And I'm gonna start piecing some out here on Ether, just because I'm not in love with it, and I don't know if we're gonna break and sustain this hold there, Sri.
Okay, guys. All right, we're involved here. Let's look at our trade on RCAT. Taking out some levels, but it's not really rocketing up, stair-stepping up. Let's see if it holds trend and continues to go. Open Door. Oh, baby. Katina, man, he's not here anymore. I thought he was still here. He was all over, I think, Open Door, wasn't he, boys? Let me know in the chat. So here we go. What do we got on Open Door, Joey? Options, we got 15s. It's taking out 33s. Let's set up some at 35. How many shares do we have? We don't want to take out too much too quickly, baby. So we're going to set up there and see if Open Door wants to continue heading to the high side. We're waiting at 35. Show me 33. There's been a seller here at 33 for a hot minute. Let's see if we're able to take them out. Not yet. Continuing to watch. Hidden seller. 34s it is. No continuation, though. Looks like it's stair-stepping up. A whole bunch of orders came in. Couldn't shake the selling coming in at that $0.33. So we'll let that one cook and we'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. Shout out to AIRE, looking to hold here at the 10 EMA, but I definitely need a new 5-minute candle to make a new high, baby. And there it is. All right, continue AIRE. We need that 5-minute candle to continue, baby. What do we got on AIRE? We got 17s on. It's showing me 18s. That's not good enough. We're going to need more. Waiting at 20s for the first peak weather here on AIRE. BSGM. This one's bull flagging. Again, I'm concerned about this one because the volume is a little sus. It's about 1 million, a little bit over 1 million shares, and the spread is just not my cup of tea. So I think if I get a price spike on this one and get a whole bunch of orders filled, I will be on the lucky end, because this is not my wheelhouse here. These lightly traded, often a bit spreadier, relatively speaking, for small cap gappers. So we will see if we can execute on that. So those are the 4 that I'm involved with right now, but I'm looking for ORCAT to continue here, and it's currently, zigging and zagging a little bit. All right, back to open door. We get the print at 34, so it did clear that level, looking for continuations into that 40 penny area. And here comes AIRE showing me 19s. Great 5-minute candle to make a new high. Shout out to the OG Bovin. Bovin pointing this one out to me, but I already had eyes on it, but I'm still going to shut him out. And he did send me another banger trade yesterday on my Graham account, which I will be sharing with you momentarily once things calm the hell down. Shout out to the OG Bovin. He's up bigly this week. I know that for a fact. Shout out to the man.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. All right, as soon as we crack through VWAP, then we'll get out of this. What is the level specifically? 33.64, brick wall over there. So until we break through that, and that's the thing, when you're trading breakouts, you need that volume to step in. Otherwise, you got to just play the ranges. I'm not in at the best areas. You want to get in at the lower end, so you post up here. I'm middle of the range. Not good, especially if you don't get that continuation. So you can see that we had those nice, strong, bullish candles, but it's immediately met by some selling as well. So that's not, yes, right away at that point. So you got to get out, and I will at the break of the volume weighted average price on the next attempt. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll be surprised if buyers have the ability to push it back up here, and if they do, I would love to see that volume step in so you can punch through the wall and then continue. But there it is. The weakness is most definitely displayed. So ebbs and flows on Ethereum, not much going on there. I like what we got going on with Tesla, slightly extended as the market is choppy. So maybe we'll look for a move back to VWAP, but I'm only gonna wait for A plus signals on that one. So it has to be 100% to look for that the reversion trade. But other than that, we don't want to give away too much of the profits from this Ethereum trade at the break of this trade.
All right, open door took out all the levels, Joey. So we're still holding a piece here. Open door coming into that 943 high of day. It's at 39s now. It's been knocking on the door. Open up, man. Let's go open door. I don't have any profit takers yet because I don't know where this one's going to go. I'm assuming, if things really start getting going, we at least hit the $10 area, right? This one seems like it's destined. Joseph options, we are now at the high of the day on open freaking door. There's a seller at 43. Shout out to M-Sense. Great question by you, brother. He's like, look, when you say there's a seller at 43, a seller at 35, which was what I was saying before, what do you mean by that? Do you mean somebody like you guys who's offloading their positions? And my answer to him was simple. It's typically algorithmic programs that are doing the buying and selling, based on somebody's strategy. They take their strategy, they think they have a winning strategy, and then they employ it into an algorithm. And then it takes the emotions and the subjective decision making out of the equation. Now, you never really know who's on the other side, obviously, but I'm just going based upon volume, the majority of the volume. Joseph options. Wow. 949 high of day. We are talking about open door. 955 high of day here. Here we go on open door. It is taking out the levels. It's 63% in Greensville. Adara's going to let us know more about the CEO a little bit later on, this newer CEO. And that's why we're moving up, baby. Nothing really has changed with open door other than new management. It's not just a new CEO. They brought in somebody on the board as well. So there's going to be more information about that. Joseph, 956 now, high 57, 58. Let's go open freaking door. I'm going to probably take it out at 2/3 to 375, assuming it makes its way up there. I'm just going to pack my patience, Joe. I only got one out left. Okay. Let's just see where this bad boy wants to go. Shout out to the OG Bovin. He's in at 209 from Open Door. Bovin's always got the most infuriating prices, like in a good way, like in the sense that they're good prices. Watching Air Bovin here, I'm looking for this one to move into that $0.25, showing me 19s now. I'm looking for that 20 print, and then we're going to wet the beak at every 2 pennies here, assuming AIRE continues on its merry way. Joseph Option.
All right, guys. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, the Tesla trade. This is what we're experiencing. So if you're a volume price analysis trader, whatever you may be or classify yourself as, this is exactly what you want to see. These are such a rarity where you have such an isolated volume candle and then a beautiful printed hammer candle. And sure enough, it's off to the races. So you play the break. The issue is that wick is relatively large, right? So keep that in mind. But this is exactly what I would want to see on Tesla in order for me to take a short near these highs. So it would be on a lower time frame. You can see that we're on the 1 minute. So I'm looking for that bounce, or sorry, that rejection, that stopping volume in Tesla. All right, I'm out of this Ethereum garbage. Again, not necessarily doing what I wanted to, so that's unfortunate. So yeah, we're out of that. But man, oh man, that's a missed opportunity. I didn't see that. You can only have your eyes on so many things. But Ethereum looking like it wants to break down with the rest of the crypto space. And what I'm referring to is choppiness in here, Jag. It's just look at this opening, right? So you open up here, close, gap up, back down, up, back down. I understand what you're saying. It's a nice steady stair step, but look at the depth of these pullbacks. You get that move where traces about 40% of the move. You take the additional leg higher, back in, back in. That's not my style. I do not like that whatsoever. I want to see more cleaner prints, shallower pullbacks, and momentum. So that's what we got going on there. Tesla still doing good. Got to go to the lower time frames to see if we can find anything and look for a potential move back to VWAP considering the market sentiment. And that's the thing, right? It's going to be so hard. I have a feeling that this name is just going to continuously put in some new highs, liquidity grab, and then eventually it's going to take some time to curl over. But this is a nice signal. It's rejected that, so you might not get that selling. You can see if that closed as an inverted hammer, then I would like that for the reversion back towards the volume weighted average price, because this is the largest volume print of the session. But then it just says, yeah, nah, see you later. We're going to grab you. We're off to the races. New high of the day.
And a great segue, Joey.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic segue. Another new high of the day. We're waiting at 69, Joseph Options, and now it's a 67 high a day, but we're dipping into 61. So maybe there are others there that like to take profits at 69, and that's when we're selling off into the level. Maybe it's like the whole dollar level where you should never really have your profit takers or your stops right there. Anyway, Open Door is squeezing at 64%. It's a 967 HOD. We're continuing to watch. I put my last beak wetter at 69. Let's see if it prints. If it prints, it does. It doesn't, it does. We'll come back down. We'll add more at 940. I think that's where I perceive the breakout level to be. Once, twice. OBE is the one thrice, then 4, and then on the 5th time, you end up taking it out. 65 now showing up on the bid, Joey. 67, the high of the day. So we're watching intently here to see if we can squeeze out some of these profit takers and or short sellers. 68. 68 now showing up. We're going to need a little bit more here, Mr. Open Door. We need that 69 print, and we need it to cross as well. So we'll continue to watch there. Taking out size at 68. 69 is now showing up, baby. Boom. All right, good trade. We're done our trade on this one. We'll look to get more in at 940 if it does come back down. Good luck right now for Open Door. Happy with this one. Looking to do a little bit better on some others. What are those others? RCAT. We just wet the beak again as this one continues to stair step up through 1088. Absolutely, Fabian. We just want to apologize, guys, if you guys are hearing some noise in the background. That is us right here. All right, that is Neil to your right. Joseph Options on my left, on your left. And what you can't see in the middle there is beside the yellow ladder in the middle of the shot, there is Mark, and he's drilling through a wall that we had made that was behind the big desk where Brendan and I and Adara sit. That's coming down now. So there's going to be some drilling noises and stuff like that. We do apologize, of course, but you guys know we were doing this renovations for you guys, man. We're growing. We're doing it big. Brendo's laughing. Why are you laughing, Brendo? All right. So we're continuing to watch that. And Joey, what do you got, man?
Yeah, same thing. All right, guys, we're looking for the breakdown here. We got involved on it. half risk, so see if we get a breakdown, more or less of a scalp. If it comes back to the break even, then we'll just hop out, punch through some key support levels, and then just see if we can take advantage and head right back into this previous zone right here. Excuse me, continuous selling. So hopefully we don't get too aggressive of a pullback. That would be not ideal for this specific trade, considering I've already taken some out, and there it goes. It's just a strong name, right? So I'm happy with this little scalp that we experienced. We'll get all out of it there. So nothing wrong with that. Going against, we're counter trending too, right? So you get that move, you get out of dodge, and then you look for something else. So bang, we'll lock that in there on TSLL and look for something else to potentially trade. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, Lewis, right? Like, I'm not in love with it, to be honest with you, considering the strength of the trade, but this is just such a scalp right there, right? Considering what it is, but we'll take it, right? A W is a W. And yeah, again, you got to just be super cautious. For me personally, I don't like again, even though I'm doing it, you can see the market slowly start to come back in, but again, you want to wait for better signals. I was just playing the break of a support, so that's it. Boom, open. Yeah, what's open up to? I know Katina Man was trading this one relatively well. Sharif's been trading it, so I want to see what it's been. Oh my days, are you still in it?
We just let the beak at 69, man.
Let's go.
69,
yeah, this thing's looking really good.
Yeah.
So nice work on that. And same with APLD. Has it pulled back in? Yeah, starting to off the highs. But if you look at this name from the daily, bang, that's such a beauty print. So yeah, good stuff there. That's what we're consistently looking for. Happy with that. Now looking for that next trade. Are we going to potentially get a breakout? Is Google still grinding higher? I think that's an all-dayer, to be honest with you. Gorev, yeah, this thing is super strong. Volume supporting it. Continuous price action to the top side, NASDAQ grinding higher. So there's a lot backing this move, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was sustained and continued throughout the day.
All right, man. Yeah, we're doing it live right now. We just took another beak wetter on BSGM. Look, I'm just going to be honest about it. I shouldn't be trading this, okay? This is not my wheelhouse, but I feel that we are going to break out with a bit of a bull flow. We keep putting higher highs and higher lows. I could be wrong. We'll see. We'll see what this one gets. But a couple of good call out by you guys. Duolingo, that hot garbage app, apparently is up bigly on the day. And I don't know. You know why, Joey?
Why is that?
You know what they did? So the way you know Duo, I don't have to tell you about Duo. You got hearts.
Yeah.
And you got the diamond, whatever.
The
what
infinity or the diamonds stuff.
Right?
Yeah.
So you got a bunch of different metrics that you need to keep going on with the game.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've noticed, but there's an energy metric now.
No, I didn't.
And you got to get certain questions right within a certain period of time to get your energy up.
No.
Now, I don't like to rush because I like to work on my pronunciation. Obviously,
okay.
Mandarin is not my native tongue.
I got to see this. Yeah.
So I like to take my time. That displeases the app. So I don't have enough energy to continue on with my learning. So schmucks like me, if they want to, be able to do the pronunciation, take their time, you got to ante up now for the super Duolingo.
Oh, no
so
way.
I can't tell you how much I dislike these.
So they're just saying
I
super
hate this company.
Man.
$60 billion. No, what are they? Hold on, Joey. We're going to find out over here. DUOL. What are they at? Piece of crap. 14 billion. I hope it goes to zero. No, I'm kidding. I'm just, I'm exaggerating for effect. But that is the chart today on Duolingo. Let's see if there are any headlines on it of note over here.
It got smoked. It got smoked on Tuesday because of the Apple.
Right, I remember the translation. But here's the headline, Joey. So Citizens JMP maintaining Duolingo with, what's it called? A market outperformance, boosting the price target to $500. So it looks like the market likes that. Closed out 555, up to 570, up 2.5%. That's not Duo. That's Regeneron, excuse me. This is the Duolingo right here. So it looks like it closed out 286, 311 high. It's up 7.4%, $14 billion market cap. So that's the Duo one. Shout out to whoever pointed that. Regeneron as well. I mean, it's not nuking, John, but it's up nice. 555 high, 555 close, 570 high. So that's Regeneron, a biotech name. Just want to point that out.
Some of the valuations of these companies are just insane. Like, you truly think that Duolingo is worth $14 billion?
I don't know how much they're bringing in because they're dual source, right? So they make money off ads and they make money off subs.
Yeah.
So I have no idea what they're making, Joey.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's a bunch of Unity on that one as well. So Unity,
is there?
Yeah, they advertise on Duo all the time. So. Yeah, that's my little spiel there on Duolingo. Ram, by the way, the app reminded me to tell you it misses you, and it would love if Sharif is a hater comes back onto the platform. So shout out to Ram.
Yeah. Ram, when was the last time you opened the app? Don't lie.
Yeah,
it's
too long, like a few months ago, Joseph. That's exactly
too long. The answer took way too long for you to answer. You got, what, 7 months?
4 months.
That's crazy, Ram.
Crazy.
You're making me look bad with the app over here. Like it's like you're associating with people who,
Yeah, I know who don't
really who aren't
dedicated to the Duolingo life. At least you could play chess, Ram. Let me know if you want to play me
with
chess.
This chess again, bro.
Hey man, add me on the thing if you ever want to get a game going. We could.
Bro, I'm not that good. You know, the last time I was in chess club in grade 5. That was the last time I really took chess seriously.
All right. Anyway, if
what year was
add
that,
me on
bro?
Duolingo if you want to play me in chess. Yeah, that's it. Okay, guys, what's else going on in this market? And there goes Tesla starting to climb back higher. What is NVDA up to? We got a nice volume print, but with an indecision candle as well. So, I mean, the width of this candle is pretty large, right? So you have to give it more of a defined risk. It's a couple points that you'd want to give it lower end of the range. With that being said, ooh, do we take it up here? Let's head over down to the 1 minute and see what it's up to. Key resistance at this specific level, that is going to be 178. Let's pull up the old chain and see what we got going on. I was going to chain gang.
Oh.
I know, it's obviously not what it is, so sorry if I offend anybody on that one. But 180, 85,000. I mean, there's a concentration of contracts. Do some. Oh my God, there it goes. Man. All right, it's looking good, man. You gotta just buy these strong names at some point. So 180, 85,000, 75, 177. This is where you're gonna see that concentration through the 85 to 75. Lots of open interest there, which can kind of lead to options pinning, even on the opposite side, which would be the put. And that's why it's a little bit more of a choppy mess there. So not too bad of a look on NVDA. Sharif, let's see if the breakout can be sustained.
Buffin is telling me that ASST is moving up. We're going to take a quick gander over here on ASST. Asset entities. Oh, I like this one, Buffin, but this one is coming from much higher yesterday. That does concern me because there are likely going to be bag holders in and around here. At least, here's what I see, Buffin. If we can clear this 950 area, I think we could squeeze into about 1075 till 11. Take a look at this area over here from the late morning trade session yesterday. So I want to say from 10 o'clock onwards, right into about, until about, let's say 12:51, that 950 area. We can squeeze there. There's a bit of a gap between that area and about 1050 till 11. So what is ASST up? It's up 8.5%. So good call above it. And if it takes out this level 2, it could start squeezing even more. So not a bad look. I'm just going to throw it on the side chart there to replace MSC. Thanks for that, Bubba. We'll keep an eye out on that. But I also want to bring to your attention, we have a new IPO today. Oh, baby. Let's just talk about it super quick over here, and then I'll tell you what the tap is. Let's just bring in the side information on this one. And it's Figure Technology. The ticker is FIGR. It's going to be on the NASDAQ today, not the NYSE. The actual IPO price, okay, was, just making sure, $25 a share. That was above the previous range. They had been guiding about, I want to say, $20 to $22, so it ended up being 25. This took place yesterday. Right now, as we spoke about yesterday, the theoretical auction price, the TAP, is showing $35. Let's take a gander at the, what's it called? The imbalance locator. So we're going to have to switch that from NYSE to NASDAQ, apply OK. And then the way that the Katina man showed me to do it yesterday was to go by paired volume. And there it is. FIGR has 2.66 million shares paired so far. The buy imbalance right now, because you can see that underside, says B, 190,000 and a half shares. Basically imbalanced to the buy side, meaning they have more orders to the buy side than they do to the sell side, to the tune of almost 200,000. Now, as we learned yesterday, The likelihood of the stock opening has a lot to do with the size that's showing up. As that size, the unpaired size continues to drop. Right now it's 202,000. Once it gets into that double digits, like 10,000, 15,000, that means it's closer to opening. Why is that the case? Because the job of the exchange during the time that it's not trading is to pair buy orders with sell orders and to do the best they can to pair them before we go launch for trading. So once that number comes down, that's when we're likely to open up. So keep your eye on that number if you have that tool. This is called an imbalance locator. You can try to maybe find it on your own platform if you don't have, if you're not on P8 with real trading. So that's what we are. FIGR, guys, the top showing 35. It's oversubscribed already from the IPO level. So I just want to bring that to your attention because, well, we've got a lot of IPOs these days, Joey, options.
IPOs.
And we got to do it live again, man. BSGM. I didn't want to trade this one, but it took out all my levels. So we're up nice on this one now. It's taken out the high of the day, close to the high of the day, 535. We're showing 33s. We're in at 16s. Let's go ahead and set up a little bit higher than that HOD. We're going to say at 36s and keep an eye on that, Joseph.
Yeah, Sharif. It did it. Yes,
no, we did it. It can finally do it. Oh my God.
It did it. You did it. Yeah, good job, Milo. Yeah, that's what I say to him all the time. I tell you guys. So I'm just looking at specific levels.
I like that.
Well, I'm trying to find some signals around here, just running through the scan. There's a lot up here now. APLD was up there. SPY isn't looking horrible. Where did I see it? Bang. So I like that. So maybe if we get a pullback and a retest of that specific zone, then maybe we'll take a little bit of a move back towards the volume-weighted average price, considering how extended we are. We open up right around 654, so nothing horrible. BABA breaking out almost at putting in a new high of the day, so that's positive as well, too. And what's our good friend Rigetti up to? Okay, so there's another signal here. And shout out to my boy Butter Biscuit Head who pointed out Robinhood. We like this, right? Like this is what we're looking for. He's like, Joe signal, bang. So I already know with Butter Biscuit Head, you better call those out a little bit quicker, my friend, because that's exactly what we're looking for. Great work there. And Gorev, I know you said you tagged me, but I'm like, Gorev, brother, you got to ring down my phone or something when you see a signal like that, because that is like that's as good as it gets, right? It's Canadian credit at the end of the day. So, like, again, this is such a beautiful signal, and there's such a rarity that you have to take as much advantage of this as possible, and that can make your month, right? Like, if you are willing to put on the size and just put on the trade, like I said earlier, I would not be surprised if it puts in a new high of the day and just continuously grinds throughout the session. And let's take a look at this name from a daily standpoint. See you later. Up over, I think it's around 10-15% now, 16%. From that previous all-time high, Google is up since that massive catalyst we had last week. So really, really good stuff. Why don't you just set an alert for those? It's hard, man. It's so hard. You have to write an algo for that. It's not as easy. I know Sharif mentioned that you can, but it's not as simplistic as it is because there's certain criteria. So you need like almost like an algorithmic alert that says, hey, we need a volume that exceeds essentially every other signature printed, and then an inverted hammer candle. It's not as simplistic as, it'd be fantastic if I could just screenshot it, put it into, wow, I'm just thinking out loud here. I'm pretty sure we can do that now. Maybe I'll get it home. So what you can do maybe is we'll put it into, we'll screenshot a bunch of examples. We'll grab about 20, 30 examples and put it into Cursor, and then sure enough, you'll be able to maybe set up an alert like that. So there we go.
Yeah, I'm sure, like, with ChatGPT, everyone's saying ChatGPT 5 now is better than Claude at programming. I don't know, I've never tried it personally, but that's what some of the people I follow on TikTok are saying about the new chat. So I'm assuming, you could probably weasel in some programming just from chat.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
Direct instructions, do this, do that. That's how Phoebe's doing a lot of stuff too. And then you go back and forth, it screws this up, you fix that, you know what I mean?
Jake say you can just go put it in Pine script. Yeah, you can do that, but still you got to be able to put it in and then refine it. So you got to back test it as well too to make sure that it's slightly accurate. So yeah. maybe we'll get that going. So you're a software developer, so you're making it a little bit easier. I'm not at the end of the day.
There you go.
If you can do something like that for me, Jag, send me the script, and then I'll put it in, and then I'll run some back testing. Maybe we'll go set up some examples. So just add me on X, DM me, and then let's set that up, brother. I think that'll be fantastic.
All right, guys. Shout out to Casey. Casey dropping it, bro. She's dropping 5 Trader TV Live gift memberships. Ever the kind person. Thank you very much, Casey. Casey526, small cap trader, fellow May Gemini. Shout out to Casey. Hope you're having a great day, and you're printing up multiple storms, because usually when you're printing up a storm, usually I'm doing well myself, because, well, the small cappers are treating us good, hopefully, Casey. So shout out to you. Okay. Joseph,
yes, sir.
We're doing it freaking live right now on BSGM. I'm very pleased with this trade. We're going to wet the beak here as well. Let's see if we can get some out there. The exchange told me no, Sharif. We are not going to give you anything there. So let's try again. There we go. We get the beak wet on BSGM. We got 15s on. We just tapped 40s. You know, I was concerned about this one because it's not kind of my wheelhouse with these spready names and with the lower volume, but the chart pattern spoke, you know, it spoke more volumes, I guess, than the actual volume. That was a bad one. But we're going to set up here at 47s, just in front of that $0.50. Let's see if we can touch that $0.50 and maybe continue to go through it. Shout out to Spark Shop. What are you sparking on the other side of the screen?
Who said Spark Shop? I think it's Spark Plugs. Spark Plugs.
Well, yeah, okay. You can go that way. You can go that way.
Yeah, we go that
You're a car guy. Why not, right?
I'm definitely not a car guy. I think you're more of a
crazy.
car guy.
That's crazy, bro. You are a car guy.
There's no way.
Mr. Land Rover Evoque all the time.
Yeah,
Every time I look over, he's looking at it on his screen. I love it.
I need the Evoque, man.
It's a good car, Joey.
I like it.
But JLR, bro,
yeah.
Anytime, take it from me. JLR, you're going to get a JLR.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Brand new.
No, under warranty.
Oh, under warranty.
Make sure you got that CPO.
Yeah.
That certified pre-owned warranty. You
Okay.
need that CPO.
Yeah. Well,
Trust me,
we all
bro.
know what happened with me when I had
Well,
got that
because they always try to rinse you the aftermarket warranties. That's their business, rinsing.
Yeah.
Right? So get that CPO. Trust me, bro. All right. Get a regular range. Evoque, no good, says Matt M. Oh, he's speaking. He's speaking
okay,
there.
all right.
See that, Joe?
Damn,
LOL, brand new Moonrock pockets. Take care. You'll stop saves. Yes, Casey. Tell them. Certified, previously occupied. Brian H., why do you got to be like that, bro? Just be nice. Not some of us, you know, we don't like the new. Guys, open. I like this, though. Continuing to go. We said this one would probably hit 10. We just didn't have the compunction to stay involved until it did clear 10, but there it is, 993 high, 994 high. Open doors going. Looks like we're going to clear 70%. Keep your eye on open door. It's really squeezing here, but I would be, you know, intently watching for that dance in front of 10 or at 10. I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of profit taking into $10. Also, shorts may be waiting there as well. So open doors making a big move into that $10 area. Trade it carefully, guys. Last but not least here, I'm likely going to get out of air. AIRE. What I'm going to do is, this one's losing the 10 EMA. So if it loses prior trough low, which to me goes into 110, that's the end of the trade. We're moving up our stop into 110 on AIRE. This will be an L because we're still holding the majority of the position, full disclosure, okay? So we'll get stopped out of this one and it will be no good. Tampanda, PMI. Let's look at PMI. Unless you mean producer manufacturing index, which I don't think you mean, but oh boy, what is this? Oh boy, okay, PMI. All right, so volume on PMI, not bad, 3.55 million shares. What is this though? Why was it doing like no volume, then all of a sudden found crazy move up? All right, let's do a little bit more here. PMI, Pickard Medical, it is, I don't have any information on this. What was going on? Okay, so this looked like it IPO'd back on the 29th. I mean, that should be plenty of time to give me, look at this, Joey. Look at this IPO, bro.
Dang.
This is a really respectable IPO. Higher highs and higher lows multi-day. So sure, it zigged and zagged, right?
Us.
Initial day.
Oh, there goes Tesla. New high of the day there, my guy.
Okay, take that over, but this
yeah.
PMI is not bad, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, bring us up there. Deluxe items. Yeah, sorry, brother. When you do stuff like that, we can't help you out there.
What is happening?
Yeah, we don't know, brother. Oh, is it
Joseph,
rocketing?
this thing's going, bro.
Oh, wow.
It just, we were at 670, it's at 712. Oh, we
right.
need to load this up on a
Yeah,
trading
yeah.
screen.
What's the ticker? What is
PMI.
that? PMI?
Yeah, like producer manufacturing
All right.
index.
Yeah. All right, we like that.
What the helly?
Pure money index right here. So let's see, let's see what we got going on. It's looking pretty good. I'm not going to chase it up here, Sharif. I don't know how you feel it. Maybe we get a little bit of a pullback.
What is it, on the MX?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not touching that.
No, it's an Amex? Okay, yeah, so
Oh,
see you
God,
later.
no. I've been burned on that.
So, yeah, let's see what we got cooking up here, guys. Tesla, I was thinking about giving it another attempt, but it made that additional leg higher, so that's good. We'll let them continuously grind, and then eventually maybe we'll get somewhat of a small reversion, but I'm not expecting anything too drastic now because you can see the breakout candle on the daily, so not too bad of a look. Let's get our scanner back. Actually, no, never mind that, guys. You know what time it is. Sharif, what time is it?
It's exactly 11:51.
You know, it's time to see the top performing sectors of the day. Pew.
I was not concentrating.
That's all right, brother. I didn't mean to put you on the spot there.
dare I
Wow, not a single red one on the docket. Consumer discretionary, 1.6%. The best of the best today. We got to take a look at Walmart and see what there are. Oh, no, that's not Staples. Sorry, that's the other way. Tesla leading the way. Healthcare, 1.5%. And then we have the materials up 1.3%. Now, the bottom three, the utilities, so not so defensive, only up about 0.5%. Communication services just holding on by a thread, 0.1%, and the same with the energy sector, not doing so good. And to be honest with you, if we go over like XLE and some of these other energy names, we're not in love with them. But now let's take a look at the weekly. Oh, okay, wow. Look who's leading the pack there, my friend.
Thank you, Darwin, for that. There's news here on the Zon. AWS Newsroom posts on X, AWS plus Beamer, I don't know what this stock is, are modernizing media archives while migrating to the cloud. This approach converts videos to modern formats with 50% less storage while maintaining quality, transforming archives into flexible, cost-effective assets. I like that.
All right.
Don't you have a lot of, I don't know if you have VHS a lot at maybe your grandma, your parents have a lot of VHS. That's like, you know, home videos.
Yeah, okay,
DVDs?
Yeah. No, we don't really. I got DVDs.
You got tons of those,
yeah,
bro.
VHS, brother. I don't know.
We got VHS at my place. Not my place, my parents' place. And yeah, absolutely, brother.
Yeah,
this would be really interesting. Instead of schlepping.
Yeah, when was the last time you popped in an old VHS?
At least like 2-3 times a year at a family
you
gathering.
throw
Yeah. We got what? My parents have like one of those video.
Yeah,
It's VHS dual with DVD.
Oh,
both.
okay, yeah. Oh, that's crazy. How old is that thing? The thing's probably like 20.
It's ancient, Joey.
It's like 20 years
It's
old.
ancient, baby.
Least. That's crazy.
Yeah, I just want to point that out to you guys. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, I used to love VHS, man. I remember going over to my aunt's house and we would watch Titanic, and you needed two. It had the dual VHS, so you needed two of that. So it's like you spend the first 15 minutes just rewinding, and then sure enough, you get to the point that where you want. But essentially, what I was getting at here, guys, IWM has taken the lead on the week, up about 2.5%. Then the Q's sitting in second place, up 2.25 there, and then we'll have the SPY up 2%, and then the Dow in last place, only up 1.75. So not too bad. Positive major averages there. So we like seeing that. Excuse me. Good look there. And there comes Tesla starting to sell a little bit. That final push, almost double top, but it was just a little bit more of a liquidity grab. And then now you're starting to climb a little bit lower. Risk profile relatively defined. You only have to put up 10 cents there, so nothing horrible. Wait a little bit longer, and then maybe that 5-minute print closes as a doji star or something along those lines. That's going to give us a good opportunity to get a move back anywhere towards some key support levels, and then you got to get out of that trade, in my opinion. And then we have this print here on IBIT. So if this holds up pretty good, maybe we take a long. I would prefer to go the long opposed to the short there on Tesla. But it's working out pretty good, Sri.
All right, bro. Just worked my way back into PROK. It seems to be holding flat here at prior area resistance. I'm talking about this to mid-70s area that we kept rejecting initially on the initial bull flag. We come back in. We have another bull flag. We give back a little bit more on this bull flag than the initial one, but as we've spoken about many times, no two bull flags are created equal. Maybe they are. Most of the time they're not. So we're going to post here. We're looking at wetting the beak initially at 85. Let's see if we can get a nice move up. But I do want to defend this into the mid-70s since I've got low 80s. I don't mind adding a little bit more. into that mid-70s area. So that's exactly what I'm going to go ahead and do. I'm going to wait at 75.6 for a dip trade into that bad boy there. So that's what I'm doing. We're still involved in BSGM. This one did wick up into 43. We didn't get any prints at 43, but we got some at 40 and then in the high 30s. It's working its way back up into 35. I think that I should have been a bit more aggressive. If this one had been doing a bit more volume, I would have been more aggressive. What do I mean by that? What I mean is this one popped up into 45, but it clearly has a breakout level of 25. It was basically rejecting 25 from 10:35 to 11:40. So over an hour of rejecting 525. And so then it got to 43 and it dipped back very momentarily into 25. And if you didn't have a resting order there, you probably didn't get the fill given the spread. So this one did touch that level. I didn't add there. I should have been adding there. In hindsight, ex post facto, we'll see if it gives me another opportunity to add there. But I'm really focusing now on PROK, looking for this one to curl up, squeeze, possibly into 3. It's got 97 as a high, so it's not a bad looker. I'm going to continue to watch this one. Tam Panda, earlier on PMI, what didn't I like about it? The exchange, brother. I don't like, I hate to say it so like, you know, just flat out like that, like there's no exceptions. But I don't like trading stocks, especially small cap gappers that are on the Amex exchange. A number of reasons. I feel there's more room for bamboozlement on that exchange. In addition, it's kind of like the NYSE. When you're in a halt, you have no idea where the hell you are because you don't get the the theoretical auction price. You don't know if there's a buy imbalance. You don't know if there's a sell imbalance. You don't know what the hell is going on. You got to fly blind. So, I mean, it's not the ideal situation. I do realize that there are many good small cap gappers that have weaseled their way onto the MX that have given you outsized gains. I get that. I've known about them. I've traded them myself. But we're trying to be a bit more restrained, I guess, in some of the trading over here. Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Boom. Right into the freaking high on BSGM. We take out the high of the day, Joseph options, into 48. We get the print there. Let's go ahead now and set up at 55s. We're going to try to get the beak wet at 55s. It's a 49 high of day. 49s, in fact, showing up right now on the ask side of the level 2. Keeping my eye as well on PROK as we've got a couple of beak wetters on here. As this one curls up a little bit more, let's hope there's no bamboozlement and we get a nice squeeze into 90. Probably behooves me to throw in some orders at 88s, and then I'm going to wait at 92. Let's see if we can get a nice price spike up into that level. Joey, options, we take more orders there.
Dang, let's go. Yeah, nice work there. Slowly cooking on IBIT. Let's see if this can be sustained. 5-minute print is exactly what we want to see. Risk profile defined. Nice inverted hammer on across multiple platforms. Only have to risk 10 cents on this trade. It cracks through that, then boom. See you later. Find something else to trade. But other than that, I like it at the lower end of the range. So let's rock and roll on IBIT and get north of VWAP as the rest of the market is relatively strong. I mean, Amazon, so Jag, this is what I'm talking about here as well. Like Amazon not doing too much. What's NVDA been up to? Again, not doing anything really either. Ethereum. So just a lot of eastward movement. So that's what I was referring to a little bit of the chop, right? It's not like everything, there's massive market breadth where everything's just slowly, or not even grinding higher, just continuously higher lows and some nice clean PA. But there it is on IBIT, heading right in towards the volume weighted average price. So we like that one there. Some good stuff. What else are you guys looking at? DoorDash. Oh, don't talk to me about DoorDash because... Oh, it's not too bad, but it's not overly liquid, right? You can obviously see from an intraday standpoint, running into liquidity issues, which isn't the best, but I loved it from a daily. This is a really good look, a beautiful curl over. And this is, Jag, this is what we got to, so actually let me do this. So Jag, this is what do you got?
Don't worry about it.
I know, bro. This guy, yeah. This guy, hold on. Give me a minute and we'll get into that.
Joey,
yeah, give me a minute and we'll get into your thing. So, Jag, this is what I want us to see if we can write some. Because what I do is I'll just run through my basket of stocks in the evening time to see for potential setups. But I just want us to be able to identify the similarities within all these price actions. Not so much there, but we go in the likes of DoorDash, right? So you have this... selling here, yeah, give me a second. We have this selling, moves up there, Same thing with RDDT, boom, you have those hammer candles, you have the volume supporting it. Same thing with Palantir, they're continuously grinding higher, isolated volume, hammer candle. AMAT, not as clean, but you have the volume previously. Hammer candle here, you're continuously moving higher. Dell, exact same thing, moving monstrous volume, hammer candle. Coin, not so much. NVDA, really good look.
Okay, just 1 second, Neil. Can we just run? Yeah, okay. Neil's good. All right. So yesterday, before all hell broke loose, and you guys know exactly what I'm talking about in the afternoon, I messaged this to Joey before he messaged me something that I never want to see again. I asked ChatGPT.
Yeah.
What are the most expensive
So
American
crazy.
Eagle jeans available in Canada? I was expecting like 50, 60 bucks. Wait, Ram. Here are the most expensive American Eagle jeans for men currently available in Canada based on official Canadian
That's great. So
pricing.
you're looking to get your 150 bucks. Your 150 bucks.
We're doing it live, Joey.
That's
We're
it.
doing it.
But
You're telling me this is not karma right here? All four of them are $150.
You're not there yet. You're
I
not
know
there.
that's
All
true.
right,
That's
all
true.
right.
But come on, you can't tell me that this is not karma right
We're
here.
gonna do it live.
What are the odds that they will all be around $150? Right? So
hopefully tax isn't too much on that, but we'll do the shopping live.
no,
If you
tax
are
tax
right,
on me. Tax on me.
No, that's all right. Obviously, we'll do it live. We'll put the order in. We'll order it online, and we'll get it.
Oh,
right to
on the
Sharice's
show?
doorstep. Yeah, right
My
to
man.
the doorstep.
Well, we haven't
You
won
gotta
yet.
get there yet.
We got to get there still. That's it. Okay, if you guys don't know what we're talking about, Joey and I have a bet. If American Eagle gets to 26 bucks, I get whatever pair of jeans I want from American Eagle. It's that simple. All right, guys.
There's no win in that for me whatsoever if it doesn't get there. So,
Neil, don't ruin it for me, Neil. I need jeans, man.
I need something on the
I'm
opposite
hurting
side.
here, Neil.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Neil, he's calling it. Okay, well, Neil's coming on in a second. Joseph, 12:02. We don't have the big desk today as we're doing, obviously, the Reno, so Darren not at the big desk for happening now, but we are sending you for Neil's lesson.
Go, I bet.
Welcome, everybody. Okay, so hold on a second. How can you have a bet? You must be missing something about this AEO $26 bet, because you can't just be saying if it gets to the price, you get a pair of jeans. Under what time frame? It doesn't make any sense. Like, there has to be a time limit. You guys aren't telling me, so I want to see if they said what the time limit is. That's the only way it makes any sense. And by the way, if you're ever making a bet on anything, make sure there's actually a chance that you could win, because that's insane. If you have just forever for it to get there, then that's absurd. It's almost like saying I'm gonna buy, I think open is a buy today. And I'm gonna buy it today, and then at some point it's gonna get to 20 bucks. But it doesn't matter if it's today or if it's 20 years from now, I win if it goes. Fair enough, but that's gutter nonsense. The lesson of the day today, I was kind of hoping it would still be at $10 when I got into this. And a lot of times I'd say, the whole transact at the proper places and all that good stuff, and buy into the prior highs and see if you can find the VWAP dip. There was literally only one on this today. But if you happen to still be in this one in the long, or caught the dip at $9, or for whatever reason, you're still holding it and we're looking for an exit, something interesting happened at $10 that I think was pretty important if you're watching the level 2. Now, unfortunately, it's no longer at $10, so I can't actually show you what was going on here. But if you look at the level of liquidity, this is a stock doing 600 million shares. And look at the liquidity on the level 2. 10, 20,000 shares total if you just quickly add it up. Before this even got to $10, there were chunk orders of $250,000 at 94. What's the high? $9.94. When it got there, there's already $250,000 there, and there's stacked size going into 10 even. It couldn't break it never even printed the first 94 offer. So before you got to 10, you already had massive order flow before you get there. Like, it's gonna take like 1 million shares just to go every 2 pennies through that 10. And then the $10 level is probably gonna be like 10, 15 million shares. So when you see something like that, if you haven't taken profit, you could literally just slap the 93 and get anything you want. because it's getting to 94 and it's not printing that massive order. It's different if that order is only at $10 even. If the order is only at $10 even, it gets there and people are worried about their stops being run. But the level of liquidity that now exists between 94 and 10, that's 5 or 6 pennies worth of millions of shares. It's going to be trouble to chew through. And then it gives shorts a lot of cover because they know if I short 93 or 94, I don't have to, there'll be tons of liquidity to get out if you want it in front of 10. So that kind of action before the even dollar that actually holds a level for a few minutes is a really good place to scalp. If you're either getting out of a long or if you actually wanted to take a shot at that to the short side, it's probably really good risk because you can hit the 94, and if you miss it, you know you can get 95 at that high. You're risking 2 cents instead of, well, if you shorted in front of 10 even, you don't necessarily know what you're going to get on the other way through. You can try to hit 10 for size, but if it goes through 10, maybe you get 4s, maybe you get 5s, maybe you get 1s. You don't really never ever know. And at that point, if you were shorting in the low 90s, you're risking over 10 pennies on a $10 stock. Maybe you don't want to do that. The other way to play this is, to keep in mind, you can buy and hold, but the scalp trade for anyone with active trading is very viable here. Getting in and finding spots where you can risk a couple of pennies to try to make 10 or 5 to 10 on a stock doing 600 million, very, very viable. Not everyone can do that. But if you're real trading, certainly you can. But the longer term hold, it's not something you see very often at a level like this. We're in front of an obvious area that you know there will be a ton of liquidity on the offer, $10 even. There's massive size that actually holds it at 94. You can already see it's at 95. You could already see it was at 96. You could see it in the book. And then when it got to 94, there was that big order. Really, I'm kicking myself. I should have just shorted the 93 level, but I didn't want to be short the stock today, so your bias gets the best of you. But it's not often you see this. Most of the time when we think about a $10 level, we're talking about the size out in front of that even dollar or $100 level. It's right there at $100. You don't see it stacking up the way it did here on open at 94, 95, 96, 97. And that does give you great scalp trading opportunities and certainly an easy place to exit a long, which if you're holding this long, like maybe you're getting some out here. Like what's the reason to get anything out if you got that long? I always look back at trades where, here's an example. Reason to get out. Like there's a bounce into the pre-market highs. When it breaks and fails, breaks, get some out there. When it's looking like it's failing back that pre-high, get some out. Reason to get out. The long, no reason to get out. No, I know why I did, because I'm looking at that bar and taking some out in front. I'm looking at the pre-market high and taking some out in front. But really, that dip onto VWAP, if you look at the structure of the trade, there isn't that much of a reason to get out there. If anything, it might have given me a reason here, and it might have given me a reason there. And then this was a trend break on a 1 minute. So you're always looking for reasons to transact at the end of the day. And if you can do so at the proper areas, you can refine your trading so much. We can always make more in a trade, whether you're up, down, left, right, center on open. If you took it long, you probably are. But if you could have had this into the long, it's such an easy opportunity to get out at 93. You don't have to wait for it to break trend and pull back and give up like 15 pennies or so. This was obvious at 93 even because of what you saw at 94 and the fact that implicitly there's going to be size at 10. So I'll leave you guys with that, but I am going to ask out loud, what are the actual conditions of this bet? It makes no sense whatsoever if there's no time limit on AEO.
Thank you for that, Neil. Always.
Good. The lunch was good too.
Yeah, Bovin, I was just about to message you, brother. AAST broke $9, 910 high a day. This one is going. I unlikely will weasel into this one unless I see something much different, just because of what this one has done over the past couple of days. That is from here, from this area onwards, that's yesterday's price action. Then from here onwards is the aftermarket price action from Tuesday. So yesterday was all sorts of lower highs and lower lows. So I fear the bag holders from in and around here, and by in and around here, I mean basically 11 or 10.50 onwards, all the way up to 16 and even more. We'll see, Bovin. Get it, kill it on that, Bovin. Let me know how it goes. Maybe I'll work in. Who knows? Who knows? I'll have to keep my eye out on that. But we're back in air as this one started taking out highs again. A couple of beak wetters there, waiting for another profit taker at 26. AIRE involved in that. Let's go over to BSGM. We got 15s there. It pops into 50, rejects, still higher lows, and believe it or not, still holding the 10 EMA. So no reason for me to get out here. Last but not least, PROK. I'm back into this one. Where am I at? 81s. I've wet the beak a couple of times into that mid-80s, high 80s area. We've got 3 profit takers, but we have 89s still unfilled, Joey. And last but not least, I want to bring your attention to RCAT. I did not trade this one well. I got stopped out. I'm negative on it, but it's coming back into that high day. 1088 HOD, showing me 79s, about to take 80s. And last but not least, Figure. The new IPO that we were waiting for, the theoretical auction price, now showing $36. Let's take a gander, Joseph Options, on the imbalanced locator. We are in a we're in a buy side imbalance still, showing 268,000 shares, buy side imbalance, so we're still high. The way we can kind of gauge whether we're ready to open or not is when the size in this column here starts dropping down. You're looking for like 10,000, 15,000, something like that, okay? Keep your eye on several things. The price, which is the top, whether the buy side or sell side imbalance, the size of the outstanding unpaired volume, and then the PV means paired volume. That's how many shares the exchange was able to pair together, buyers with sellers. So keep your eye on that. I just want to also let you know, guys, that voting every day.
We got it up here, brother.
I appreciate you, Joe. You're always the one step ahead. Show 'em.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that. Bang, let's go. Open door, get those dollar signs in there. We all like money, money, money. So I'm going to put my vote in there. It never, ever shows up for some reason, but there it is. Is it going to display itself now? Bang, there's your boy. Yes, I did it. You see that? Follow it down. I bit Microsoft, Etsy, Robinhood.
Open is getting love through the roof.
Pure love.
That's crazy. That's got to be a record or something.
Thoughts on SPY? Yeah, let's take a look at it. What are you guys thinking, right? Because I had a couple people ask me the same thing. Are you thinking continuation or more or less a move back towards the volume-weighted average price? See, the thing is, though, when the session's like this and it's just grindy, shout out to Robinhood, man. Continuously, sorry I'm bouncing around, but a new all-time high, 121.62. Bang. That's a really, really good look there. I did sell half of that position in my long-term, and then I'm just sitting on some cash right now. We're up nicely on it, so we'll take that one as a W, and then we'll look to rotate into something else. But as for SPY, guys, let me know what you're thinking about, because right now, we did have this inverted hammer candle right here, and you get that little bit of a move, but then it just gets bought immediately right back up. So keep your eye out on that. It may not be the weakest of sessions, just might be an all-day grinder to the top side. So where's Big Spile at these days?
Oh, he messaged me this morning about what happened yesterday.
Oh, did he? Oh,
yeah,
did he?
I don't know if he's around right now, but he had some choice thoughts.
He's probably listening. Yeah, he's listening. Yeah. Anyways. So there it is, visualizer, open door leading the way, 110%. Oracle, I mean, in one of the last places. And then here's our guy, Robinhood, starting to get some love as well, too. Can I vote more than once or no? I'm going to do it anyways. I voted.
You did it again, eh?
Robinhood, our good friend,
that's crazy.
Vlad Tenev over there. Sharif.
All right, guys, continuing to watch here. BSGM defending the 10 EMA, trying to work back into that $0.50. Just keeping an eye on that 55 level, waiting for the print there. Keeping an eye on that. Also, PROK. This one continues to stair step up, super slow. But I don't mind these slow ones as long as they're holding trend. And by trend, I'm talking about, that higher high, higher low area. But I want to shout out Bovin. Okay, I know I do that a lot, but shout out to Bovin. I'm probably not going to get involved in this name just based on, what I've said before about bag holders, but it doesn't care about what I think. ASST is the one I'm talking about. It's continuing to trend up. It took out 9. It clearly had some selling in the high to mid 90s, and it took out 9 easily. 926 high a day now on ASST. It's up 14.2%. I think it was only up like 7 or 8 when we first mentioned it to you guys when Bovin pointed out. So keep your eye on this one. I think it is a bit spready though. I haven't been looking at it on a trading screen. Maybe we'll take a gander over here. I just want to look quickly. We'll change RCAT, ASST. And Q. Yeah, it's a 4-penny spread, 2-penny spread, opening wider and tightening up. So it's not too bad, but keeping an eye on that. Dangerous. Shout out to Sharif, Joby Holdings. I don't even want to look. Where are we at on that thing, man?
It's monstrous, brother. It's monstrous.
That's lies. It was monstrous yesterday. How can it be? Oh, it's back up today. Same thing, Joe. It gave back the entire move from yesterday, and now it's trying to make it. It's lower highs, though. Look, you know, would Joe be? I don't expect too much too quickly, man. You know, unless you're making money, or you're right about to make money, they're speculative plays still. You know, maybe a 2-3 year runway before I see some real returns on this one. Maybe not, but I'm in it, and I'm in. I like the space. I think there's obviously a lot of future potential for the space, goes without saying. But Joseph, you would have to agree with me, though, that drones probably get a bigger push than eVTOLs, at least initially.
Yeah, I
right?
agree.
Like,
yeah.
you're in the short term.
I think it's more, it's like a stair step, right? As you just slowly start to evolve, it's like you get in the drones, and then what is the next step there, and then eventually you get to that specific level. Speaking of just kind of like, I got to give a shout out to my boy, man.
All right.
He was a good friend of mine. We went, used to play hockey together, and where'd it go here? What happened? What in the days? Yeah, sorry, super lackluster. All right, we'll scratch that here momentarily. Let me pull it up. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. ABXX. Boom, boom. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay, so yeah, there we go. All right, so let's zoom out on this name, man. This guy, shout out to him. It's honestly some of the sickest stuff that I've seen. This guy's been talking about this name for such a significant amount of time, and this is a daily. No, this is not an intraday chart. And I mean, his average is absolutely ridiculous. And yesterday, his returns, he had an absolute monstrous day, just raking in 30K off of this. So shout out to ABAX, and maybe I'll snippet this and tell him. But yeah, this is some monstrous stuff here that you're experiencing, and looks like it's not really going to slow down at any point. I mean, from a technical standpoint, this is an extremely strong bullish candle, and then sure enough, it looks like it wants the ABCD and continue its climb higher. So that's an absolute monstrous name, and shout out to him, man. I'm so happy for him.
That's big, man. That's absolutely big.
You don't even understand the amount of money this guy's made off of that.
I love it, man. That's you'll love to hear it, man.
Yeah.
It keeps you motivated.
Yeah.
Quite frankly. All right, here
it's life-changing, legit. It's literally like.
I bet.
Yeah.
I bet. I can imagine, man. I mean.
Big time.
1 second here. My computer is freezing on me. No, we're good. We're good to go. We're good to go, Joey. All right.
I went to take some off here. Sorry, Sharif.
Yeah, go ahead.
I went to take some off there on IBIT, but it did start to pull back. Maybe we'll take a little trim ski. There we go. Bang. We'll cook a little bit more up on IBIT. So the crypto name's working, I think, a little bit better for us throughout the day. We were trading Ether. Boom. We did add up and we doubled it there, so we got stopped out. So we did give a little bit back, but that's okay. Not too bad of a look. And then IBIT. Definitely our best trader of the session off of that specific candle, guys.
All right, guys. Beta Pro. Calling all Canadian traders. Beta Pro by Global X is bringing it back. Its annual biggest winner simulated ETF trading competition, now with over $40,000 in cash prizes, including a $20,000 cash prize, all risk-free, baby. It's free to enter and open to all Canadians. Trade with $100,000 in fantasy cash on the Webull platform. Whether you're an experienced trader or just getting started, it's a chance to test strategies, build skills, and climb that leaderboard, baby. So, you think you have what it takes to be the next biggest winner? If you do, sign up today, scan that QR code, or click the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at Global X. All right, here's the deal. Allow me a second over here. So here's the deal. Let's have a look at NXTT for Emmanuel Luna. Thank you very much, my friend, for the $2 super chat. Appreciate you there. Let's look at Next Technology Holdings. What do we got over here? So let's flip to the 5. So this is the hourly right now on NXT, so you can see kind of how to base there around 14 pennies, and now rocketed up to 29 pennies on the day. Let's look to the 5-minute chart to see where we are technically. Okay, so interesting area that we're at right here, Emmanuel. 23, 24 pennies. That's 2 levels of importance. One, it's the prior area high, that area that we rejected initially on the way up. So usually, or sometimes, I shouldn't say usually, sometimes, when an area is resistance, sometimes when you pass it, you clear it, it's used as support. That's number one. Number two, that white line. See that white line? That's the volume weighted average price. It's conflating with the prior area high. So you have double the level of support into that kind of 24 penny area. So this could be a pickup, a nice pickup off this area. To me, I'm going to try to stay away from these big time south $1 names, but I'll keep an eye on that. I just want to let them know quick, Joey, before you show your position. Bovin ASST is all sorts of squeezy, baby, right through $9. It's a 969er high, and it's taking out more. Watch this one into 10. ASST up now 19.75%.
Boom. Nice. Love hearing an ASST, but we also love Bitcoin as well, too. Starting to cook up on this one. Nice look there, Shree, putting on bangers. Katina Man, Neil, and not... Oh, okay. Wow. Hey, just so you... Whoa. Hold on now.
I thought he was going to say something about the drill here.
That's all right, brother. We still got Alibaba. Oh, my God. There goes Bitcoin.
Baba's.
We still... Yeah, that thing... Good,
Thank you, Assassino, for the mute there.
Look at this. Boom. Katina Man in at 149-ish.
Oh, boy.
Boom. How many dollars in the money, Katina
How
Man?
many?
$6 in the money. He wrote it on the sticky note, $150, $6 in the money. Katina Man crushing it on Alibaba. Way to crush that one, my friend. I seen it pop up on the scan this morning, and I'm
What'd
like,
it say?
It was there. It said, hey, I'm here. I got volume. And then I'm like, but do I trust you? But Katina Man had the trust in it. I was looking more of a fade on it. Glad we didn't short that because it's gone absolutely parabolic. Look at this 5-minute chart, guys. That is insane. Boom.
Insane
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 consecutive 5-minute candles just straight to the top side. And what a beautiful breakout. What is the most important thing, in my opinion, on this?
What?
You're playing the breakout of this key resistance zone. What happens when you do? The volume really starts to pick up. Right. Way to go, Katina Man. Happy for you on that trade.
Absolutely. Great trade, Katina Man. We're printing up multiple storms on that side of the desk. I haven't used that in a while. Look at the money
storm.
Yeah. The Benjamin Franklin dropping there.
Man.
Shout out to the OG. All right, guys. We're in 3 positions at the moment. Let's start with BSGM. This one into the high of the day, $5.53 HOD. We've got a profit taker at 55. Let's see if it triggers. Keeping an eye there. But the OG Bovin is continuing to take ASST long. We'll keep you guys posted on that one. AIRE. Sorry?
No. I was talking about
AIRE still holding the 10 exponential. I have another dip trade here waiting at 14s. Let's see if it gets triggered. We're in on AIRE at 18s. It's showing me 17, so we're a penny out of the money. We're going to keep an eye out on this one, too. Open is losing the 10 EMA on the 5, I think, for the first time since this double bottom over here at 1055. So the 20 EMA is at 9.5. Last time it held the 20 EMA like a glove. And in addition this time, we have that $0.50 there. So it's a double area of support, possibly the psychological level and the 20 EMA. So I could be a buyer at open again at 9.5. What was that, Assassino?
I think they're doing it again.
Okay, they're going to be loud again, so I can get muted at any time. So just be ready for that. Baby, that's a pleasurable sound. So that's what we're keeping an eye out on there. BSGM did come into 55s, but it didn't cross, so we didn't get the print. We'll keep an eye out on that. But this is ASST, guys. It's breaking out. It's taking out highs. This is going to likely squeeze to 10.5 or 11. That's the gap on the on basically the time frame. When you look at yesterday's support and resistance levels, it's moving up bigly here, up 21.25%, looking to take out 22. Keep your eye. It smells really nice.
Oh yeah, it's nice, man.
It smells like wood shop.
If I could get
back
that
in middle school.
If I could get that in a candle, I would.
Did you take woodshop in middle school?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it was a good time,
but
bro.
only in grade 9, man.
Did you weld? Dude, we were doing this in grade 6.
Yeah.
We started doing woodshop, grade 6, and then grade 7, I went to an only middle school, which was 7 and 8. And we had metal shop and wood shop.
We definitely didn't have that at my
Good times, bro.
School. Yeah, no,
those were the old
great
school
times,
schools
man.
that had that stuff. Now they're broke and they don't have money to put that.
I forget what in grade 9 you had to take it, and what a class we had together there.
Wood shop?
Yeah.
So good, bro.
Great,
I mean, you made like, what did you make? I made boomerangs.
I made everything.
Boomerangs,
man.
pencil case holders or pencil holders.
Made like a couple birdhouses.
Hey.
You got to go down that route and everything
Birdhouse
along
is
those
cool.
lines. Yeah, a
like
bread
bird.
box as well too, just in case you ever need one of those.
Why not?
Yeah, but anytime we're ready, Assassino, or maybe we're just gonna skip that one. But we're not gonna skip is this IBIT trade. So still slightly holding on to green, up 0.75% on the day, and then it's like boom, 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 continuously climbing higher. What is everybody? Yeah. Okay, we're ready. All right, let's fire it up there, my friend. Beta. No.
That's crazy.
That's
Trade the
crazy,
pool,
man.
baby.
Every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's how it used to be. Trade the pool is changing that. It's the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just a small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee of just $47. That's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Good look on that one. Katina Man, Sticky Note Katina, Sticky Note Sean. Crushing
There he
it.
is. That's him.
Oh, yeah?
They found him. They know who he is now.
Yeah,
that picture's going to be tattooed everywhere, and Buddy's going to be running for his life.
Yeah, I mean, let's go. Let's take a little bit off of here. Oh, we can't get. I'm going to post up at 06s just so we don't have to worry too much about getting the fill. It'll only be a matter of time there, Sharif.
Good.
So unless he's in Mexico or something by now. But there it is. We'll post up. We'll see 6506. See if we can catch that fill, my friend.
Yes, sir. Okay. We got the ad on AIRE. This is make or break time for AIRE. It held the 20-ish last time. It did wick below it. If it loses 10 pennies, I'm going to have to draw the line in the sand. I got wicked out of this last time, so I don't want to use the same strategy on AIRE that I did last time, because clearly that was not the right one, because I had the right trend and I got stopped out, and then it continued on its merry way to make higher highs. I don't want to be part of that nonsense, so I have to account for this characteristic, this specific stock's characteristics, which is breaching levels on a wick basis and then heading right back up. So I'm trying to account for that. So I think maybe I'll have it below prior area low, which is 108. So we'll keep an eye out on that. That's what I'm looking at there. But we're doing it freaking live on BSGM. We got 515s on now. It's into 60s. We still have a profit taker. We're going to wait for 69er. BSGM continuing to trend up 25% and change. Let's keep an eye out on that one. And then I'm also taking profits here on PROK, as this one did spike up into 88, showing me 86 now. Looking for the trend to continue here on PROK. It's not a huge winner, but it's consistent. It's putting in those higher highs and higher lows. And if the volume comes in aggressively, we could get a price spike up and, catch a lot of people offside, and we could see a nice big move up. So I'm keeping my eye here on PROK. And last but not least, I want to bring to your attention a small cap gapper that somebody brought to my attention in the chat, which I haven't been able to talk about till now. OPAD is the ticker. Let's throw that on there. And let's just zoom out so we can get an idea of the recent price action. Why did it do that? Okay, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it live. We are doing it live. Okay, so OPAD had a great day, I want to say, last week. Yeah, so this one has a tendency to go up and give it back. So we need to be careful with that. That's what it did on the 4th. It did it again on the 5th. It did it again on the 8th. It did it again on the 9th. And it could do it again today, right? So what I was going to say is, Sharif, pick this up off $5. $5 and the 10 EMA are only 5 pennies separate. This is a great area. Okay, maybe in a normal state of affairs, but this one has a tendency to just give up everything once it makes price spikes. Like, this is the recent trading history. You see this spike up and then all the way back down. So I don't know if I want to be part of that. I'll continue to watch it and see if it defends 5. 495 will be my line. I mean, even if I get in, I won't DCA below that level. So I'm keeping my eye on OPAD if it sets up in the right way. Again, I want to bring your attention to Open. Open does have support prior at the 20 EMA. It is now at the 20 EMA. Can it hold here and get back above? I'll be interested in get back in on Open if it is warranted to do so. So that's my look. Nothing else for me doing at the moment, just those 3 positions. There's a headline there. Key Republican Senator Murkowski has extreme concerns about Trump's BLS pick. And Tony writes was that you, Adara, that threw that on there? Yeah, that's Adara's headline there. Thank you, Adara. Bovin bringing my attention back to ASST. Let's go back to that one and take a gander at what it's doing. It looks like it's trying to hold trend here, Bovin. Seems to be buyers at the $0.50. It's kind of bull flagging a little bit now, having made that big move already off that 820 area. We end up finding resistance in the low 80s, high 70s on ASST. Keep your eye for trend here. I have a bias that this probably does squeeze into 10.5 if it continues to go, just based on where the price action support and resistance are the last few days. So that is my look, Joey. I've got nothing else on at the moment. I'll let everybody know as well that RCAT, I didn't trade this well.
Let's go.
And this is one of my only negative ones. In fact, it is my only negative one at the moment. RCAT at the high of the day, 1097, and this is really going. It didn't respect the 10 or the 20, so I don't want to base anything off that anymore. I mean, look at that. It just lost the 10, lost the 20 over here. That's why I got stopped out. And then started moving again. So RCAT back into 1097 right in front of 11.
Man, get that garbage out of here. Let's go. Nice fill on that, Sharif, just as you finished up. Perfect stuff there. So we'll take another little bit off. At that high, 65.06. Only have about, let's see, 30% left here of this position. So let's see where we're going. Oh, there goes my camera. It's gone on its own. Little.
Oh, yeah,
I think
that's
Fabian.
okay.
Yeah, Fabian's locked and loaded on that one.
Casino's taking care of it.
We're going to be patient. Ooh, oh, no, it wants to do another lap there. Okay, so anyways, yeah, so IBIT working out really, really well. We don't mind this whatsoever. See, I don't know if we're going to head towards the high of the day, this previous resistance zone, but I do like it for an attractive level if we do decide to grind up to those ways. But this is just specifically what I'm on. So you get that indecision print right below the volume weighted average price. This is where we want to see it. And then sure enough, boom, 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 boom. We climb a little higher on that one. So not too bad of a look. And Tesla, yeah. Yes, West. It's not West, obviously. It's Yes, West. Yeah, really good look there. I mean, this hammer candle is pretty good. It hasn't breached it yet. Nor on the other attempts to put in a new high, it hasn't got to that specific level. And then now you're breaking through some key support levels, so not too bad. I just didn't want to go against probably one of the stronger tech names in the sector today, right? So in the market. So yeah, I'm not too bad. I'm not too mad that I didn't take that. But Alibaba is still trading higher. It looks like it wants to head for a new high of the day as well too. Let's take a look at the daily on this thing. Yeah, let's go.
Get it,
right.
Kina, man.
Bang, bang, bang. Is that an all-time high on it? Let's see. No. Okay, yeah, not even really close. Not even relatively close.
Your boy Charlie Munger was buying at all-time highs.
Was he?
Well,
Charlie.
bless his soul, he's no longer with us. But I remember that he was buying during the pandemic into that 250, 300 area that we were at. Is that what's the high? 320. Yeah. There you go. I remember that.
So you're still down 53% from that previous level. What was I going to say?
Berkshire Hathaway is still involved in Baba.
But our guy Masayoshi's son was involved in it in his early days, wasn't he?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he ran into some financial. I'm pretty sure he ran into some financial issues with it. So.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. What do you got?
All right, Joey. Here's the deal. So let's go on to the first trade over here. PROK. We took a couple of beak wetters there as it spiked up. We'll see if this can get into 92s. I've got a bias for a squeeze into $3 on PROK, but probably not while we're a little illiquid during the midday here at 12:30. Maybe towards that 1 o'clock. This one though, it's been illiquid all day, but it continues to trend up. Nobody's standing in front of the buyers. BSGM, the one I'm talking about, we're long at 15s. I've got my last profit taker at 69. It's showing me 64, so if it can squeeze up a little bit, that ends the trade for me on BSGM if we can get printed at 6.9er. We'll keep an eye out on that. That one has been okay. AIRE came back into the 20 again. We got the ad at 14. We've got 17 average. It's showing me 15 right now on the ask. So we're 2 pennies out of the money right now on this bad boy, looking for a hold of this level and a higher low relative to prior area trough. That prior area trough did bottom out at 108. So anything below 108 ends the trade for me. Simple as that, okay? We're going to keep an eye out on that, and we're going to continue on to the next one. Open. We're back involved in open door. Oh, baby, we got 66 on. It just showed me 72, and it's starting to zig and zag like crazy now. A couple of beak wetters right now on open door. It has to hold the $0.50, otherwise I'm out. I'm looking for a bounce off the 20 EMA in the way that it did that 20 EMA bounce on these two candles here at 10.55 and 11. No two times and no two situations are created equal or the same in trading. So whether or not it finds support this time at the 20, we're just trying to put the odds on our side. So that's basically it. Keeping an eye on open door, seeing if it can trend a little bit higher. ASST, this one just worked its way down, Bovin, into that 20 EMA on the 5. It's showing 30s, just found support there at the 20s. Does it rocket back up? ASST was up, I think, almost, mid-20s. Now it's down to about 15%. So it's not too bad here. It's still not my type of trade, given the bag holders that I have a bias are holding from yesterday. So that's it. And then last but not least, let's update you on FIGR. FIGR is Figure. That is a new IPO on the day. Allow me just to load up my information on it. I think I've lost it. Where is my information? There it is. Excuse me, I didn't lose it. So Figure, let's bring that in over here. We're talking about this IPO selling at basically selling 31.5 million shares at $25 a pop. That is above what the expected range of 20 to 22 was. So it was oversubscribed at the IPO stage. Is it now going to be oversubscribed on the first trading day? They did upsize the amount of shares from 26 to 31 million. So again, the oversubscription right now, it's showing me a theoretical auction price of $36. That is a little bit lower than where I saw it last. I think I saw it 36.20. Let's take a look at the paired volume on the imbalance locator. FIGR showing a buy side imbalance still, but now we're sub 100,000. We're showing 95,000. As the Katina Man and Neil taught us yesterday, as this number drops, I'm talking about the size column. That is the amount of size that's still unpaired by the exchange. As that number drops to maybe a 10, 15, something like that, that means we're getting closer to the open time. So if you have access to this imbalance locator and you want to trade Figure, it probably behooves you to keep your eye on that. It just bumped up again here to about 126,000. So the exchange looks like they're not done their job pairing these orders, Joey. So we're going to obviously cover Figure for you guys ad nauseum. And we also expect, I believe, Gemini tomorrow?
Yeah.
Their IPOs today, right? Actual IPO day. Adara is, yeah, thank you, Adara. I appreciate you. I think we're probably expecting Gemini tomorrow from what I've, Figure's open. It's open. It's dropping bigly here. So it opened up at 36. What I see is a price spike into 38. It's dropping down into 33. So Figure up 43%. That 43%, though, is from the IPO price. Keep your eye right now on FIGR. It is open for trading, $36.50. That's really going here. So there's a good amount of volume. About 6 million shares have already exchanged hands. It hasn't picked a direction. A little green, a little red. Trade these carefully, guys. They're more volatile possibly than some of these small cap gappers. That's what I'm keeping my eye on, Joey.
Good look there. Yeah. So
open is coming down. I'm stopping out here.
Down. All right.
Yeah. I gave back a little bit on open there. That's no good, but hey, that's the way it is.
That's all right. Yeah, that's all right.
Gemini's tomorrow. Thank you. Adara confirming Gemini IPO tomorrow. That one to me, because it's blockchain related, I'm going to be a little bit more interested in that one. I know this one is blockchain related, but they're lending.
I think Gemini might be a world beater there maybe, but I don't know. Oops. Oh, order rejected. All right, let's see if we can catch a little fill here, guys. Oh, off of that sell candle. Bang, there it is. Not too bad of a look on IBIT as we're continuously grinding. Looks like it wants to head towards that high of the day. I did take a little bit more out right here. Why? Because of this candle. I'm just like, I just better follow what the price is telling me. But it did break through, which is positive. But this inverted right above the volume weighted average price. I'm like, if it cracks the low, then I want to take a little bit more off. So with that being said, one more out. We're going to hold that one for the high of the day. We'll just post up at 65.12 and set that one up for our last out. So yeah, happy to have put that one on there. Let's see if we can get into that specific level. FIGR Not doing too much. Don't forget, we don't even have a 5-minute candle close just yet. And here's the 1 minute. So you open up at you wake up, open up at 36. You trade all the way down to 33. But
Still selling,
it's still selling right now. But the good thing is, though, Sheev, it's not going buck wild or anything like that. So that's not too bad. That's relatively. You can keep your risk measures in place. Unlike some of the other names, where as soon as out the gate you're up $10 or down $10, that can be some scary stuff, no questioning. But not too bad of a look here on FIGR.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm continuing to watch here. So it's right back up to 36. So just tapped 33 2/3 to the dot, right up to 36, still a lower high, rejecting 36. Seller at 36 multiple times now. We've worked into that. On the ask side of the level 2, we haven't been able to cross, so clearly somebody's selling here into that $36 level. Keep your eye out on this one. I mean, it hasn't really picked a direction, a little above, a little bit below. That seller at 36 showed up again. That's 3 times now that seller stepped in. So, yeah, if you're into these IPOs, this one's not for me. I really need that oversubscribed look, especially when we're talking about the imbalance locator. We saw this with Circle. We saw this with CoreWeave, where it was just ridiculous. Every time we looked at the tap, it was like $10 higher. And the boys were sitting there watching it the entire time, and they just kept yelling out tap, tap, tap. And every time we looked at the tap, it was just markedly higher. So that's the kind of thing I'm looking for. I'm not looking for this zig and zag. I don't think that that's the move for me for an intraday trade. Now, maybe it's a great investment. I mean, that's not what we're talking here, though. So that's my look there. I've got nothing else other than to say, Button, I think I might get into asset over here. ASST looks like it's holding up generally. I could give this one to a little bit to 15s or something. Joey, let's go long here on your, I don't know about that. Yeah, let's think about this one a little bit. I'm just thinking a little bit over here, see if that this is the right trade to work into. Yeah, well, there you go. You're getting some buying here, Joey, right into 40s. It looks like it might squeeze up into 50 here. Up 15%, but there we go, right up into 43. So this one is going. Yeah, I'm not too plussed about it. Right in, bro, right into 55s. We should have been punching in, Joey. That was, that was a mistake there. Hesitated, and we didn't get the price. So that's the look there. If you guys have anything you want us to look at, just tag myself or Joseph in the chat. We're going to start the news real soon. We'll do it a little bit later today because we don't have Adair to join in with us because, again, it's moving day. We don't have the big desk at the back of the room, so it'll just be Joseph and myself. So probably take a little bit less time, so we'll start it a little bit later. It's the right trade, says Ozan. You're talking about asset or ASST, I'm assuming, Ozan. It doesn't look bad, brother. It's a great hold off the 10 EMA, and it had a big move up. It's just I'm a little biased on this one because of yesterday's price action, though, and let's let that one go. The one that I have to keep my eye on, though, really is going to have to be AIRE. I don't want this one to really drop any below 8. If it ends up going into 8, so that's the end of the story, and we'll get out there. Let me just set up my stop on that one so that we're all kosher. Ross, what about support next on Open? So Open has lost the 10 EMA and the 20 EMA on the 5. So where is Open's price action support? Let's see if there's any price action before we have levels right here. This 940 area could be a price action support, given that we had a 3-candle rejection off this area. If it holds, then it's price action support. Otherwise, there's a big gap between price action support over here and VWAP, the next indicator support at 882. You may find support at 9, psychological support that is at the whole dollar level, but that's, you're going to have to see if it holds up there. I just wouldn't have a resting order at 9 unless I had proof that it had a buyer there before. So Open is not bad. Keep your looking out there. I think air is done for the day, says Ozan. Look, I feel you, brother. I feel you. I feel you because now we're kind of consolidating here with lower highs. It does have a flat bottom. It feels like at this 113, 112. So you're not wrong, Ozan. Lower high, lower high, lower high, and it's coming back down into that level. So I do have to agree with you. Yeah, it's deep. That's really good, Fabian. Shout out to you. Usually we expect these from Adara, but Fabian coming in with a nice pun there.
There we go.
Air is deflating.
Ooh.
Shout out to Fabian. I like that one. My mind doesn't work like that, Joey. Like I'm not good at these puns, right? She was made in the pun, and Fabian was born in it. So
Who said that?
Fabian, right in my ear right now.
You know what that's from?
I have no idea.
I quoted it yesterday, The Dark Knight.
The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, Joey Darkness. Darkness is spreading.
Hey, darkness.
Where's Neil? Oh, he knows that one, but he's not here. All right. Well, you guys know it in the chat for sure.
That's what I was saying to Sharif yesterday, Fabian. Born in the dark. You merely adapted it. Molded.
Well, I was born at 2 o'clock. It's 2:30 actually.
Oh, whoa! You're not supposed to say that apparently.
Really?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
that's
Why?
Yeah, I don't know. 14 years late. 14 years, zero hacks, zero excuses. BTCC.com delivers what others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link on the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so can
Joey, I have to interrupt. Sorry.
Ahead.
Boeing headline. It's on the screen. Southwest CEO says Boeing keeps improving and they are increasing their delivery goals for the year. And this is the price action. Nice price spike up there on the winged one, up from 27.50, where it was trading all the way up to 29.39, but coming back down to about 28.5. Boeing with a headline, thank you for that, Adara. Keep your eye on that if you are involved or interested in trading Boeing. Open seems to be finding at least local support at this 940 area that we spoke about. Price action, support, and resistance. Let's see if this one moves right back up. We'll get involved, but for the moment, going to steer clear of that. Air. We made fun of this one, but it's coming back up a little bit here. So at least the air or these tires are not deflated quite yet, Fabian, but I'm looking for a move into 18s for the first beak wetter there. It seems to be holding here, Ozan. I don't know what to make of this. It's kind of like a consolidation. It could be a bull flag. Yeah, I was biased because of the lower highs, but it just changed that by popping up into 17. So I don't know how to feel about this one. We'll keep tabs on it. So that's all I've got right now. Joey, tell them what you're looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, Miss Lucia, let's take a look at that. So, yeah, it got the price target raised by Citigroup to buy in a target of $150. It looks like. So not too bad. Or sorry, from 150 to 175. So not a bad look there. I mean, it put on this nice monster run throughout the earlier hours of the session, and then started to come back in, but holding some levels relatively well. So that's not too bad. But one thing I think we would want to focus on is the daily. Brother, remember when I was talking about buying this thing for a swing? And I did. I get stopped out. I never get back in it from
crazy.
100. Goes from 100 to 155. That's why I guess you got to take a couple stabs at things. You'll see that displayed when I come to year end, when I have my little chart of realized and everything like that. So I'll display that at the end. But this MU, really, really great stuff. Watch out for this hammer to close like that. Maybe you do get somewhat of a gap fill. And I know someone in the chat was asking me about Palantir and potential swings. I mean, I have it here on my alerts here. It was one of my top picks. So these are just names that have identical patterns, and you can see in the likes of Dash, right? So I think Dash and Palantir are most identical, but what you can see that's correlated between the two is that this isolated volume, you have that hammer print, so this can be classified as stopping volume after you've essentially sold off 25%. You get the stop and you get buyers to step in, and you have this consolidation, but now you're through some key resistance zones. I'm not going to say it won't continue, but I think for me, the prime entry is either if you can get your average in the middle of this range or a little bit lower. I personally wouldn't be trading it up there, but to each their own, right? You gotta trade your own style. Dell was fantastic, but yeah. Oh, and Reddit as well, relatively close to the same type of pattern. So you have this sell-off that's roughly around 20%, and then sure enough, you have that inverted candle. The volume isn't as isolated as the previous ones, but the lows were held really, really well. So boom, you get that move up, and then now on RDDT, I'm pretty sure you've put in a new all-time high, which is absolutely fantastic stuff there. So a good look. So there's multiple names making all-time highs in somewhat of a choppy market. So that's not too bad of a look. Once again, Palantir from a daily perspective. There it is. This move might be sustained, but one thing is this MU trade. Yeah, wow, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, all right, I like our chances here. At the time, we were only down about 10%, so we get involved here, and then as soon as, on this day is when I got stopped out, I'm like, all right, I'm out of it. And then I just never got back in. But again, shoulda, coulda, woulda, and that's what if history, and we don't play that.
Yeah, I hear you, Joey. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to update on, really. We're still holding these positions, and they've really slowed down now in their price action. BSGM did look like it was going to lose. The 10 EMA dipped down below it, but then got bought right back up into 60. My last profit taker on this one is going to be 69, so that's what I'm keeping my eye on. AIRE just has, it's got candles of indecision. It made another area high, or it broke that trend of lower highs, but it's right back down into that flat bottom area. So I don't know what to make of this. RCAT continues to trend higher here. Sorry, where's my RCAT trade? I think I took that off. But this is a figure heading aggressively to the high side here. Did find support at 32 1/3, and now it's about to take out 34. Let's see if this one can kind of clear that 34 and a half area. That's where there seem to be these candles here that closed out at that area. So another move up possibly for FIGR, but it's well off the high there at 36, showing less than 34 now. That's another look there. ASST as well, continued to trend higher, but off the highs. Did find support at that 20 EMA or around the $0.25, but still below that 988 high. In fact, coming back down now into that $0.50 area. Yeah, Open's finding some support here at that 940 area, but it's putting in still lower highs on every successive candle. So these moves into the $0.50 on Open Door are getting sold off. Now there is this area, and that's why I'm interested in this 940 area, because of this area crest over here, this 3-candle area crest on the 5-minute chart, which means 15 minutes of rejection of 940. We dip down, we lose 9. In fact, we double bottom at 880, and we rock it right back up. That's where I got involved on Open. So if it holds this area, but it's got to show me the new 5-minute candle to make a new high. If it doesn't, the sellers are still in control, and we still have lower highs on these successive candles, so that's not the entry for me. I'm not going to get in here, whether or not I see price action resistance, because the trend is still in the hands of the sellers or the short sellers. And now we are going to lose that 30-penny area. So Open Door losing it in a hurry here, well, relatively speaking, of course, down into that 9 1/3. Dropping back down, possibly here, maybe into 9. VWAP on Open Door, by the way, I should tell you, 8 low 80s, 883. Could be different by the time it makes its way there, though. That's it. Let's keep an eye here on some more small cap gappers. I see a new one, ISPC, at the day's high. So let's load that one up. Yo, we're going to have a great Saturday. With what your boy over there.
Yeah, you got.
Okay, so let's stop. Yeah, you taking Canelo? That's crazy.
No.
So everybody's saying that Bud hasn't been in enough wars, and that Canelo's been in bare wars, and when push comes to shove, that experience is going to come in. The other side of the coin is maybe his body's going to start showing.
I mean, they're both getting up there. They're both getting up there. I mean, Terrence Crawford's like,
but he hasn't been in wars though. Terrence has easily handled people most of the time though.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, he's had some good fights. I think there was Eddie Hearn had a guy that was pretty good. I forget his name, but that was a pretty good fight. It went to decision. But as for the spotlight, obviously it's probably their both biggest fights of all time. But I think Canelo's just been in the bigger of the spotlights, obviously with the Floyd fight. And
you know what that year was? You know what that year was?
Oh, when he fought Floyd?
Yeah.
Man, that was like, was that 09?
09.
Yeah, that's
We're
crazy.
going into 26 as guys fighting at elite levels.
Yeah, he was just a kid at that point. So, yeah, I mean, in the co-main event, I'm pretty intrigued. There's a couple good fights. That something Welsh kid, and he's fighting some other guy. They've, you know what? I'm gonna give a shout out. I'm gonna take a step back. I'm gonna give a shout out to I'm not going to, but I like what UFC is doing with boxing. I feel like they're already doing a better job promoting the fights than anything I've seen through some boxing.
Is UFC working with Turkey?
Yeah.
Or no? Yeah. Well, Turkey's been doing it live, bro.
So all these boxing fights are all over the UFC platform. But yeah, the co-main event, and I think the third last fight. Those are going to be some pretty good ones.
Can I say something to you, though?
Yeah.
One thing that I observed watching these Canelo fights, almost all of his great shots, Joey, are counter punches.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a classical classical
good at
counterpunch. Do you remember the fighter named Montel Griffin?
No.
Who Roy Jones lost to because Roy Jones got DQ'd punching him when he was down accidentally, so he got disqualified.
Oh, really?
So then they fought a second time. Montel Griffin was that classic counterpuncher.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Bud is like Montel. Montel's a lot bigger than him, but it's that classical guy who's not going to step forward, not initiate first, but who's so quick. They see you about to fire, and they get theirs off first. He's class counterpunch.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this fight. I don't think anybody hits the canvas. If they do, I wouldn't be as surprised if Bud hit it compared to Canelo. If Canelo hit the canvas, because he's never.
Neither of them has been knocked down. You know that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but I would be more shocked if Canelo got knocked down, because obviously Bud's moving up 2 weight classes and fighting and major power puncher. But yeah, at the end of the day, I'm gonna be excited. The thing is with these big fights, it's either the best fight you ever see or they're a little bit lackluster.
Exactly, because no one wants to take a risk.
Right.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm on the over, and I'm looking for you guys. Let me know the line on that. What is the overpaying?
What is the line?
Yeah, what is the overpaying on that, and what are the rounds?
To know.
So yeah, I'm going with that for sure. Crawford wins. We got Crawford decision.
I got Crawford.
Yeah, so I got Crawford decision as well too. So I mean, there's a lot of O's up. That's one thing Dana's doing. All these fighters have zeros next to their records.
You know what we saw it yesterday, Joey? It's not even close.
What?
It's $150 million. Canelo's taking home, Bud's taking 50.
But hey,
$100 million less.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
But a lot of zeros putting up against each other right now, with the exception, obviously, of Canelo. Bud's never lost. So if he gets a 1 against his name, then that'll be very interesting.
I'm going to really be interested to see like who can actually go the distance, if anybody gets tired. It's going to be a good one, baby.
No one's getting tired.
And
These guys
here's the thing, though. Let's just be honest about it. Canelo's probably going to have the crowd. Because all the Mexican Americans are going to be up there, right? And the Mexicans as well, they're going to be up there.
It's in Vegas, right?
Yeah, and it's like it's a throw stone away.
Yeah, but
and he typically has the crowd in Vegas, right?
For sure. So, yeah, guys, make sure you tag my name in it. What's the over and what's that paying on the rounds for that one? I'm curious to know.
Yeah, I love how you guys are chiming in. Everybody's got a different opinion here, and I love that. All right, let's talk about ISPC. We'll get back to trading.
Yeah.
It's a trading show, I didn't know it. All right, so this one, again, one of these outsized movers, guys. I'm talking about ISPC, not from yesterday, from the day prior, so from Tuesday. This thing was at 68 pennies to start in the pre-market on Tuesday. And then, Joey, it got really gangster. It got all the way up there into, I want to say, 371, high 60s, 437%. It moved within the pre-market to, what time was that? Around 350. So close to the close there. It really squeezed. Today, it's up nicely to the tune of, 20 and a third percent. Rejecting 158 for now, but holding trend, higher highs and higher lows. Again, what concerns me about these ones is not that the trend is not good, not that it's not holding the key moving averages and it meets my obligations and everything. It's this. Knowing that there are probably bag holders here that are going to be looking to get out for dear life, and that usually puts, at least for the moment, a top on the price action. Whether or not that happens with this one, that's my bias on it. I have that same bias on ASST. I was wrong because it popped up into 988, so it did give you an opportunity to move up. But ISPC in focus. Let's see if it, lures me into the trade, but there it goes. You were right, Ozan. I was wrong. AIRE lost the bid. It didn't trigger me out yet because I have my stop at 107. This is where it found support last time at 108, so still hasn't triggered my order. I'm going to kind of insist that it trigger my order there, and I will give back on it, obviously, on this one. BSGM, we're doing well on. Likewise with PROK as this one continues to trend up. The Tranquil channel. Is ASST building a bull flag in the last? Yes, it is. Absolutely. It's a compression pattern. I would say it's a bull pennant because you have higher lows and higher highs. But that's obviously very good, right? Because it's a bullish pattern. But again, it doesn't override this. And this is my bias. This over here I don't like, right? Again, I keep saying the same thing, but it's bag holders here that concern me. So yes, you're absolutely right. It does feel like a bull pennant. With the breakout time, that 11:15, you get that nice move up from, let's just say, 820 off VWAP into that high 988, and now we're putting in lower highs, but we also are putting in higher lows. So you're absolutely right about that. I don't know. I don't think it gets me in the trade yet. So I'm going to steer clear of that one, Joey. What do you got?
All right, good stuff. Yeah, I'm just going to run through some names here to see if we see any potential setups. I don't see anything right now. I mean, the Qs have come back towards VWAP, but bounced right off of it with that hammer candle, so they didn't even get quite there yet. So, Gorv, this is what I'm talking about. When you have these hammer candles just hovering above VWAP, I don't love that. I want to see it south of it, kind of just like this IBIT trade here. So we're all out of that now, but those indecisions right below the volume-weighted average prices when I really start to salivate and like those things. A little dramatic there, maybe I shouldn't have said that. But anyways, SoFi, yeah, all right, SoFi so long. INTC, let's actually just go down the list here. You can see the volume on this one as well too, guys, so not too bad of a look. Tesla, NVDA, oh yeah, it's been a stinker on the day. Nice indecision right at those highs. Engulfing print, holding it pretty good. That's a nice turtle shell. It's like boom, out, boom, over there. Let's put a little line right there just so we can know what that low of the day is. WBD, I did like this. I liked it here, but then it continued to grind higher, so I'm glad we didn't try to take a short on that name. What's Tesla been up to as it pulled back? See, so it's like boom, it cracks through and then just bids right back up into some key resistance zones. So just keep an eye out on that. What's our good friend Oracle up to? I mean, I'm not surprised that it's starting to cool down a little bit considering the move that it's been on for the past couple of sessions. Soundhound, a little bit more choppy, but not too bad. Nice strong volume, indecision print low there. At Ford, okay, what's Ford? Oh, wow, all right. Hey, what's up, Ford Motors? Good look there. From not from a daily perspective, that's for sure. So yeah, that'd be tough to hold, man. I would not be happy with myself. It's just buy S&P. Baba, what's that one up to? Pew, big time breakout. So a really good look. Finally, this chart's being loaded, so that's pretty good. Some of these Bitcoin miners, consolidation zone. Is it gonna break out? This is a really tough space in my opinion. So yeah, I mean. And for a couple of years now, you've just been trading within this range. Again, if you're looking to grab the lower end, that's more ideal, obviously. And then hopefully in the latter half, usually the second half of the year is a little bit more bullish for crypto. When do we have our splitting in 2024? So we still got a couple more years until we have another halving event. I think it's 28, guys. Obviously, fact check me on that one. But the next Bitcoin halving event is going to be in 2028. I'm going to be most definitely looking forward to that. How old will I be by then? Old man, I'll be 36 at that age by the time we get that next Bitcoin halving event.
You gotta be kidding me.
Wow, yeah, that's insane. Palantir, sorry, we're just going over some of these names here, Sharif. And then Ethereum not doing anything here, man. I sold some at the lows. Like I cut down around just a little bit under half of my position down here. We were in at 27.50 was our average, and I gave a lot of profit back. I was talking to Gorev on the side about this one here, and I did give a lot of unrealized back, but it's part of the game. We'll get back involved again. I was thinking of maybe going Monday or Tuesday. We'll get involved in some contracts, but I have to be willing to put up the risk too, leading into the FOMC meeting, obviously. But I think it could add a little bit of a spark to the flame here, or some fuel to the fire, I should say, with the crypto space, because it hasn't completely broken down. It's holding that level really, really well, and I'm glad that it is, and we haven't had that big time move considering from June of the summer. Yeah, like, oh my God, you're up 117%. So,
all right, guys, Assassino. Oh, no worries.
Fire it up.
I'm like rushing Assassino. Sorry, brother. All right, guys. OGen. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment for such. NYSE-listed Oragenics under ticker OGEN is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Shout out to Oragenics. Yeah, that's obviously a big deal. Goes without saying. Concussions, no good.
Yeah, that sucked, man. I was suffering.
I remember you were. Yeah, you were not happy about that.
It did not. It honestly didn't feel like it was going to end, and I'm thankful that it did, man. Yeah,
It's crazy. I don't know if I've ever had one.
Post-concussion
That's the thing.
syndrome?
Like I don't. I like maybe as
Never
a
had
kid,
one?
but I didn't have one
Yeah.
as an adult. For
That
sure.
was, yeah, no, I've had undiagnosed, I probably had one or two, but nothing substantial. The one that I experienced last year was like the first diagnosed.
You were not
one.
happy about that at one.
Oh,
at all.
bro,
You were-
it sucked, man, for a long time. It's like go to sleep with a headache, and this is post-concussion syndrome. So anyways, I got a concussion, and then literally months later, just randomly, I just started getting these headaches again, and I had to go back to see what was going on, and they're like, yeah, you have post-concussion syndrome. It's like I would go to sleep with a headache, and I would wake up with one. It was just all day. It was brutal, man. It was, the quality of life was garbage
it's
for a
not
couple
good, bro.
months.
It's
Yeah,
tough, man.
it was
It's tough,
tough, man. It was tough.
All right, guys. Ozan, can we change the name of Ogen as I hear it like my name every time? Let's call it G-Gen. Sure, Ozan, hold on. Let's call the company. Let's have them change the articles of incorporation and, you know, all the legalities that come with that, obviously. Shout out to the OG Ozan in the chat. Look, I hate this stock. I hate it. I mean, I didn't have a good read. Joey, I said to myself, nah, there's no way I'm going to get stop hunted below 108.
Oh, yeah, bang. They heard
Bang.
you say, they heard you say it.
Immediately.
Yeah, they heard
Straight to jail. You got stop hunted. What's up, Adara? Adara's throwing a headline right now. Keep your eye on the bottom of the screen there. There is news weaseling in. U.S. sues over Uber over disability discrimination. Really? Uber. Thank you, Adara. As soon as we get details, I don't see any on my what's it called, blotter at the moment. But we didn't really get much in the way of price action on that. So we'll keep an eye out on that. As soon as Adara has more information, she'll bring it to us. Thank you for that, Adara, as always. Gap shorter. Happens to me all the time. Oh, don't get me started, man. Stop hunting. It's the worst feeling because, like, you think that you had the right idea, but somebody else was able to kind of bamboozle you. Yep, I see Ast, Bovin, ASST is coming back down. I don't know, man. It's into the 20 now. 20 exponential moving average on the 5. I don't know how I feel about ASST. I'll continue to watch. It's got to make higher highs and higher lows for me to get involved, and it's not doing either at the moment. But this open door has got a couple of green candles here, and it may have found a bottom, double bottom here in the 9 low teens. Coming up into 45, it's still below the 10. Can it get above 50? And if it does, are we going to start squeezing now to test 10? We have a $9.94 high a day, so essentially a $10 touch. But yeah, let's see what this one does. I gave back on it, so I don't want to give back on it anymore. I got in here and I had to get stopped out. Here comes 9.5. Seller at the $0.50. Now the $0.50 is above the 10 EMA, but not by that much. So let's see exactly what the situation is here on open door. Are we going to start trending back to the high side? Seller at 50, continuing to sell off here, zigging and zagging at the $0.50. So I'm going to continue to watch here. I'm not going to step in quick as you like. I want to see more. I want to see your clearing of the $0.50. Yannick telling me about NX double T. Yep, I kept my eye on that one, brother. But it's 30 pennies, so that's why I'm trying to stay away from that. But thank you for that. Here we go. Open door, taking out the $0.50 for now. Let's get involved. We're going to get small here. We'll add into the position. That way we don't give back too much. So very small position here to start on open door at 52s, and it's already zigging and zagging, not going already. So this is exactly why I took a smaller position to start, because we're at an area of indecision right now. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Let's see if we can add. All right, into 58s we go. We'll look to add more now if we get into the 60s. We're going to play with house money here, okay? We don't give back too much. Let's get into the 60s, and then we'll start punching. Seller at 60. All right, now we're printing 61. These. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah, Sir Poopy Pants, thank you. Oh, paper. Sorry, Sir Poppy. Okay, Paper Hands. We're just gonna call you because that's a little bit complex. Sorry, 2NY. Yeah, I think 650 at this pace is definitely that next target. If you can take a look at it from the daily, and there it goes. Like it's starting to really pick up steam. So not too bad of a look there. Ethereum, thanks for pointing that out there, Sir Paper Hands. I know that feeling plenty. Now let's see if this downtrend can get snapped. The one thing that we got to keep an eye out for is that it's going to be a false break. But if the volume on the lower, sorry, I got to stop doing it. If the volume on the lower time frames really starts to pick up, but see, this is what I don't like about it, is that you get this big move and then it's immediately met by some defense, and then you head back into the middle of that range. So just keep an eye on it. This could be sustained, so let's keep an eye on that buying pressure to see if it kicks in. This was IBIT earlier in the day, so not too bad outlook. Boom. We take that all the way up there, and then let's take a look at ETHA for our guy. Yeah, really starting to break out. That's a nice move. We want to see more volume, though. More is always good. And I'm not going to buy the top end of this range because I'm just not in love with it right now. So, I mean, it could continue its trajectory on the current path that it's on, and that'd be fantastic. But maybe we wait until it's on the backside of this trend here, Sharif, and then we take it to the long side there. So,
all right, Joey, we pop.
Fire it up.
Pardon me?
I thought you were going to say news there.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just trying to see what we're going to do with this trade over here on open. It did pop up into the low 60s. It didn't have continuation, which is why I didn't add. We're in at 52. It's at 58 right now on the ask. I haven't added into this one, waiting for a direction on the trend. We've got another, I think, minute or 30 seconds left on this current 5-minute candle. I want to see how the other one opens up. Is it going to be aggressive? Is it going to continue into the area highs, or are we going to just basically chop and churn and to do a ton of shares at this level with really no price change? Guys, this has done 707 million shares on the day. I'm talking about open door. So we're getting close to that 1,000. And there's the first 5-minute candle there. We're going to add into this, Joey. Can we get it? It's not giving us the add. It's going to have to come down. Otherwise, we're going to have to chase it over here. So should have been giving me that. What the hell's going on, bro? Why am I not getting it? All right, let's see if we can kind of get it. Otherwise, we'll get it. There we go. Now we got it a little bit. Let's see if we can set up and whether this one is going to trend nicely into the high. Back down into the 50s we go, and obviously adding into the 60s changes our cost basis. But the current 5-minute candle did make a new high. It could be a bamboozler, right? So let's see exactly what we can get here, Joey. Looking for continuation into at least that $0.75, then ultimately, looking for that $10 move. Open door, the #1 voted stock by you guys on the show today, and it wasn't even close, Joseph Option. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now.
Absolutely. Oh, sir, paper hands, man. Yeah, Adam. Yeah, those were rough times back then for sure. Over there in the good old Regent Park. You don't want to be. I mean, it's not so bad now. I walk around anywhere in the city. It's my city. See, that's the thing about Toronto, right? As long as you don't bother anybody, you'll be all right. And sure enough, some of the obviously unfortunate homeless people, if you just leave them alone and let them do their thing, then you'll be okay. There it goes. All right, guys, we're involved in some Ethereum for this breakout here. I don't love my risk to reward whatsoever, so we'll hold it on. We'll hold on to it for as long as we can, but continuous strength. Ideal entry would have been down here, but let's see if the volume is going to be sustained and pick up. I like that we breached this downtrend. Hasn't been doing too much. Yeah, and there it goes. It's starting to come back in aggressively now. So if we get some aggressive volume spikes to the top side, I like my chances, and there it goes. Oh, my days. Yeah, there's a little bit of a chase. I still like this, but the volume isn't there, right? So I'm not in love with it. Maybe I'll have to just accept the loss that I'm probably going to take on that. So not too horrible. Now, as for everything else, what else we got going on? Yeah, so we went on about on dash there for you. I just bought the top, so whoever was grabbing equity. And look at the selling pressure being met right there. Yeah, okay.
Get it, Mark.
Yeah, get it. You got to get it done. So things got to get done, brother. All right.
Open doors going, guys.
Yeah, it's going.
It's right, local highs, Joey.
There we go. Bang. We got in a little bit more just down here to see if we can get a pop of this break. Show me what you got.
All right, open door. We're continuing to go, guys. So our cost basis is fundamentally different. We got in initially at, I believe, 58, and now we're scalping all the way up into 73. Or 72, excuse me. Good look. Now I've set up at 79. Let's see if open door's got a 3-candle aggressive green pattern. Let's not take out too much too quick, though. If this is going to squeeze, and right now it feels like it is breaking out, right? I have a bias, maybe into the 90s, maybe into the whole dollar. Let's pack our patience and see. This is kind of why I sometimes don't like adding into a winner. Yeah. Because it fundamentally changes your cost basis. But what you forget is you've already wet your beak on those lower profits, right? First in, first out. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see whether this one wants to continue up. The current candle high is 72 pennies. So we'll have to continue to watch that. Currently showing me 68. I also went the beak here on some profits on PROK. It's not a big winner, but it's, you know, continuing to trend in the right direction. BSGM, though, feels like it's changing its tune. It's got a 3-candle red pattern now at the on the 5-minute. So I don't know what to make of this one. You know, we only have one beak wetter left, and it was all the way up at 69. We didn't take anything there, so I don't know. I'm going to let this one run for a little bit. What I really want to focus on is open. That's where we have shares, and I'm looking for that move into that 70 penny area. Now, what's my move? What's my move? So current bar low is, excuse me, 55. So if it loses 55, I'm out. Okay, it's simple. It's going to have to hold trend. If this current candle goes red, I'm gone. We'll give back a little bit on it. Bobby Axelrod. My average on open is 627. And I want to add more. Fighting the urge. I believe in this movement. Brother, you know, every time people write this one off, they call it whatever they want. They can call it a meme stock. They can call it retail happy. Whatever they want to call it. Every day we're coming in, and this thing keeps making moves. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, brother. I don't know. I don't know.
You lost that words. Yeah, I don't even know. I wasn't even really listening.
Yeah, I mean, what he's saying is he wants to add it into it. He's long at 627.
What's up, Ramin?
He wants to add more. He's fighting the urge. He believes in the movement, though. Okay, Ram bought at 5, sold at 650. Bought more at 750.
Yeah.
Sold some at 780. At 980. Wow.
Wow.
Okay, bro. I just want to know, when did this become a thing? Like, why are you punching into positions without asking?
What do you use though? You don't tell.
100%. She's using her TD or something.
No, it's not.
TD?
Yeah, I was gonna say. No, there's nothing wrong with that.
What's wrong with that?
No,
She's using Wealth Simple, which is like the Canadian version of Robinhood. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Get it, Ram. I hope you print up multiple storms. Assassino Assassino is in a lot of is in a precarious position right now. But they're moving the desk, guys. Maybe you guys will be able to see that a little bit. I don't know, not quite yet. They're moving the big boy desk, and there's a whole bunch of people involved in moving this. But hey, we're doing it live, and I can't wait.
Are we ever doing it live, my friend? Let's go. What happened? Oh, boy.
Well, it came down into my ankle, so I got out. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so there we go. Oh, boy. Hold on. Forgot we had that one there. We're going to hit this one. Oh, no, you don't want to celebrate too early, right? So, Jake.
Get it, Adara.
Yeah, it's at Trader TV Joseph. At Trader TV Joseph. Bot Ricks, can you put that in the chat there for me? Hopefully you can hear me at Trader TV Joseph. I know it's just a bot, but for some reason, I'll just put it in there. Trader TV Joseph.
Get it, Joey.
JOSEPH. Bang. There. See if you can go out and find your boy on that one. Or I could just pull it up. That'd make it a lot more simplistic as well, too. Pull up. Yeah, my boy Adam was, our guy Healing Pain Naturally was telling me about some spots. I'm like, what are you doing in those neck of the woods there, Healing Pain? That's where my old man lives. He's talking about the Driftwood area and stuff like that. Yeah. There it is. Ad trade. Oh yeah, that's what I post up. Man, I used to write so many options. It was insane back in the day. This is all just writings. That was crazy. Those were good times there. But there it is, guys. Ad Trader TV Joseph. Let's go Ethereum. What do you got?
All right, keeping an eye on open, Joey. I flattened out PROK as it did lose the 10 and the 20. I'm talking about PROK. That trade's done. Open is back into my latest ad. So we were obviously in earlier, but we did add into this level. It came back into it. Let's see if it loses the prior bar low. Prior bar low is at 55s. Just want to double check that. I love these things. 55, 56. Yeah, so here we go again. It does look like it's going to lose that level. If it makes the first 5-minute candle to make a new low, I'm out of this one. We will give back a little bit on it. As we did obviously add into the position. Here we are, 56, 57. Does it break? Yes, it does break. So we're out of that one. So keeping an eye on it. We'll look to do a little bit better on this one. I only have BSGM now. That's it. Everything else is breaking down below my levels. ASST, though, possibly has support at VWAP over here. So this is the volume weighted average price, right where the price is here at 860. So there's a hammer candle here, and ASST could be headed back up. Bovin, how do you feel about this? Are you getting in? Or if you're not in, or if you were already in, are you getting in now? Because this is, it's trending nicely here. Let's see if we can weasel into this one and take some prints, possibly to the high side over here, Joey, on this bad boy. As it's showing a nice move off the volume weighted average price. So let's see if we can get a nice price spike up into that $9 area. What's going on over there? Everything good?
Yeah.
All right. So let's continue to watch ASST over here. Let's see if we can get back into that 890 area. If it loses prior bar low, which is basically like this 860 area, we'll get out on ASST. I really want to start the news, but every time I do that, we're involved in another name. So, yeah, that's the situation there, guys, as we continue to watch this bad boy over here. I'm involved in ASST at 85. Show me 79s on the ask, but this one is losing pretty quickly. Bovin says dip buy. So we'll see if this one holds up, but it's not holding up, Bovin. Candle of indecision right now, showing 65. So we are 20 pennies out of the money right now on ASST with a very small position. Doesn't matter, though. It's about executing the correct way as opposed to just how many shares we have. Let's see if it moves back up into the good area over here in the high 80s. Back into 75 we go. 81's now showing up. So as quick as we were down, let's see if we can kind of recoup off this level and head into 9. So that's what I'm kind of looking for on ASST. It's only up 8 1/3. It was up over 20% at the highs, but it has obviously given back some moves now from this 980 area. So we'll see if we can kind of get out here or what the situation is going to be. That's all I've got.
Yeah,
what do you got?
Yeah, same thing. I'm going to hop out of this Ethereum trade here. I tried to catch a fill up there. Didn't go, obviously. So, yeah, good stuff there. Again, I wanted to get this half out and then have my average down here, but then it just rejected, didn't get the fill, and then sure enough starting to come back in. So if we crack through that level, then we'll just hop out and no worries, because this was a little bit of a chase, but nice strong reaction right there. That's how you recover there, boys. That's how you get back. Let's go. And see if this can be sustained, right? We want to see this continuous, but you can see from the volume standpoint how much more selling pressure is stepping in compared to what we're getting on the buying pressure. And I mean, even relative to the breakout there. So not the best look, but we'll hold on until otherwise. So let's get that rocking and rolling.
I'm just going to set up here, and then we're going to start the news in 1 second.
Yeah. Adam, check me monkeying around Healing Pain Naturally page. I'll get back to it when I get back to. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, we're not gonna repeat that last little bit there. Healing Pain. Yeah, come on, man. Put some respect on the name, brother. At least, you know what I mean. Long. Okay, you're long NVDA. Let's see what that is up to, Gorev. On the 5 minute. All right, off of those lows, not too bad, not too bad. Let's see if you can hold that specific level right at 177.06.
All right, open door, guys. We've been trading this, and now we're going to tell you what's going on with it. Assassino. Open door appointed Kaz Najatayan. He was a former Shopify COO, shout out to Canada, babe, and a product head as its new CEO. Co-founder Keith Rabois will return now as chairman, and early CEO Eric Wu will also rejoin the board, according to this report. Let me just have a look over here. ASST breaking out into 8.99 right now. I've got a bunch of beak wetters. We didn't get the ad, sadly, at the $0.75, so we will only have a few shares with this bad boy, so let's go ahead and take that one off and see if we can get something above 9. Going on, shares are up, I want to say 61%. When this article was written, it was only 30. It skyrocketed 15 times since the June lows, when it nearly faced delisting from the NASDAQ for trading under $1 for a prolonged period of time. The market cap now stands, show yourself, open door. Where is your market cap? Let's find out, because here it says 6 billion. It's almost 6.97 now, and up from less than $400 million where it was trading 3 months ago. So what a recovery this was. It's really been led by hedge fund manager Eric Jackson, as well as others who voiced their support for pushing Wheeler's ouster. Retailer investors also piled in during the summer, giving the stock sort of meme status, if you want to call it that. I feel it's a bit pejorative, but whatever. Open Door went public, as you guys know, via SPAC back in 2020. It operates a tech-driven platform for buying and selling homes, and it profits, Joey, from resale spreads. That's kind of their moat, and probably going to get weasel into advertising at some point as well, like everybody else.
Yeah. Not too bad of a look there, Sharif. I mean, I think with obviously this coming meeting here that we got going on next weekend can add some fuel to the real estate market and much needed fuel. I know a lot of people are looking for rate cuts, obviously, for mortgages and everything, and looking to refinance. So yeah, I think Open Door rate cut, it's going to add a lot of fuel to the crypto space and the real estate space, so then that the American economy can stay robust. And I think it's going to be really important, and we'll see some nice moves here in Open Door come FOMC.
I agree. All right, here we go on ASST. We're right at my entry, but it's got to cross my profit taker. 905 showing right now, 903, 905. So I'm looking for that next profit taker on that level, and then we're going to let it run, assuming it does print that level. Let's talk about Amazon. Zoox.
Ooh.
I know you're going to like this one. Zoox enters the U.S. robo-taxi market. It was already there, but it's expanding. Let's talk about it. So Amazon-owned Zoox officially launched its first public robo-taxi service on Wednesday out in Vegas. The service begins with free rides at select Strip locations. We're talking about Topgolf, Area 15, Resort Worlds, New York, and the Luxor. New York, and the Luxor are aging now, though. Paid rides will follow pending regulatory approval, the company says. The robo-taxi design here is a little different. There's no steering wheel, no pedals. It seats 4 passengers face-to-face. Got 16 hours of battery life, and it's bi-directional. There's no front or back of the car. It can go this way, it can go that way without really changing direction. That's pretty cool. So it's really just made from the ground up as a robo-taxi. The competitive landscape obviously is tough. Unlike rivals, obviously, Zoox is purpose-built, not retrofitted. So it's not like Waymo where they're retrofitting an iPace. In Elon's case, obviously, the robo-taxi is going to be from the ground up as well. Amazon betting on this from the ground up design. Obviously, it helps preserve margins because you don't have to pay $100,000 or $250,000 for an iPace. Currently, there's a fleet of 50 robo-taxis being tested in San Francisco as well as Vegas. That's been the case since 2019. Expansion is planned for San Francisco, Austin, Miami, with test cars already in LA and Atlanta and Seattle. Zoox experienced, though, a minor accident or incident, including a collision with a car in April and an e-scooter in May, leading to software recalls by the company. Amazon did acquire Zoox back in 2020 for $1.3 billion. A new manufacturing facility in Hayward, California, is currently producing, Joey, 1 robo-taxi per day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, that's not the best, so at most are going to get 365 of these a year.
Better than nothing.
Scale,
Better than nothing, though, obviously. Yeah. I like it. I love this thing. I'm not even going to beat around the bush on this. I don't like it. I love it. I love the way this thing looks. I love everything about it, to be honest with you. I think it looks fantastic. Starting to expand as well, too, in the likes of San Francisco. I think that's going to be their next step. And we know what happened with the likes of Ford and GM. They just had to abandon, essentially, all of their autonomous kind of sectors that they were looking on. I mean, Ford back in it was a little bit longer for Ford, and then GM's just like, we can't afford to do this. But I like what Zoox is doing. I watched the video yesterday. It did turn right on a red light without stopping. So there's a little something obviously going on there from software.
It's very
I love it, brother.
Yeah.
It's something completely different. And
zoom in on that bad boy.
Yeah. We can zoom in on this thing here. Oh, there we go. Bang. Yeah. We're doing it live. So
I'm assuming those little pillars on the front of the car. See those? That's probably the LiDAR.
This is the LiDAR.
It's the LiDAR.
Oh, did you see what, did you see what Marquez Brownlee said about the iPhone?
Yeah,
LiDAR?
he wasn't happy.
And LiDAR, though.
No, I didn't hear the LiDAR.
Yeah. So when you hold your camera phone up to the LiDAR, it puts little dots in it.
Yes.
So you figured that out.
He was reviewing the Volvo.
Yes,
I saw that.
Yeah. So that was very interesting.
Yeah.
So as for the LiDAR, but I love this thing. Hopefully it continues to grow, and hopefully by 2035 we get to see some here in Toronto, Canada.
Apple's breaking out, Joey. Apparently, everybody's saying it's at the high of the day, 229.48. I don't know if you want to look at that.
I said 2030. That was like a decade from now. You didn't get my little joke there, but that's okay.
My bad.
I
was trying to talk about Apple.
It's all right, brother.
I apologize,
No,
bro.
it's all good, man.
There was an individual in the chat, Richard Cabaza. Been in a Zooks here in San Francisco. It's a great ride. I tagged him, like, give me some more color, brother, on your experience. So let me know, Richard, if you can give us a little bit more information. I'd love to ask.
I love the dual-facing seats as well, too. And I mean, like in the likes of Las Vegas, like you have these big doors here and everything. You can see everything around you. And then who knows? Maybe they'll start serving some beverages in there or something. Or
yeah, they
bring
better
them in there or something.
Massages and stuff, too, bro.
Oh, wow. You want the whole speed.
I want the full experience, Joey. They're going to take my money. I want it all. Let's talk about Baba, the Katina man. You still in Baba, brother? He's only $7 in the money. Baba raising $3.2 billion via convertible bond for cloud and global push. So Alibaba will raise, according to this article, $3.2 billion using a zero coupon convertible bond maturing in September 2032. So zero coupon means you don't get interest on the bond, but you get to convert it at the maturity date, typically for what is perceived to be a lesser price than it will be trading at the time. That's the upside. The bond converts into Alibaba's U.S. listed shares, adding potential dilution risk. So as much as it's good for the bondholder to be able to convert it into equities at a later date for a lesser price, as much as it's bad for the current shareholders who will have their share of Alibaba diluted as a result of the new issuance. So this follows recent capital raises. Back in July, they raised $1.5 billion as an exchangeable bond. And then in May of 2023, they also raised $5 billion. That was also a convertible bond at the time. I'm going to flatten out this trade over here as I want to be able to concentrate on the news. 80% of that, they're going to raise $3.2 billion. And 80% of that, according to the company, will be earmarked for data center expansion, as well as tech upgrades and cloud service improvements. So they're really going full force here on their cloud division, as well as AI. Data center, as we've spoken about before, is a euphemism for AI. They're committed to investing about $53 billion over 3 years into AI and related infrastructure. So that's 80% of the proceeds going to go to that, Joey. What's the other 20% going to go to? It will support the global expansion of AliExpress, Lazada, and Trendyol. Those are kind of their retail pushes, which are obviously a lot lower margin. Cloud, as we know, very high margin product. Retail, not so much. So it's a good look, Joey. I mean, usually you're punished a little bit for raising by the market.
Yep.
In this case, Baba is up 8.5%. And I'm going to say, in my opinion, it's because they're spending up a storm on AI, and that's what the market wants to do.
Yeah. I mean, how do you think, from an American standpoint, I mean, this is probably one of your bigger levels of competition at the end of the day. So I'm glad to see, I could care less from either party, but it's good because during this AI boom, I forget the name of the ticker, but Salesforce is what I'm thinking of. Is just when everything is moving up, and then you have this AI boom, and Salesforce is kind of doing the opposite. So you're scratching your head, but now you're starting to see Baba really participate in this, and that's going to be from a technical standpoint as well too. So I like what we got going on. The spend is there, and then you have the technical breakouts as well. So something's working out. Regardless of
I love it. I love that chart. That's a fantastic looking chart there. Look at that takeout area highs with higher lows, Joey. That's
I mean, it's the spend.
You're going to have to put up with that kind of crap, though, all the time, those pullbacks there. But if you can look through that and look at the trend, then, you know, easier said than done, though, Joey.
So much easier said. Like, you got to completely no mind to this. Personally, I wouldn't be getting involved in the ADRs from an investment standpoint. I think they're great for, obviously, day trading vehicles, as you can see today. But now you got to think about it. The China markets are going to wake up, and this thing is gapped up large as well.
Oh, yeah. They know about it, bro. They're already looking.
The Americans have been buying.
All right, guys, let's talk about this, baby. Oracle soars on rare cloud growth outlook. This is a prohibitively ambitious and kind of, let's just call it crazy ass growth outlook here by Oracle. So here's what we're talking about. They're guiding $18 billion in just cloud revenue for full year 2026. But that's the tamest part of this report. By 27, they're saying $32 billion in cloud revenue. 28, they're talking 73 billion, Joseph. And in 29, they're talking 114 billion, with 30 being at 144 billion in cloud revenue. Now, whether you want to believe them or not is your prerogative. But what they want you to see is what they're calling their existing and outstanding RPOs, remaining performance obligations, aka the backlog of demand that they currently can't meet. So what they're saying is, we have X amount of demand now, about $320 billion worth, that we can't meet right now. Hey, don't you think we'll have more demand in the future when this builds out? That's the pitch to investors, and that's why this thing was up a ton yesterday. And you guys know exactly what I'm saying. That was 36% in one day, hitting a record close of $328.33. You had a whole bunch of analyst ratings come in yesterday. One of them was Bernstein, who raised their price target from 308 to 363, reiterating their outperformance rating. And what they're saying is a momentum-fueled multi-year RPO surge of 359% to $455 billion frickin' dollars, supported by 4 mega deals, including OpenAI.
Yep.
Speaking of those deals, Joey, let's talk about that OpenAI deal that they have. They're obviously part of Stargate project, the multi-cloud partnerships as well. They reported 4 deals, 4 multi-billion-dollar deals with 3 clients, meaning one of those clients had 2 deals. We know they're already doing business with Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and they're expecting at least triple-digit growth through full year 2026. And their SaaS apps, man, software as a service, grew 11% up to $3.8 billion. And Joey, they're trying to keep CapEx down. And here's how they're doing it. What they're raising, obviously, their CapEx spent to $35 billion from 25, which is obvious. But they're not buying these data centers. According to them, they're renting the data centers instead of building, aligning with the spending closely with revenue.
I think that's one thing I'm glad that you brought that up, Shree, because margins are obviously going to be really important when it comes to this. But when you put out a guide like this, you better meet those expectations, because when the market price is in 30%, I know. You better hit and beat, honestly, on the top and the bottom line, and then continuous your aggressive guides. If not, it will get ugly come next report. I'm not going to say that's going to be necessarily the case, because I don't know. I can't say it. I can't see the future, unfortunately. But for me personally, you better hit expectations and then probably exceed them as well too. So big time, massive forecast, extremely bullish.
Joey, I got to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
WBD is breaking out. Thank you, Adara. Thank you, Beef Strogie. Paramount prepares Ellison-backed bid for Warner Brothers Discovery to be primarily cash deal. Reporting the Wall Street Journal, it's all sorts of strong. WBD is breaking out in an insane way. Here we go. We're going to have to throw this up on the side chart over here, as this is not updating. I apologize. WBD is up big. It's up 20.89%. It's got 101 million shares of volume already traded on the day. And, somebody knew something over here. You're not going to convince me. That's a bunch of, investigate these guys. Anyway, Joey, go ahead.
No, we'll do e-signal and we'll touch on that for a second. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything infinite. Instant data, trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading?
Yes.
Get involved with e-signal. Yeah, I mean, look at Warner Bros. This thing's making moves.
It's going, Joey.
I'm not even talking from a technical standpoint either. You got to think about the deal. It's Warner Bros. The Paramount. So the Paramount and obviously the NBA deals, getting South Park.
Bang.
They had, and the UFC deal. How could I forget? So it looks
that
like
was the big one for me.
Exactly. So it looks like these guys are looking to.
Isn't that Paramount though? Isn't that PARA?
Oh, that is Paramount. Oh, okay, sorry. No.
Paramount Global.
The UFC deals with Paramount. That's my fault. So Paramount prepares Ellison-backed bid for Warner Brothers. Okay, so this is what I'm getting at. Paramount is making moves here, obviously with the UFC deal, and then now they're looking to get involved with Warner Brothers.
Yeah,
here, which is,
I agree with you, Joe. This is really going though, guys. This is a good move here. It's through 15. It hasn't decisively taken 15 quite yet, but that is the move right now. on WBD. It's an insane price spike. It's done a lot of volume, guys. Almost 107 million shares, up 21%. I don't know what the average volume is on WBD. I will tell you in 1 second. The average volume is 61.2. So we haven't done 2 times our vol yet, but possibly getting close. Trade it carefully, guys. All right, let's go on to the next story. Apple hit with back-to-back downgrades. Oh, baby. No good. D.A. Davidson cutting Apple to neutral from buy, but keeping that same 250 price target. Bless you, Ram, citing the uninspiring product announcement and the lack of near-term AI innovation, according to them. Analysts said Apple may not be able to leverage AI in a meaningful way soon. I disagree, leaving growth constrained under the status quo. As I spoke about yesterday, I did a little deep dive into the new GPU changes in the A19 Pro chip. They added 6 neural networks within that GPU, and I obviously don't understand what all that means, so I did a little bit of deep dive with chat, and that seems to be an emphasis on local device inference. So you're not looking for training. As we've talked about in the past, AI basically is split into 2. There's inference and pre-training and training, and this is really inference focused, meaning you're going to be able to run these small language models on device, obviously circumventing the cloud. That helps with speed and privacy, so you don't have to go onto the cloud. I think that that's what they're setting up for. That's just my opinion. Analysts argued the iPhone 16 and 17 family lineup, including the Air, lack enough innovation to drive a strong upgrade cycle. The anticipated foldable phone coming in 26 also may fall short to boost demand, according to D.A. Davidson. And the Apple Intelligence rollout is described as a relative failure by traditional Apple standards, undermining the iPhone 17's appeal. There's also weakness in China. It's not just Apple AI or Apple Intelligence, weakness in China flagged as a continued drag on the growth of the company, worsened, by rising competition from domestic brands. They also cite, Joey, tariffs and high capex as additional headwinds. And last but not least, it wasn't just D.A. Davidson downgrading them today. Philip Securities downgraded Apple to a reduce and set the price target at $200.
Yeah, all right. So we'll go over the super chat and then we'll talk a little bit about Apple. I'm shorting Tesla today and down 4K, expiry November 21st. Should I wait for a few days or cut my loss? If Tesla goes down to 358, I am even. You can roll those over as well. Expiry November 21st. You got plenty of time. You could also, what are you doing? You buying puts or shorting Tesla today down 4K. Are you buying puts? Because you could always just sell a couple as well too. That could help you out. Or you could do a straight up, I wouldn't say risk reversal. You could buy a call or two, but roll over. There's plenty of options that we can go over in order to somewhat mitigate. I would start with writing at least. You get a little bit of money back on that front at least. But as for Apple, Sharif, I agree. I don't think that, I could be totally wrong. The 17, it's cool. The thin version, obviously, is very cool. I don't think it's going to be a needle mover. It's not going to be that super cycle that we were anticipating with, obviously, the likes of Apple Intelligence.
You're ready for your iPhone pre-order. Come back starting at 5 a.m. Pacific on tomorrow.
So are you ready?
I'm already done, baby. I paid over $300. I had to pay the tax and the case.
Okay, cool. So when did you get it? So
tomorrow, 8 a.m.
it
goes through. That's what we're paying per month there. So it's going to be $66.62 per month. 0%. We're going with a firm. Right, and then the $69 case. So we're all done, and that's basically I got the 512 Pro Max.
All right,
I got the blue, of course.
Yeah, of course. I figured you were going to go with that one. But yeah, I mean, Sharif, I don't think the thin's going to be a needle mover. If you've seen that thing with the camera, it's on like a little bit of an angle here. If you put it on right, and then so the thing is ultra thin. Marquez says this thing's really interesting. Just go and take a look at it for yourself. But then they have that extended battery pack as well too. That almost puts it just at the thickness of where the camera is, and they say that will just be a little bit less than what the battery power of the 17 Pro is going to be, which is cool. But I don't think these products are super cycle style products. If anything has a chance, it would be that flip because people want to get involved with trends. And as soon as one person gets the flip, they're like, hey, I want to get involved in the Apple flip.
I agree with you. I think definitely the trend-seeking people may be on top. But like you and I spoke about yesterday, I don't know how many people upgrade for a different look. The 17 looks exactly like your 16. So the regular 17 and the regular 16, they look alike.
But you got the Pro. Yeah, has that.
The Pro is different this year. So it's different than mine because, like, look, there's no bump there. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations.
We're not talking about
you get an upgraded selfie camera. So good thing that thing is groundbreaking.
Be taking a bunch of selfies, Joey. You don't even know, baby. All right, let's go on to China. Sorry, Tesla's China strength and U.S. weakness. So, or versus U.S. weakness. So we got more, I guess, positive information from Tesla out in China today, especially with respect to their 6-seater Model Y SUV. 6-seater, yes, 3-row SUV. They've actually had to push deliveries back a bunch, back to November of this year as a result of the oversubscription. 120,000 order received since launch, with about 10,000 orders apparently coming in per day. So that's the good news for them. The bad news is the Model the Model 3 long range, which has about 500 miles of range, is not selling, and that's caused them to reduce the price by 3.7%, down to about 36,000 US dollars in yuan, obviously. And despite these challenges, obviously, with Tesla in China, they did register 14,300 new insurance registrations in China for the quarter, which is a 41% year-over-year growth on the quarter. Tesla's U.S. EV market share, as we reported to you, has dropped below 40% for the first time since 2017. Despite overall U.S. EV sales growing, they're saying this is kept down by a $70,000 plus Model Y, the Juniper. I mean, Elon kept the price a little too high there, Joey Options. I got to tell you the truth. Like, I was looking at the new Juniper Model Y just in Canada. And, like, you're talking about $100,000 by the time taxes are in. It's like an 80-something price tag. Yeah. You want to throw an FSD onto that bad boy, and you're above 100. Yeah, you have a small target audience there at the end of the day, right? Like, only so many people are going to be able to buy that car. It's financing. I don't know about all that. I like to buy the cars cash. But yeah, I mean, Tesla China strength. The government's obviously giving subsidies as well too. That's why you're seeing a kind of an increase in the Apple and iPhone sales in China as well too. So that's not too bad. But U.S. weakness, not looking too good. And I said this before: is it the end of Tesla's EV supremacy? Essentially, again, you're starting to see it lose market share essentially almost everywhere as more companies are building EVs. But again, just be forward-looking with this. Robotaxi autonomy, and I think you'll be all right, obviously, with robotics as well, too. So interesting stuff, but it's Model 2. It's Model 2 and Model 2 for me personally, Sharif. Yeah, it is, Joey, but it's also the larger, like, remember, okay, so Brando and I were talking about this, and he was like, how does Tesla get to an 8 billion-ish, or 8 trillion-ish, excuse me, market cap? Because that's Elon's new contract is based on that, right? Yeah. It's got like the first one where you get to a certain market cap, you get paid. So how the hell is he going to grow this company to $8 trillion? And I have a bias, it's not going to be with cars. No, it can't be. It can't be, because the margin on cars is bupkis. Tesla has some of the best margins in the car industry business, but in general, margins on cars are like less than 20%. Yeah. You're going to get that 80, 90, or 80% gross margin, usually from software, a less physical product, unless you're NVIDIA. Nobody is. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the route that they got to go. You got to look at every single American vehicle maker. None of them are going to even be close. They've been around for how long, and they're not even close to $8 trillion market cap. So I don't think it's going to be done in the likes of EVs. It has to be, like you said, Sharif, a software, autonomy, and just the production, right? So the more, like, as soon as he can expand his, obviously, geofencing, obviously with the robotaxi and everything, and get in more cities, because he already has the upper hand on the production side of things. I think that's where he can really get the ball rolling. But yeah, it won't be just selling Model 3s and Model Ys and everything along those lines. It needs to be autonomy, robotics, and software. 100%. There, so. Straight to jail. Yeah. WBD is still going nuts here, guys. Yeah, it's taking out highs. WBD on the NQ up almost 24%. Great comments coming in here from the chat, guys. Ichiro, I think the mega packs are going to be a big part of this. I couldn't agree more with you, Ichiro, on that. And Elon even said that to himself in the last earnings report, that was one of the biggest growth drivers, percentage-wise, not, actual numbers-wise.
Energy storage.
Energy storage, Joey. And he pairs it with the solars and the storage capacity as well, obviously. It's a fantastic look. But again, Joseph, that is a physical product.
Yeah.
What's your margin going to be on that? 50%? 55%?
What was the date? 8 trillion by when?
I forget.
Was there a specific
we'll have to
year
look that
or something like that? I don't think
know.
that's achievable. Like, I don't know, man.
We'll see. 399 BC, robo-taxi margin, insane. Could not agree with you more.
Exactly.
Imagine them, licensing robo-taxi to a Ford or a GM or a Stellantis, a legacy automaker that's trying to hold on for dear life and stay relevant. That's a huge margin expansion there. Anyway, we'll see. All this is theoretical. Let's see what Elon does. Let's go on to the next stock here, Joey. ARCAT up over 30% and just printed the day's high at $11.21. What's the headline? Well, they secured a NATO catalog spot. So what do? So they announced, ARCAT that is, Red Cat, announced its Black Widow drone system has been added to the NATO Support and Procurement Agency catalog. This inclusion enables NATO members and partners to procure the drone through the direct catalog orders and tenders, simplifying the acquisition process. I guess it's an advantageous thing if you're an arms maker, or in this case, obviously drones, but they're weaponized. The approval underscores Red Cat's role in supplying trusted U.S. manufactured defense technology to global allies. So you're getting that Make in America push. So what are the capabilities of this Black Widow drone system? Well, the Black Widow is a mission-ready, small, uncrewed area system designed for advanced network communication and tactical defense applications. It's developed by a subsidiary called Teal Drones, and it's suited for the following 3 purposes: intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, that's 1, perimeter security and overwatch, and then force protection tactics and other defense security missions. So force protection means, to me, arms. So apparently this thing will be armed. They didn't give any details about what weapons will be on it, but there you go. We were just expecting this. Obviously, it was a matter of time until that found its way into the military here. And there goes WBD, Assassino, and whoever wants to listen. This is about to hit $16, guys. So WBD on that good stuff right now. Keep your eye on it if you're interested in trading this bad boy. Again, it is apparently an acquisition target by a Larry or an Ellison-led Paramount. Obviously, Larry Ellison's son heads up that company. So keep your eye on that one. Let's keep going here, Joey. Go Ellison, says Adara. Hey? It has been a fantastic week for the Madeira, especially with your boy, he's getting up there with Elon. Let's talk about Boeing. Boeing had a separate headline later in the day. They also had this headline in the morning. They've reached a tentative agreement right now with the striking defense workers. So we know about the previous strike from last year. This doesn't apply to their commercial segment, just the defense segment. So the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers Union announced a tentative 5-year agreement with Boeing. The deal includes improved wages, restoration of a signing bonus, but the full details have not been disclosed. The union members will vote on the agreement on Friday morning, so it still hasn't been ratified yet, with approval determining if the strike ends. The impact, of course, more than 3,000 Boeing defense workers have been on strike since early August, marking the first such strike in nearly 30 years. Workers primarily assemble and maintain the F-15 fighter jet and the missile systems that come along with it, making it this obviously a very strategically important unit. Obviously, the F-15 being phased out. Even the F-22, they've stopped production on that. The strike followed workers rejecting Boeing's previous offer, which included a 20% wage increase and a $5,000 signing bonus. Boeing's response to the strike, with CEO Kelly Ortberg downplaying the long-term effect of the strike, stating that the company would manage through this. Looks like, pending any surprises tomorrow, Joey.
Yeah.
They're on the backside of this issue.
I mean, like with Boeing's backlog and everything along those lines, the last thing they need is a division to go on strike. So at the end of the day, you can see that this name from those April lows 76%, that's good. So seems to be getting out of its own way for now. But yeah, I don't think they want to strike. That's not going to be obviously good for them, considering, right? How many planes did they just a deal for? How many planes in China did they just sign? Like a ridiculous amount, and they already can't even meet their quota. So they got to start paying up, and hopefully they can get out of their own way, because essentially they can run a monopoly in this space, because their only competition is Airbus.
That's it, man. And like exactly, Joey. Like you think they do a little bit better if you're like an oligopoly.
That's what I don't get. Like that's essentially what they're running. So I don't understand how. Obviously, what is it? The FAA? What's the air?
The FAA.
The FAA.
Yep.
Yeah. So sign them on, right? Get them in there so you can start producing more planes and start spitting them out a little bit better.
All right, guys. Keeping an eye here on WBD. This is the midday mover with a headline, guys. Again, if you are wondering what is going on, let's bring it in and show you the headline over here. So here are the details that we're getting on this latest talk by Warner Brothers. Discovery up nearly 22%, on pace for the largest percentage increase in September of 2022. This is just giving me data. It's not giving me the story, which is fine. Let's see if we can find the story over here. There it is. Oh, pardon me. Let me see if I can find one. What's going on? Oh, there we go. Okay, let me bring that one in. So, Paramount Skydance is preparing a majority cash bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. So PSKY is preparing to buy WBD, and it's being backed, obviously, by the Ellison family. The Wall Street Journal is reporting this. Shares of Warner Brothers are up bigly right now, about 26%, while Paramount's are just up 2%. The bid will be for the entire company, including its cable networks and movie studio, the report said, citing people familiar with the situation. Warner Brothers said late last year it planned to restructure into 2 operating divisions, one focused on legacy TV, like cable, and the other on streaming. So it looks as if, maybe that shift interested Paramount, and we've been moving up bigly here, Joseph. But one thing I want to look at is Paramount stock. What's PSKY been up to? PSKY? Okay, that's a nice move, but I want to look. That's up 6. It's almost up 7%. What's the daily been up to? Because your friend Josh Brown there has been talking about this one, eh? Yeah, okay. It's not too bad there, Joey. It's got a bull flag going on. I think I might get into this, man. You know why I want to get into it?
What's that?
Because of UFC. They're trying to pick up a bit of a younger audience. So if they can become a bit more relevant in that regard.
Because I think Paramount was like on the lower end of things, right? Like not very many people were subscribed to Paramount. It wasn't a part of the big streamers. And kind of those wars.
Adara, you had some thoughts on Paramount, right? What was your issue with that? The rewinding, the app is bad. Adara, it has changed? Oh, maybe it changed. Adara didn't like the app because was it the rewinding?
Yeah, but when I go back, I can't go.
You can't go back. You can't rewind. You got to keep hitting what? 5 seconds, 10, 15 seconds? Okay.
No way.
Yeah. So like it didn't allow her to rewind properly, so she didn't really like it. So I get that, but hopefully they'll get that behind them there. Yeah, that's it, Joey. I want to update you guys on my last trade over here as we did with the beak at the highs on BSGM. This is my best trade of the day. We were long at 15. We printed at 69. It's at 67 right now, so I don't feel all that bad about taking this one out. Bovin saying open is in the 80s. Where's my open chart over here? Let's look. Yep. Open is working its way right back into that high of the day, 994 high. It's been putting an umpteen amount of higher highs and higher lows on this bad boy over here. Great look today for Open Door. We covered this on the news, why they're moving, they're changing management, and the market rewarding them to the tune of, yes, 68%. Or Alpha, for what it's worth, how much regarding they're going to pay. We don't know yet. We don't know any of the details, brother. As soon as we get the details, well, obviously we'll share them with you, but it's a developing story, and it's being reported by the Wall Street Journal. It hasn't been confirmed by the companies quite yet. We will get back to you on that. John, UNH about to go for a dumpster steen? What, Adara? It looks really bad, Adara said, for UNH. We're going to take a gander here about what it looks like on the 5. Oh, no, it's working to VWAP with lower highs and a flat bottom. This could be destined to head its way back into 350. That could be the breakout area there. Keep your eye on this. Shout out to John. pointing out UNH showing some weakness, 361-ish high a day. We're right back down, Joey, into 354s right there. So as we wind down the show, what are you going to be looking at?
Yeah, I'm back in some ether, super tight risk, like only like 3 or 4 pennies here, and just nice size too. So as soon as it cracks this, then maybe we'll get out of it, because I'm looking at this as a support level. And then sure enough, we did crack through that downtrend line, and we're holding it. So this is the base that I'm playing off of. Maybe we can get the top end of the range, but I'm only giving this literally not even 3 cents, 4 cents, or 4 or 5 cents, sorry. So yeah, looking for a bounce on that to see if we can get it. Not looking like it wants to. I mean, it's really super choppy, man. This is eastbound stuff. But I like that what was once resistance, somewhat acting as support here now. So hopefully the trading gods may favor us here today on the trade to see if it's like, yes, Joseph, you are in the right one, my brother. And then sure enough, we can see how that takes place. There we go, nice little bounce. We'll take that one. What's up to TQs? Glad that we didn't try to force this short, right? Like there were a couple opportunities, but a lot of ebbs and flows. And let's take a look at what Tesla's up to. I know somebody in the chat is long with some 350 calls. I'm not going to mention their name or anything like that. They know who they are, Ozan. But I mean, so yeah, he's doing good. No, I'm
get it, Ozan.
Starting to print. And as for someone was writing calls as well too, the 361s or 362s, and I don't know, but expiring next week, so anything can happen. But from a daily standpoint, I think you might want to hop out of that, especially if we sit on the top end of that range, right? Because that could be potential breakout territory. So just keep your eye out on that. If Tesla wants to get the ball rolling, then
Joey,
I wouldn't want to
options.
stay in front of it.
You know what's good here, eh?
What's that?
We might be at all-time highs on the NDX and the composite. We're going to do a quick look.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So I think you're right, Joseph. Let's go into the NDX index. There it is. That's the composite, guys. Let's go to the daily. So this is all, yes, we are at all-time freaking highs on the NDX. Let's check the composite as well, baby. So comp. NASDAQ composite, show yourself index. Joseph, options, we are at the highs on the composite as well. One more check, Joey, options. We're going to check the future. Find out, are we at all-time highs on the future?
Isn't September supposed to be
September 19th. We are at all-time highs. If we close this way, we have been higher momentarily on the 13th, but it was a candle of indecision. We ended up dropping. If we close at these levels, the NASDAQ is up 2/3% today. These will be all-time highs on the markets. The tariff tantrum feels like a long time ago.
Anytime
now.
a president says buy something, I'm just going to throw the book at it.
Yeah.
And he says it twice.
And you can't say that he was manipulating the markets because he told everybody.
But he told
everybody on TV, right? Like, that's the thing.
Ram, make sure you load up next time. Carney says.
Yeah, she loads up when she's good and ready.
Yeah.
We're not going to rush Ram.
What are you all in right now? Ram just open?
I think she's on the phone.
Yeah.
All right, guys, it is now 2 o'clock.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to.
Yeah,
757. I almost threw up some signs there. But yeah, what's up? Showtime 757. Hope everyone's going 2 o'clock. Yeah,
it is.
As Sharif mentioned, lunch was pretty good, so I'll give a good rating out of that one. 7 out of 10. We like that one there.
Crazy.
But other than that, that's a good rating. We like that. So hopefully there's some leftovers so your boy can grab some. Other than that, guys, I hope everyone's had a solid session. New all-time highs, obviously, in the NASDAQ. So pretty good look. And yeah, let's go Ethereum as well.
Yes, always. All right, guys. I'll see everybody here in like 2 seconds because there's no big desk. So we'll be doing the rundown from right here. But to my right, diagonal back way, are the big boys. See ya.
Bang.
What the hell?
It's a little tilty.
Welcome
back, everybody.
I was gone over here. These monitors are all tilted up here.
It's like there was an earthquake that only affected Sean's side of the desk.
What happened over here, Fabian?
Mine are pristine.
I know. Well, what else is new?
Mine are pristine. That's all I know.
Anyways.
So Warner Brothers made some moves while we're in a meeting, apparently.
Yeah, I heard it was up 20% there.
30% now.
30% now.
32%. The L is it's the Warner Brothers afternoon party for sure. Sharif mentioned a lot's actually happened.
Yeah.
They have moved successfully the big desk. It's just a matter of getting it set up. But we'll do the rundown.
It's fine, whatever.
A different way. I can tell you, we dodged a bullet on Figure Technology. You might have pulled one out of your hat today if you took this IPO to the long side. If you took the opening print, it wasn't like there was zero chance to make money on it. Certainly it went up before it eventually went down, but that candle to the downside is bigger than the one up. Like it went up maybe $1, and then the initial 3 minute, you're dropping $2 into 34. It continues to press the lows. You're going to hear, I can read what's going to get said in the aftermarket on other programs. And on its first day of trading, Figure was able to gain 25 or whatever percent it'll be up. But as you can see, it's only really traded to the downside. So unless you got that 25 issue price, it's been few and far between to have any profitability to the long. So yeah, I think we dodged a bullet. Tomorrow we'll see what happens with Gemini. I mildly like that one better than this one, but the sentiment here is telling you got seconds to get out where it used to be minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if it's dodging a bullet, but we were also not, like, I was never going to take it.
No, I wasn't either. I'm just.
It's not, yeah, it's more just like feeling better about not taking it and being right about everything. And as Neil said, sometimes you just have great ideas that turn into fantastic ones. Is great better than fantastic? I think fantastic is better than great. We had 150 BABA written down early. We talked about raising capital for AI expansion. We love that. Literally wrote the words love that. Put on there that we were taking that break. And you guys saw me trading Alibaba in the morning. And it was all about the 150. We liked it so much, we averaged it in right there at VWAP. I mean, we got to love VWAP plays. And then boom, right there, $7 right now. What's up, Max? $7 now in the money on this. And we just have a small piece left. Like, honestly, we tapped out when we came back all the way to the upside, just trick, and then right into there, 156.50. So good trade there. We just got stopped out there. We're going to have a red name here with NVIDIA. It went up fine, got it out. You guys know I wasn't here at this time. Put offers out right there at the high of that move, that hit. Then all of a sudden, just NVIDIA to the downside right there. We finally get stopped out, breaking through 176. Bounces off 176.50. I want to hold it against this 176.80 right now. So those are the positions I'm working with now in NVIDIA. Welcome back to the afternoon show. It should be good. We have Adobe earnings coming through later on tonight. That's about it. There was one other name. Adair did the work and sent me the name there. It's, hold on a second. ADBE, of course, Adobe implied move of 10%.
RH.
Yeah, Restoration Hardware. So a big name there. So we'll go with RH there, and formerly Restoration Hardware. They're going to be reporting tonight as well.
Not
so
allowed to call them.
We'll see the strength of the consumer, and then
I love rebrandings that no one actually pays attention to.
Tonight, it's NFL. I'll finally
lineup.
be able to watch. I watched. I was up till midnight over watching the Bills, or not midnight, but 11:30 or so, watching the Bills game. I didn't get much in because we had hockey and baseball all weekend, but. Thursday night tonight, we don't have much going on, so that skating lab, and that's about it. So
I think it's going to be it's a good game.
It's going to be a great game.
It's a huge barometer for Washington.
Yes, well, for both teams, I think. Washington's a playoff team. Both these teams are playoff teams looking to make the playoffs again. So whoever wins this could solidify.
You guys already beat Detroit, which is kind of
but I think I think every team's a fugazi as opposed to the Packers. So we'll just wait to see what winds up happening there. I don't know if I'm going to start Matthew Golden tonight. I don't know.
If I like a guy and he plays prime time,
I probably will go with him. I have Debo as well, so I have Debo, Matthew Golden, and Jordan Love. I don't think we'll start the Packers defense tonight. So.
Oh yeah, I remember the Debo trade. That was well done.
Debo for Ayuk there, and now Ayuk is actually valued higher than Debo in the dynasty pools. But
yes, because we changed formats.
Yeah, so I should have got more. I always lose all the trades I make. Except for on the show, of course, so thankfully there. All right, we're going to do the rundown. 14.5 right here for Bitcoin is nice. We got in and out of IBIT here today. It hasn't really done that much. It did have a good dip buy into VWAP again, but really supported, upside. But I feel like we're right about IBIT. We thought that they would run into some problems. We wrote down 65 as being an area of concern there. It got to 65.20. Probably, if I really did believe in it, I probably would still be short. So I don't want to pat myself on the back for that one because we're not short, but I do like that call there for IBIT. Having a little bit of a problem today. The NASDAQ continues all-time high climb. I don't know. I want to support this NVIDIA trade. There's NVIDIA. We just take a dime on it. Let's see if we can get back to the upside. No need to get out of Alibaba for now, and we just chill out. So we'll wait for the rundown. And
open $10 still in play. Remember,
that's right.
If you were around when I was talking about the lesson of the day, I kind of made it an impromptu. You need to see what was happening at $9.94 on open. What you would expect to happen at $10 was happening in front of $10. Like the offers, I don't know if they'll still be there because we just sat back down and $9.94 had huge size at 94. big size 95, instead of it just being at 99 and the even dollar, I think there's going to be like another swath of order flow. We'll see. Again, I don't really see it on the level 2 just yet, but suffice to say, there is some profit taking and or massive short sellers in front of 10 even if that's where we're to break. So we're going to get the rundown started. We've got Sharif at his desk.
Oh.
I almost said the big desk, but he's at his desk.
Big desk is looking nice.
It is.
Now.
It's what a move,
you know,
man.
shoulder there.
They-
We're gonna have,
I didn't think they'd get it
we're gonna have a
moved,
new
but
system coming up here
it
soon.
is moved. Sharif?
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Boys are that way. They're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers on the leaderboard is to get into the chat and vote every day, guys. And we have a record number of votes today, by the way. 342 of you voted for Open Door. 222 of you guys for Tesla. That's the highest number I've seen. Shout out to you guys. You did great today. Let's look at the 4 major averages on the day. The ES up, Assassino up here, 0.75%. Likewise with the NQ up nicely, 2/3. But leading the way is the Russell 2000 of the 4 major averages, up 1.7, with the Dow also having a nice day, up 1.3%. Let's look at the first ticker as decided by you. Open Door, trying to knock on the door of that $10 area into the high there at a little bit above 90. This is why we're moving up, baby. They announced a new CEO, so the pressure by activist investors finally paying off, and the market liking this new announcement of management to the tune, guys, of 67%.
No one was. I was wondering why no one was typing in
you're
the
in the
chat
wrong
because
chat.
I wasn't even in the right
Wasn't
show.
media, by the way. Yeah, go ahead.
At
What
all.
We're talking about Open Door.
Well, okay, so like I was literally just saying what was going on at that $10 level, and that seems like what's next here for Open Door. Collision course with 10. This is obviously some blue skies here for Open Door. It doesn't really matter what the catalyst. This is a squeeze play, pure and simple, and it was a holding trend so well, and now you just get the explosion through the top. The shorts are, for lack of a better word, screwed.
Yeah.
At this moment. Like, it's anybody that was short and is still short is getting worked, and anybody that's shorting into this move is probably not happy if this thing breaks out to $10. So there's a wall, as I said, there's a wall in front of 10. I think that could give you some dips. I'd be wary of any kind of a failed break here. Like, if it breaks 10 and doesn't quite go right away, the pullback, it doesn't seem like a lot, but look, 40 to 50 pennies on this is still 4 or 5%. So just understand that a reasonable pullback on a failed break of $10, and you're going at least to like 960, I would think. So just keep that in mind when there's going to be so much size on the offer at that $10 level. Clearly, you've got some decent buying here. Nowhere near VWAP, but it's holding. Oh, my drawing tool up. It's holding a very good trend that I think if it doesn't get to $10 first, a dip into 940-ish is going to be the level for Open. I'm expecting it to make a run at that $10 level this afternoon. It's like, did we come all this way not to get there? I don't think so. It was just to go over the morning, I had 2 looks for this, VWAP or pull back into prior high. Suffice to say, it didn't pull back into the prior high on the daily. It didn't get anywhere close.
Right.
But it did hold VWAP very, very cleanly at the Open twice.
Yep, exactly. Great ideas over there. We had the same kind of a look. We hit it pretty good, man. We got $8 long. And, we wrote this on the sticky note right away today, and it was a big trade. I mean, Alibaba is now going to be my P&L number 1, but Open Door was great. And just to show you what we did, we don't have, my best out is $9.20, which isn't too bad. So we'll take that. Obviously, it gets to 10, but there's our long $8 break. It comes down, it breaks VWAP. I actually have an out right there, getting out. And then we just like, you know what? Maybe it's going to hold VWAP. So it's if you rewind the tape, like this is where I feel I've gotten so much better as a trader, because I had said, like, if this happens and it breaks and then comes back in, let's get out. So we take a 20-cent hit. And then I even said it at like 8:30, 8:40, whenever we were talking about Open Door, was like, if it fails, you can get back in. You don't want to be part of that when it drops all the way down in. So we got out there on VWAP. Once we noticed that it held, we literally got in the same minute, and then it just started blasting, and then it took off. We got 920. So, you know, that first take right there, we lost 25 cents. Then we wound up making $1.50 or whatever, and obviously it's not on the whole thing, but it's a profitable stock, and it's the number 2 P&L name, and it's a great trade at the end of the day. Obviously, when you look back, you say, why didn't we hold for $10? No, I have no idea where this thing is going. Tesla's ripping right now, by the way. So, you know, we'll talk about a lot of different names, but Tesla's at 367. Finally, the move is happening. So it happened on Palantir.
Yes.
We talked about this the other day with Tesla. This is actually that break that we're looking for right here. Trying to take this out, 368. These are those garbage levels. So right here, you get all this stuff out of here, and then it's boom. Right now, we're going right back to where we were beginning of the year. This is February 20th right now for Tesla. So all the shorts right now scrambling, man, scrambling more than Jaden Daniels going to be tonight, guys. Like this is going to be right, nice move there, breaking through 367.
Well,
Let's
you want
get
to keep
going
him in the pocket.
to the upside. Yeah. No, but he's going to be getting sacked all over the place. I mean, this guy's going to have a problem tonight. But here we go, 368. I don't know. I'm just looking at this as a great opportunity here to break long on Tesla. So watch out for 368 right now, breaking on TSLA.
Which is oddly enough.
Yeah, the next one. Yeah, I just kind of front ran. I saw it there. I just was front.
No, but it's also, and the funny thing is, it's been these two almost of the day, like almost all day long. It's been different names that have been 3 and 4, but always different names, except for these two. All day long, Open Door and Tesla have been leading the way.
It's at the high, guys. There you go. 367.19 is the high of the day. A couple of headlines. The one that we got in the morning is the Model Y L, that China-specific variant Model Y with 3 rows and 6 seats, sold out, selling 10,000 of these a day, 120,000 total. They've had to kick back deliveries to November of this year because they can't get them done in time. In addition to that, this headline coming in later in the day looks like car buyers, specifically electric vehicle buyers, are really piling in to buy these cars ahead of the September 30th cancellation of the $7,500 EV tax credit. Analysts saying this will help Tesla, at least in the short term.
Okay, well, before we get to Tesla, I'll give just an update. AMD, quickly. AMD in front of this lower high, 156.5. It just seems like a brick wall. As the market goes up, it's been resisting it. Tried on the way down, but on the way back, it's been a little bit better. But for Tesla, $368. Could get broken in the aftermarket on Blue Ocean, although I did not intentionally mean to call up Blue Ocean. There we go. 368. That was the high. That was the February high. That was the May high. That is 50 cents away right now, 60 cents away right now on Tesla. This is a pretty big breakout level on the daily chart. If it goes, I'll take it. If it doesn't work and it takes it tomorrow, I'll take it tomorrow. And, oh, today's Thursday. And I was about to say, and then if it happens on Friday, I would take it on Friday too. But then if it goes on Monday, I'll give it 3 shots. It's such a big level on the daily chart that this is one you're going to want to have the break. And if it fails to break, I think you go for a dip buy as well. Maybe not VWAP, because VWAP is $10 away. So I think if it fails a break at 368, you look for a dip off the failed break. Just inventory into what is a monster breakout level that we've been waiting for on Tesla for quite some time. Finally really paying off and going, breaking out of this. It's been an uptrend on Tesla, but with a hard top.
Yeah. Look, I mean, we talked about it. I like the car. I like everything that Tesla's doing, but we understand that it's going to be more about full self-drive. It's going to be more about robo-taxis. So again, I like it. It's breaking out right now. I don't know if there's going to be enough juice in this to go. I mean, it's been well juiced up 6% here today, and it wasn't even really on my radars to begin with. So I'm a little bit nervous about doing anything special with it, but yeah, I don't know. I'm going to wait for that 368 to break and then look at it. I'm not going to take the break today. You know, we've got Alibaba. We just hit this NVIDIA trade pretty nicely, man. I mean, this is now 40 cents in the money on NVIDIA. So, like, I'm making money everywhere else. I don't want to throw it away with TSLA. But, yeah, again, really like the positioning there on the daily. And I think that 368 is monstrous. Congratulations to anybody that was able to withstand some of that talk about Tesla being, done with, or they had that back and forth there with Elon and Trump, for a while there, that sent the name to the downside, but it looks like it's well recovered. So I got to say, yeah, 2 thumbs up for Tesla longs moving forward.
And in 14 years, they've had 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, we were just talking about, gold and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the US, Canada, and Europe, and trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV has a live exclusive as well. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. Shout out to BTCC. And Alibaba, this is, sorry, Sharif just chuckled when I said, I didn't even say it in a funny way. Alibaba running and made the glorious breakout that this is one chart you're going to want to make sure you zoom out to a weekly on.
All right, guys, good kind of, I guess, headline for Alibaba. You can't argue with the price action. High day, 156.85, was up over 8%, dropping down to 7.8% now, but a fantastic day. They will raise $3.2 billion through a 0 coupon convertible bond maturing in 2032. The bond will convert back into U.S. listed shares, not the Hang Seng shares. It follows recent capital raises that they did in July for $1.5 billion and as well $5 billion back in May of 2023. They're going to spend 80% of that $3.2 billion on data centers and AI, with the rest of the 20% being focused on their retail side of things like AliExpress and Lazada, etc. And they also have this headline coming in later in the day. It looks like the FTC will be launching inquiries into AI companion chatbots, Baba being listed as one of the companies, or Quen, that is, their next model, being one of those ones that are going to be targeted as well by the FTC.
All right, so, I mean, regardless, I mean, it's great reporting, great story there that obviously got this thing going right through there, through 152. But we hit it early. We had our watch list. Make sure you do scan for the watch list. Go to the link in description. Select that watch list, the best one in the industry. And thanks to Sharif and Adara for putting that out every morning. And the thing about it is like I had Alibaba written down early, and it was right here. It's on Instagram. It's on Twitter right here, as well as the open door. All my trades are here basically today, so every day. But there it is right now. Alibaba 150 long, man. It was an easy day trade. Like Neil said, easy day, and that we're looking for easy trades. So there it is, long 150, raising capital to invest in AI and expansion. End of story. Love that. So, you know, Jordan loved that. There it goes, just boom. There's the 150 break. Now, it was having a problem getting through 151. So we just got out a whole bunch there for $1, you know, 80 cents, 60 cents, a little bit there. Then it came back in, and I was like, I still like the story, but the market's drifting a little bit. Let's play the VWAP against 149. So we're giving this one 50 cents worth of room. Well, 50 cents worth of room turned out to be $7. And if you're not all about making those kind of trades, then maybe this is not something you're looking for. But over on this side and on this desk, we're looking for money trades. And that was one right there. So boom, thankfully. See, working out pays off in more ways than one, because if I was here and I saw this, I would have taken it out on the way up. But instead, we're at the gym, we come back, and we're like, we just topped out at 156. Like, I didn't think it was going here, so I normally leave some pending orders. We come back in, boom, 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 get it out again. Now, we only had, like, I think it was 10 or 15% at that point. So it's a nothing burger. And right there, I was going to say, that was my next stage we had a little piece left. There it is, out for $5 or $5.50, out at 155. So breaking back lower, we don't want that anymore. All right, Roblox is...
Something... Shoot.
Oh, just the same thing.
Yeah, it's nothing new.
They're asking Roblox. Roblox is going to be in a little bit of a problem here, because we just heard the story that someone there, one of the in the federal government, is looking to get Roblox banned.
But not new. But that's again nothing new with Roblox.
Just a story.
That's one stock that I think when it gets out of this is going to be fun. Continue to be fun. Look, I said I was going to show a weekly chart. I'm just using a monthly chart of Alibaba. It's the same point. It doesn't really make a difference. The stock's P's in the teens, not the 30s, not the 20s, the teens. So if you think that if I use the daily chart, you'd look like it's a 52-week breakout. It's gone too far. It's a triple up from the lows. You're like, yeah, there's not much more upside in Alibaba. Fair enough. But I don't necessarily agree with that sentiment. Because if you look at the monthly chart and the fact that it's still priced in the teens, like I'm in it and I'm considering averaging up. Well, part of that's because I didn't get the last dip. I took some profits into this level the first time and then missed the dip. And the mistake I think I used was not examining every single time frame. When in doubt, zoom out. This bounced exactly, look at the 50 period and the 200 period on a monthly chart. It bounced off of both of those. And this is a monthly chart. That means you have the whole month to get in when it makes that bounce. You don't have to be there that day. You could literally get it at the end of the month. You get it on the 15th. It doesn't make a difference. But that was an easy setup. But I'm just here to tell you that I did not reload on Alibaba. But as long as on the monthly, what are we now, the 11th? As long as it's not looking like a disaster in the next couple of days, I think adding at the 150, it'll move the average price. I don't care about the average price, but the average price actually stays above the 50 period and 200. I'm just going to double up the position so that's true, because I think this is when you zoom it out and look at the overall time frame and then consider the price that you're getting this at, it's still very reasonable here, even if it's up 8% and even if it's been blasting. I think this one's got legs. And if it pulls back to the 200 period, I think that's an opportunity to buy more.
Guys, Figure, the new IPO from today. Here's a look at the chart. I mean, it opened up at 36 bucks. The best it could do was pop into that $37 area. It's been lower lows and lower highs. There does seem to be a buyer here at that 31.5. But here are the details on Figure Technology. They raised about $787 million in yesterday's IPO, selling about 31.5 million shares at 25 bucks a pop, above the previous range. They were talking about 20 to 22, so it was oversubscribed yesterday at the IPO level. The deal values the company at about $5.29 billion. It's obviously a little bit higher than that, trading at around $32. The IPO was upsized, though. Initially, they had wanted to only issue about 26 million shares for trade on the public markets, but that got boosted up to 31.5. Underwriting this, boys, is Goldman, Jefferies, and BOA, so a lot of familiar names.
It's always, look, it's all the same names that underwrite it. It's like they just make money. That's why everyone talks about you want a robust M&A and IPO market for the big investment banks, because they have a monopoly on this thing. So the more there are, the more money they happen to print. Now, I have a 5-second chart up so that you can see it wasn't impossible to have made money. Oh shit, it broke 10.
Yeah, I crossed all the way up to 10.05 and missed it.
You didn't get filled
there
anyway.
goes Open Door.
That's the problem. So they were blasting through so many levels.
I got it now. So I'm long Open Door right now. I mean, this was a trade that we had from the jump, and let's just see if it wants to work. I'm in it, so let's go. Right now, Open Door would be really nice if you were to go up. So let's see. We're long at 06s here. The highest we just went to there was 25s, 24s. So we'll see if it has the legs to get going there. Open Door right now. Let's go. Let's see if we can add to our already nice P&L here on OPEN. Let's go, baby. Let's get something out maybe like around 13, 14. That's where it seems to. Ooh, we just offered 14s and it turned around, but we should be able to get them. I'm not putting a boatload of shares there. See if we can get a little bit out here on Open Door. We're only long at 6s right now, but we did miss that. But okay, there it goes. So now we're starting to get a little bit out. Just so you guys know, I have like about a third of what we had earlier there on Open Door. So we'll do the same thing again. There goes Open Door right now. 50 period moving average is at 975. I'm fine getting out if it breaks that. It's been sort of holding it all the way. So let's see if we can get upside right now on Open Door. Oh boy, here we go. This is the thing, man. Like, no matter what's going on here, I'm going to try to trade everything, man. Open Door, Nvidia, Alibaba. I actually just checked my long-term account. We're still in Alibaba. I wasn't sure how many shares. It's not bad. Here it goes. Open Door right now, breaking through 1020 and starting to go upside. New CEO, man. That's sometimes all that matters. Up 75% right there. One of the first times in a little bit that we were so confident about Open Door taking a break. And today, that was a good one with news. And there it goes, Open Door, 25% short. Good work there on FIGR. I didn't even.
Nobody traded it.
I didn't even look at it
here. At least I don't think. And we think they're. At this point, I'm considering going short on some of these. We shorted Klarna instead. It's at the low of the day, and I still feel if this thing gets to $40, remember what I said yesterday, 40 was the issue price. If you test the issue price, underwriters defend it. If we see 40 on the bid, I'd probably go long. I don't think it gets there. So these are shorts until they're not. I'm not optimistic tomorrow about Gemini. I feel a little bit better about Gemini than I did about Figure. I'm not sure it's enough to take the opening print again. But I'll pay for locates if something sets up. Because I think there might be a better trade. And we'll get to that tomorrow when Gemini comes in. There's no need to talk about it now.
All right, guys, last on the list here, Robinhood. Good day for Robinhood, up 1.25% today. Couple of news headlines. Morgan Stanley says product velocity acceleration supports Robinhood share gains. So what happened here was Morgan Stanley saying they're leaning more positive towards Robinhood after attending the company's active trader summit in Vegas. They argue that continued acceleration in their product velocity supports the market share gain and the expansion of their total addressable market, the TAM. So Morgan with a positive note today on Robinhood. Likewise from Mizuho, guys, raising the price target to 145 from 120.
Yeah, I don't like the candle on. Like, I know Robinhood's up 1.2%, and we did have a long this morning in it briefly, and then it made a top. But I don't love this topping tail candle and then a lower high put in. So there's a topping tail on the 120. It's a fresh all-time high. If we end up closing underneath, it's like 118.50 or something adjacent to that. Like if we end up breaking this support at 118.50 and closing under it, then that looks like a couple of reversal candles in a row on Robinhood, which I'm not a huge fan of. It would make me come in tomorrow thinking short instead of, today I was like, yeah, well, if it can hold on to the 118, I'll go long above it at where? VWAP as usual. But I don't know if I feel that same way if we end up breaking this down. I'm a little bit scared about that for Robinhood.
Yeah, okay, so I'm distracted again here because of Open Door, but yeah, so Robinhood, I'm going to go over to SoFi. Neil just looked at Robinhood here. Let's look at something else. So
it was good today.
Yeah, maybe it was pretty good today. So here goes SoFi, again up another 3%. So we're still waiting for it to break that $30 mark. I mean, what a climb SoFi's also had. Now I feel like this whole area got moved here today, which is fine. I mean, I'm completely fine with it. But sometimes when you get your trading areas like just a little bit
you can
off,
tell when it's off.
Yeah, it feels like it's off a bit. But anyways, there it goes up to $27. So maybe it's not even the 30 that we're looking for. We're just looking to break out through that top. So I'd sold some and raised some capital, as you guys know, in there, right at $24. So I'm still fine with that trade. I'm pretty happy with it. But it's now going higher. So yeah, got to take profit where there's profit, and sometimes there's not, so we'll take it. Out of SoFi, or still in SoFi, but looking to break higher. Look, this 50-period moving average has been great. Will you get another runner like you will Robinhood? I don't know, maybe. I mean, Robinhood's just been really, I almost feel like Robinhood's like road showing their stuff now. It's like every single day they have something new to bring out and something more like what's next. And it's all,
the social thing they got is pretty cool.
Right, yeah, and so there's a social, that social aspect there as well. So there's all these new things that they're coming out with, and I just wonder if SoFi is a little late on some of that, and I know it's not the same type of business as Robinhood there, but I think that SoFi could jump on that bandwagon and get a little bit of that tailwind as well. So I still like SoFi. And what is Robinhood up today? Because SoFi's up 3%. So Robinhood's up less than that, right? Yeah. So there you go. So I think if choosing one or the other, I just wonder if Robinhood's had such an epic rise up that now maybe it's time for SoFi. But I mean, both of them are quads. So this was a bottom of 30 up to 120 now. That's 4x. Oh yeah, my bad. Right there. Same thing for SoFi. So SoFi's bottom is $9. So if it was 4 times, they would have a 3 handle, 36 on it. So, there is something to say there about maybe switching over and looking at another stock. And to me, that would be SoFi. But I would still stay long Robinhood. I wouldn't rotate out of one and into the other. That is for sure. Okay.
I could see SoFi doing that with partnerships instead of doing their own platform.
Right. And that's why I think like Robinhood's been out here doing that stuff. Right?
Really Robinhood's big enough. They make their own social platform thing for everyone, all their users. I could see SoFi doing some kind of X has eToro, right? So like SoFi, I don't know. I don't want to speculate like where they could be, but I mean, not doing it a different way would make sense. But it's like you need to be everything these days. Like if you're like I want my money in one spot and I want to be able to do everything on a single platform, ideally. And I think Robinhood's accomplishing that. But I still like that SoFi.
I thought you were long. Were you long open and out, or you didn't take it?
No, I missed. No, I didn't get. I didn't get.
But it came back to 05s.
No, I was at 03 and 04.
Oh, okay.
I crossed. So the funny thing about it is, I should have crossed more. When I was doing the lesson today, I said, the reason there's so much liquidity in front of 10 is the shorters would probably short it and not. Because if it breaks 10, you get bad slippage, but it was a better short at 94 because you would only slip like here. if you're shorting off 94, you weren't risking as much because it'd be liquidity from 94 to 10. But if 10 broke, it would slip a lot. And that's what happened. Like you usually in a 10 break in a $10 stock, you're getting 1s and 2s. Like that's what I'm accustomed to. In this particular case, I crossed to 3 and then just hit, I think I just kind of hit bid down and ended up at 4 on that dip buy. So I didn't pick it up. And now at this point, I don't know that I want automatically the dip in front of 10. However, I just want to note there is a buy floor setting up here on AMD. Oddly enough, it's at 155.42, my favorite number. But it's held it for like 15 minutes now. If it doesn't break that down, there's already one topping tail candle. If you don't break it down now, then I'm jumping out of it. Don't want it retesting back into that 56 level. You know, the market could easily just run right back into the highs.
So I'm going to adjust. We're going to have to do this thing in a minute. I just want to tell people where we're at. So far here today on this closing show, I've taken for you guys NVIDIA here long at 177. That's 60 cents in the money. And I'm now out of half. I'm out of exactly half of Open Door. And we topped out. Pretty much all the outs are at 20 cents. So hopefully it can get a little bit higher. I am going to lose 10 cents on this trade. So half is out for 20 cents. The other half will be out for 10 cents, providing us a winner. That's risk management. And we're happy to do it. But you know what? The thing is, every year, over 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. There is an NYSE-listed name, Oragenics, OGen, that is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to, you guessed it, lead the way. Learn more, schedule a meeting, figure it all out with Oragenics by scanning the QR code and getting some more information on that. That is by far the number one fear for myself, having kids in hockey. So, you know, and any sport. We talked about how dangerous it is for boxing, how dangerous it is for soccer.
Well, I'll be dead honest about something.
Baseball might be the worst, and I'll tell you why. Like baseball today, this year, one of our kids in High Park took a line drive, right back to the head as a pitcher, and it knocked him out.
It's scary. Well, part of the issue is it's these aluminum bats. The men's league I played in. The year that they switched from aluminum, first of all, a men's league shouldn't be playing with aluminum bats. It's too dangerous. We're grown men. The year that we switched to wooden bats was because a guy I knew, I knew him pretty well. I'd say we were friends. We weren't close friends or anything. We used to play ball against each other for years. And he took a line drive to the head. And he, you know, thankfully he pulled through. That's all I'm going to say. Because it was hairy, and that was it. Like, that happened. And they're like, this is it, we're going to wooden bats. It's super dangerous, but it's all sports. My dad wouldn't let me go into boxing. My parents did not want me playing football. And I look back on it, and it's like they were ahead of a curve on that. And that was their reasoning for it, back when no one was talking about it. So I think it's important for sure. I did get out that bounce level. It's just a wall on AMD. I can get back in if it pops up, maybe short the pop back into 156, or if it starts to break down and the futures actually begin to go. Here's the rub. AMD loses the 50 period a second time yesterday. All that great goodwill that you had pushing into 164, and now it's back to downward trending on AMD. And this is in the midst of, well, I mean, the market's at the highs. There's no other way to put it. The market's at the highs. And this is while this is going on, and AMD just continues to pull back. So I think this is the one that you short, at least.
The market now. Are you talking about now?
Well, I just mean the market's up 0.6.
Yeah. It's almost at its highs.
Almost at the highs, but AMD's at the lows. It's just a different beast today.
What was AMD doing at 10:30 on the chart? Because that's when the market peaked.
And nothing.
Yeah, nothing. So I think that's...
It was near the lows. It just hasn't been going, unfortunately, for AMD here. So if it goes up to VWAP, I'd probably try to short it again. We'll see.
Yeah, what's up, man? Shout out to whoever that was in the chat there asking to put on some trades. Oh, there it is. What's up to Other Zinc? Find some, here he is. What's up? Find some grass out there. Hey, man, so far today, just with this trading, we put on some shares on Open Door with 25 cents of the money there and 60 cents on NVIDIA. So I'm going to go 2 for 2 here this afternoon. But, I mean, we will look at all the other names. And I think we've already sort of showed this a couple times. I'm going to restart this thing right now. So give us an idea of what you guys want in here. So get into into the chat, other Zinc and everybody else right now, and let us know which names. Like, NVIDIA's going off right now, so is Opendoor. Like, I mean, Opendoor's done 900 million shares today, and I'm long, and it'll be the number 2 P&L show wide, so I think we've all traded it, and it's a good one. So there it is, Tesla. We talked about that 368 break, so it doesn't look like that happened. That's down to 365 right now, but get into the chat right here. Type in whatever name you want. Adara's over there working on tonight's show, working on the news and everything like that. So if anything hits, we're going to get that for you immediately. There's Opendoor, 1031. We're long at 10, so that's going to be 3% in right there already. Up 76% today. Weeble's going as well. There's a whole bunch of stuff happening right now. Boeing is speaking right now. Boeing CEO. I don't know what it's he, yeah, Kelly, is up to right now.
Not helping the stock.
That's what I was going to look at right now. So. Let's go to BA. So, oh, by the way.
Near low of the day.
Yeah. What was our best out there on Opendoor? Oh, we didn't take anything. Okay, so our best out on Opendoor is 24s. We're at 30s right now. I was waiting at 34. There, we just took a 30 out. You just push offer enter and you get the fills. 825 million shares right now on Opendoor. Oh boy, were we long down here at $8. We reloaded it to below $8. Now you're upside, big time upside right here on Opendoor. But yeah, that Tesla name really. Oh, I wanted to do Boeing, right? Sorry, I was going to look at Tesla.
It's not moving, no volume.
Okay,
no volume.
I thought you said it was going down a little bit.
It is down, but there's no volume.
Yeah, so I'll get, once that story hits a little bit more, I don't know, I think there's maybe a call.
Don't get me wrong, I know we all care. If you have it in your long-term account, you probably care about Boeing, but here's the volume. I flipped to it immediately when I heard it in my ear. You can see there's not a lot of interest in volume, and it might have already started to bottom out there on Boeing. You've got Tesla, which is running, no questions asked, and I know a lot of people are calling off. I just saw it in the chat here. The new GameStop is open, and then OPAD is the new AMC. Well, if that's the case, then when this is not doing a ton of volume, 30 million versus what will be a billion shares at some point today for open, and one breaking out the highs, the other one off the highs, when you've got a lagging indicator in small caps like this, like a sympathy play, then I always say, like, this is the one you jump short. Because the candle, when open moves, it might just move down like 5% in one candle, and you might be able to get OPAD really quickly in there. So that's one thing I will have up. We don't have locates. I can go ahead and pay for them. Won't be all that expensive, I don't think, and we'll do that in a second. And look, Oracle, the number 3 on the list right now, I look up, was Oracle for most of the day. Oracle is only now getting off the lows. I think that's one reason why it made sense to jump out of the AMD. I've only been in AMD. That was the only thing we put on. And I still like the short in that stock. If it pops, I'll probably take a shot at it. But you can see Oracle just broke the downtrend like 5 minutes ago, maybe 3 or 4 minutes ago, when it hit 3.0, when it broke out at about 306 and change. It's at 307. If there's any kind of a dip to retest that, yeah, I know, 306.
What's it doing?
Yeah, well, falling, 6% down. But you have to keep in mind, everybody, like this was 240. Yeah, I mean, like that's still so far out and about from where we were before earnings, but it is filling in a good portion of the gap. Right, like that gap up on earnings day was about 240 that was chilling at the close, and then the initial push up got you just under the 300 level. But it is trying to break this trend. On a 15-minute, that trend is long. It's been the entire afternoon. So if it closes the 15 green, that would signal along. I'm hoping this push up on it gets me short on AMD, but there was the headline there in Boeing. It didn't move the stock. Trust me, if it did, we'd be all over it.
So I have to admit that I didn't even realize we had a top ticker like that. When we had our meeting today, I was like, what the heck top ticker are you guys talking about? Make sure you do check that out at the top. Yeah, we're thinking about making it, Neil was just saying it's too small, but we're thinking about making it bigger. So there it is at the top. All the stories that have been happening throughout the day are going to be up there, plus some quotes at the bottom for different stocks to pay attention to, or whatever. So we're thinking about some new ideas. And then we have the crypto on the side there at the bottom right. Of your screen there with Solana right now. Ethereum's posted up there, right there, up 1.6% for Ether. So, definitely make sure that you guys do check all of that out. Okay, alert. All right, so I only have right now 20% left of this NVIDIA trade. So yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I actually quite like the position and like the trade, but we're getting some more out. So I'm ahead of VWAP. Look, it's been relatively weak today. When you're up only 0.2 and the rest of the market's up 0.63, you know, definitely a pullback there for NVIDIA happening, easier than the market. So the market's really going to have to go from here, and I don't know if that's true for the market to do that. So we'll hold on to about 10 or 15% left of NVIDIA. Open door, still have now about 40% left of this. We just got a good out right there. At 30, so a bunch of good outs here on the way up. Let's just wait to see if it can go higher. I keep on changing my stop. I was going to use the 50-period moving average, but again, it's 10 cents. So we've taken now 25 cents on this, and we're out of 60%. So there's going to be a winning trade, man, no matter what happens. I think I'm going to put another out right there at 36. I'm already there. I'm at 38. So we'll wait, see if there's a 38 that comes through, and then we'll ring the Reggie on that one as well, up at 38. And then hopefully it goes from there, because open door, although all stocks have memory, this one can't remember the last time it was anywhere near here. So I'll just wait and see. It's clear skies. The minute we broke that 5, we were talking about that for a minute, that would be a good indicator of a long, and it actually gapped right through that and opened up at 6. So there's that key level there between $5 and $6, gapping through that high of August of 23. This is August of 23. Right here. So, but last time you were at open door at these levels, this is May of 22. So you're talking about 5+ years ago. So
yeah, it's basically a blue sky setup.
And now we have completely different catalysts, right? So yeah, all right. Let's check in on just the rest of the market just real quickly, because I know you guys are putting in all the names that you want us to look at, and we will do that. Let me just have a broader market quick look here. Yesterday, we were really hit in the energy space, right? And it looks like today, again, downside, right? So we have to watch out for names like XOM, ConocoPhillips, Valero. We talked about that they are actually up yesterday, the refiners. Today, downside. So there's not going to be a green name here. XOM is slightly positive on the day. So watch out for some energy stocks. And then it goes, right? I mean, JP Morgan all-time highs. That's been absolutely fantastic. I'm glad that look, XLF is obviously going to be at all-time highs as well, but this is the financials right here. I mean, take a look at this. No matter, as long as you're involved in anything right now, this is all green. Like we talked about Fifth Third Bank over here. I don't know what that's doing, FITB, but Bank of America, Visa, Berkshire, MasterCard even, all the cards, Morgan, BlackRock, Blackstone, Charles Schwab. I like to set up on Charles Schwab just because I think that if Robinhood and all them are going, I like Schwab just as much as those names, maybe even better. Goldman Sachs right there, 2% as well. So financials are really, really kicking today. And then it's kind of a mixed story with tech, right? Although NASDAQ is well up, I think a lot of that, where's my guy Apple on here? But anyways, Google up 0.81. You know, the story continues over there. Bye-bye. Look, man, ain't nobody going to talk about green grass over on this side, man, because there it goes right now. Bye-bye open door. There's another 5% or 4.5% there on our play. So we're going to get some more out in the top 40s right now. Hopefully we can. Hopefully we don't miss that. We put a 43 there. Let me put a 40. You offer, you get it, right, is what I was saying. Well, now I'm offering. There we go. We got it. Okay, so there goes 40s. So far, so good right there on that trade. And then NVIDIA's just kind of hovering near the top. But Oracle is surprising to me, man, because down 6%. We had started the show thinking that it was going to break possibly through that 335 area, and then it was
the right level. It was just the wrong.
It was the right level, wrong idea. Yes, because
it's trying to go now. Look, there
goes open door again.
It just keeps getting met with sellers. Like it just broke away again on talking about Oracle. It just broke away again from the 307 finally. But like the second it gets to 308.5, like this prior low, it just immediately runs into a wall of sellers. Now it's starting to break through there. I'm a little skeptical. Remember what 310 is? Wow, that zoomed out really. There you go. So 310 was yesterday's low. I hit the zoom like twice and it went 4 times. So 310 was yesterday's bottom at the open, in the pre-market, and then you had the bottom here earlier. So I think this is legitimate resistance at 310. So I'm gonna go for the scalp. Part of the reason it's a scalp trade is the trail, like the break of the trend wasn't at 307.5. It was all the way down here at 306. So really, like the actual trade should have been 306 trend break into this level. But I ended up taking it where I found there was a little bit of support to join the trend line. I'm still thinking I might short AMD. I might be changing my mind about shorting AMD, to be honest with you.
I'm getting out more open door at this point.
Yeah.
It's already 245.
It's like if AMD is strong enough to get all the way to VWAP, do I want it again? Or is it only good if it's making lower highs? I think it's only good if it's making lower highs. If it's strong enough to get to VWAP, I probably don't want it anymore for the short trade. So anyways, we just mentioned, I almost said Adobe. Adobe after the bell, everybody.
Yep.
No one seems to think they're going to do well. Like every single person in the chat that's mentioned Adobe has mentioned it in the context of thinking they're not going to do well. Maybe they surprise everybody. So anyways, just very quickly, 310 still looks like it's resistance on Oracle. Maybe you can break through that and there's another long above, like a consolidation above 10, go long again into maybe 13 to 15. Let's go to Adara.
Oh, hi, guys. Lots to talk about here. For one, keep an eye on the Laguna conference. This is a Morgan Stanley conference. Boeing speaking there right now. We do have CEO Kelly Ortberg saying that the company hasn't turned around yet, but they are, quote, turning. So they're in the process of making those improvements. Also saying the company is still aiming to produce 42 planes a month by the end of 2025. Rivian's there as well. I know a lot of these airlines were there. Several comments from Southwest being made earlier today. So that Laguna conference is likely what's moving some of these industrial names. That being said, with regards to Rivian, I have not seen any headlines. Now I want to talk about this Fed chair candidacy for a moment because CNBC was just reporting that Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, met with 3 of the candidates on this visual here. Larry Lindsey, James Bullard, and Kevin Warsh. So all 3 of the former Fed members at the bottom of this infographic reportedly met with Scott Bessent earlier this week to discuss the Fed chair position. Now, it's worth noting, according to the same CNBC report, Scott Bessent is looking to add 1 or 2 candidates to this existing list of 11 candidates. So we have to wait and see what happens there, but it looks like even as the list might be growing, they're trying to talk to some of these contenders here. Back to you.
All right, well, now we have 6 days, so 6 calendar days, 3 trading days. We have Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday will be Fed talk day, and we'll find out exactly what's going on with their expected move in the rate. So let me just maximize this and hit refresh here and get the look on the CME. So there it is. I mean, it's definitely getting a cut. Right now, the rates are higher, right? So there it is. It's 92% chance for a quarter point cut.
Really?
Followed by 7 for half. They're not going half. So, but I mean, at least there's a chance. Like, I really hope that it's at least 7%.
If it was going to increase, you would have thought it would increase this morning with the data we got.
But that's where it's like it'll just provide so much fire for us if and when that hits, and we're able to be sitting here trading it live with you guys. So join us on September the 17th, next Wednesday, where there it is right there. And then coming on October, I mean, it's just getting there for sure. We'll be down half a point by the time October hits is what they're saying. And then December, we should be 350. Yeah, so it's looking like they're saying it's an 80% chance that we get basically quarter for all 3 cuts. So we'll wait to see if that's going to be the case or not, but it's looking like right now that is true. And then if the Fed obviously cuts 50 on Wednesday, then the odds of all of those quite dramatically
if they cut
change.
50, IWM punch long. Actually, you know what? Maybe you don't. I would have thought IWM almost all the time if you for the punch long if they go 50 basis points. But now that open doors is squeeze play, you could just punch that instead of the IWM because that should go too.
Open door?
Well, if we get a surprise 50, like I'd think in that case, instead of trading futures, you'd want to punch IWM. There's only one time I've traded IWM on the show, and it was for a Fed day. That's probably the only time you'll see me do it. But that's usually the standard if you think there's going to be a surprise on the rates, is to go with the Russell because those stocks are rate sensitive.
I mean, if there's going to be, I mean, honestly,
if you can find an individual stock that's even better.
But I was just going to say, or the NASDAQ or the SPY. I mean, the market's
they're all going to go crazy
if anything happens. Maybe look at gold, by the way. Gold today, all-time highs, breaking its 1980 level, inflation adjusted. 1980. That was a good year.
That was almost an 80, baby. It was so close. So close.
Yeah, 1 year old there.
Wow.
Okay, so there goes gold today up. Well, it's actually down right now. It must have broke earlier. But the thing is, you can also trade gold over here. With
me,
Beta
please.
Pro, I still hear Adara's mic is live, which is no problem. But calling all Canadian traders, Beta Pro by Global X is bringing back its biggest winner simulated ETF trading competition. Now with over $40,000 in cash prizes. This includes 20,000. Boeing is tanking right now. It's free to enter and open to all Canadians. Trade with 100,000 in fantasy cash on the Webull platform. Whether you're an experienced trader or just getting started, it's a chance to test strategies, build skills, and climb said leaderboard. So if you think you have what it takes, sign up today with Global X. Get there right now. And we've got to go over to Adara.
And more comments here coming from Kelly Ortberg, CEO of Boeing, at this Morgan Stanley Laguna conference. He's saying that even a minor schedule delay on their 777 program has a, quote, pretty big financial impact. So again here, Kelly Ortberg saying that there's likely to be a financial impact from delays with that 777 program, even if said delays are minor. The other thing to remember here as well is previously during this, he said that Boeing is going to be on track to, I guess, get some of this production schedule back to 42 vehicles a month by the end of this year. Kelly Ortberg looks like he's still talking at Laguna. If there are any other updates, I will let you know promptly. And always check the bottom of the screen, as Sean mentioned, for any of these headlines in that lower third of the screen where the tickers are. I will post headlines there whenever I can. And back to you.
Yikes.
Laguna Matata.
I was good.
Yeah, well, so much Matata, it means no Boeing.
Yeah, but there's also plenty of worries right here, I think. Stop talking, Kelly.
I may quit my job and start singing.
Stop calling. Stop. Well, it's worth a shot.
Maybe.
I still think karaoke would be an interesting challenge. This is something, I don't know, maybe the next time there's a bet, like, I don't know, if, whatever. It could be England, Italy, whatever we did last time, or maybe the Bills play the Pack, whatever it might be. Because when you talked about it in our fantasy league, a loser of a humiliation bet has to sing a song live at a karaoke spot, but you don't get to choose the song. The other person. Yeah, somebody suggested in our pool.
Okay, did they?
Yeah, somebody did it in the chat.
I mean, one of our friends was singing Backstreet Boys. So
yeah, but he did that of his own accord.
Right. So if he ever loses a bet, he's going to be fine with it.
If he had a few too many, those are yours.
No, they're not. Whose are these?
They're not mine.
Ramin.
Whose glasses are those?
Oh, they're fake glasses.
I assume they were yours.
Probably Joe's. Joe wears them for fashion.
Do I look good in them?
Joe the fashionista.
What do you guys think?
I think you look better in them than normal, yeah.
No, I don't like, no.
I think they're women's glasses.
If I wear glasses, this is how I roll.
Whose are these? Are these
how I roll.
Well, they're on the ground.
On the ground? Why?
Do they have a prescription or?
On the ground. What are they doing on the ground?
I think they might be Joe's because
they obviously belong to
there's
somebody.
no prescription in these.
No, they're not prescription glasses.
They're Ramin's. You don't wear prescription? See what I'm saying? Now she's saying they're Fabians. Like, I don't even understand.
How do you not know who's...
No one's taking responsibility.
Like, they're either... I don't even understand what's going on here.
I go, Fabian, these are for sure yours, right? No, I found them on the floor, you know?
But they're not blue light glasses. They're literally
These
just...
are the blue light glasses.
I guess for fashion. They are blue light?
Sharif and Joe wear stuff for fashion.
These are not
they wear
blue...
glasses for fashion.
These don't do jack.
I wear glasses for function.
These aren't doing anything. No.
No, there's no prescription in these. I put them on. There's no prescription.
Anyways, all I was going to say is Boeing's losing the 50. I don't like the look of this. This looks like a possible trim some Boeing to buy it back in $30. That's what I think.
Oh, now you want your glasses back, eh, Ramino? What a surprise. Where are you?
No, those are
these. My wife has a pair like this.
The leopard.
Oh, gosh, damn. You blind, girl.
Oh, for real? No, I got it. Now I want it. You got it.
I told you, Neil looks better in glasses, man. You should do the...
Oh, that's wild. That's so wild.
You should do the Joe and Sharif wear glasses for fashion, Neil. I was telling you.
Glasses.
People like those glasses.
No, I legitimately wear these because I was complaining. We look at screens all day long.
Yeah, these are the blue blockers.
You know, I have to go to my optometrist a couple times a year. There's glaucoma in my family, and I was complaining of headaches. He's like, "Well, what do you do?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm sitting in front of screens all day long." He's like, "Oh, okay." Yeah. He's like, "Do you have like the blue light, the shade they put on those back in the day? We used to have those." And I didn't. Yeah. And he's like, "Well, get some blue light glasses." And I put those on. I wear them when we're not on the show.
Andre, come get these.
And I wear them at home in the evenings. And ever since then, I have less headaches, with the exception of the last couple of days with these screens that are right in front of us.
Everyone's seeing Andre for the first time, maybe.
There he is. Let's see what
No, go take them, go put them on, go work with them on. I want to.
No, you should. It makes a difference.
Yeah.
No, it makes a difference. You sleep. I sleep better as well.
That's $50. Okay. All right.
And you can get it. You don't have to pay. You can get a cheap pair. Like I paid
I'm playing around with
I paid like $30 for mine, and I have a pair at home. I wear them in the evening before I go to sleep. My sleep improves. All that kind of stuff, man. It's all good.
What's up?
What else we got?
Okay. Oh, I just wanted to review Open Door because you might have heard me saying as we were doing some of the ads and Neil was talking, I was just like, I'm getting out of Open Door. I'm getting out of Open Door. So right now I have less than 15% left. It came back in. It broke. Well, first of all, we got more out in the 40s, or 38s, fine. The last couple outs there, breaking through 30 there, so we got a piece out there. That's a 21 period moving average on a 1 minute chart, and then we got another out at 22, breaking through again, so 25 break. So, now we're up here. I was always going to stop out at the 50 period moving average, so I'm going to stick with it, right? I mean, when we first took the trade, this trade was, I guess, 15 or 20 cents worth of risk. It started to blow up even less than that, and now we're all the way up here. So let's just follow our rules. That's 10.08, so let's put a stop in at 10.04. So that would basically flatten us out for nothing. So we'll just put all the money we made in our pocket. I mean, giving something back from the top, fine. We're never going to catch the top, but the fact that we're able to empty out of 30% of it up there, I'll take that all day. I mean, Open Door early was a trip. Like we had so many shares that we were just like out, like on the way up there because never knew when it was going to collapse on the way back down, right? And so just to be, again, well positive on this name today. So there it goes, upside for us. We stopped out of Alibaba at 155 on the way down there. So it looks like it's going to be a good trade at the end of the day, getting stopped out there. But we do have a couple outs near the high side of 156, and that's after our 150 longs. So sometimes you get lucky with an intraday move on a report that you maybe not were expecting. But the idea is to be long on the good news anyways. So it just happened to be even better news that escalated this higher. But it wasn't breaking 151, so we got out, we reloaded, then we started getting out here again at 150, like that's 60, 70 cents. Then there's like another 151 area, that's about $1.50, and then it really started to blow up. So my number one stock today is going to be Alibaba. We only have red on one name. We were red on IBIT right there, and that was in and out, like real quick on IBIT, and I still feel right about it. We wrote down on the note that we were going to go short 65. The highest it's been was 65.20, but as it was coming up, that's where you guys even saw me take it. I was like, I'm not sure. Like we were long NVIDIA, we were long Open Door, we were long Baba, and just the market felt pretty decent there right off the open. So we were able to cover, get out of a third of it for free, and then we took a 10 cents or 15-cent hit on the last 2/3 of that trade. So we'll put a red mark over there. But at the end of the day, it was all good. All right, Boeing's made some bottoming candles on this news there again, and 42 planes, was it, Adara, per month?
42.
Yeah, like that's huge. Like the margin and what these planes mean for Boeing, that's huge. And it's great to know that they've got the workers to be able to do that, to talk about it. But then they were saying that, any sort of a labor disruption,
yeah.
Or any sort of short. That's what I was trying to do, disruption and shortage in the same way. But that he was saying that's really going to start affecting that, right? So they do carry a lot of debt as well, Boeing. So you got to watch out for that. Could be.
Well, you have to remember the good thing for them is all of these deals. Well, all of them, they're not necessarily in stone with the trade talk. Like every single deal that the president makes, that country is putting in orders for Boeing's, and there's a reason. There's an easy reason for that, because it takes them forever. Like if you put an order for Boeing, it's like 10 years or 12. I think it's Airbus is 10 and they're 12, something like that. So it's like a commitment to invest in America, but you don't have to put anything down now. So it's an easy thing to negotiate, and it's good for Boeing, and then you win a bunch of points. So it's going in all these deals. It seems to be the case, but like none of them are like in stone yet. So it seems like a little bit of a sell the news for sure. So I don't know. I like the fact that it's bouncing here, but I'll probably give it a day. But I am actually considering trimming some Boeing. I think I'll give it a day. I'll talk myself into giving it a day, and then maybe tomorrow make a decision. Because if this gets to the 200 period moving average, or it gets to $200, and I didn't sell anything, and then to buy it back down there, I'll be mad at myself. And I don't want to be mad at. I don't want to be mad at myself.
You might have just, what's up, Horns?
Horns.
Krispy Kreme to meme.
Oh
That's
my
not.
goodness, yes.
I was just thinking about it, so
I'd kill for a. Well, I wouldn't actually know. That's
You know, do you remember what their symbol is?
D's.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's D nut. Right here.
Oh,
So
you
let's
know
go
what I
over. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, not D's nut, Neil. D nut. Right there. So here it is. I just want to say it's a. Come on, get what the. Okay. Right here. This is not a horrible idea at all. A 23% short float for D nut. Okay. That's something there. So we could talk about that. Obviously, the float, whatever, 92 million shares. You know, the float also on Open Door is quite big, right? So, so that would be something to talk about just real quick. The other thing too is if you're going to look at DNUT right here, look at what's happened to DNUT. It's been decomposed. I mean, it's all the way to the downside right now. Potentially, like, look, Open Door.
Oh my God, that's so bad.
Open Door just came back in, so we just got stopped out of Open Door. Fine, we'll talk about that in a minute. But this is not a bad candidate for that. I don't want to stamp it and say go for it, but like, look at this right here, July 23rd, maybe earnings, maybe not, but it has the ability to go. It went from $3 this day up to $6 the next day.
23% short.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. So 23% short float with, again, a fun symbol. Let's call it like it is. You know, this could get some traction out there. It's a similar play. Like, I don't know if Krispy Kreme owns their stores, if it's a real estate play or not. That could be potential there. Obviously, donuts and everything, you know, with the GLP-1 and all that kind of stuff. We've seen names like
Tough
Pepsi.
road to hoe for these guys.
Yeah, there's some roads being hoed. But, you know, at the end of it all, first of all, this is why we are who we are, I think, anyways. Risk management. You know, you don't get to be sitting here for as long as you do when this kind of stuff happens and you don't get out. I mean, you just get out when it breaks. There's the nice play. Now, I hope someone went short, and I hope you sort of heard what I was saying about getting out. I think it still pops potentially from here. I mean, you got to get down into the 200 period moving average and see 970 first, which it might get into. But yeah, I don't mind this, Horns. I mean, let me know in the chat if you guys like this, and maybe there is a reason to buy some DNUT right here, because again, it's a good ticker. It's a fun name that people could get behind there, and well beat up, 23% short float, an American story. I don't know. I mean, it could work. So yeah, I know nothing at all about the fundamentals other than they have good donuts that if you put them, I haven't had one in a minute,
They're tasty.
If you put one in the microwave, man, those are good.
I used to eat like
Straight
oh my goodness,
Krispy Kreme donuts. I mean, when they first came here in Mississauga, there was a lineup for hours and like literally hours for people to grab these donuts.
I remember
they're not even expensive.
No, I remember when they first came. It was complete insanity. There was one job. I worked like
Someone sent some Krispy Kreme.
years and years ago. I was working installing, you know the flip signs. I forget there's a name for them, like the big bulletin board signs, like the big, not bulletin board. Why can't I think of the name?
Like billboards.
Billboards, the big billboard signs that you see like on the road. But like there's ones at like the bridge in Windsor when you cross the border, and it's the ones that have the flips. They're really intricate to whatever. I was doing install on that over a week, and I remember the team. Like every single morning, every freaking morning, it was a box of Krispy Kreme donuts. That was breakfast. Because you're working late, you're just burning calories anyways, and you're young, so I could do whatever I wanted. And I'm like, oh my God, I was eating like 6 of those bad boys a morning. It was just crazy, and they're so good. I never once got sick of them.
Glorilla.
Which I love.
Yeah,
Right.
what's up, Dijon Mustard? Yeah, someone send us some Krispy Kreme donuts. Go find the address online.
No, it's you guys don't.
It's already 3:04 anyways. Maybe
I would. Where is it?
Yeah, I know where there's a couple. There's one on DuPont and Spadina as well. I drive by it every day. Right there.
It's a good thing it's not.
Ramin's
It's a
getting
good thing
involved.
it's not
Okay,
close.
here we go.
It's a good thing.
I can stop and bring some in tomorrow, maybe. Okay, so that's what we're doing. Look, I said again, man, from I guess my voice to your ears. Like we had talked about. Maybe Open Door had a chance to get going, but I did say that we'd like to see it at the 200 period moving average. So it does break down, and there it goes all the way back up. I mean, I don't know if anything's going to stop this name today. This could be a very interesting talk after hours. All right, so we come through tonight. Adobe is reporting, and they've been beat up for a minute. Their EPS, they're looking for $5. Their revenue still $6 billion. I feel like the revenue might be light. I just want to see if enough people have canceled some of their recurring memberships here for Adobe. The thing is that even though AI is going to be eating Adobe's lunch, and I just wonder, like, how much of that has already been talked about? Like, it's not rocket science to say, like, right now, I can see the tools that we're using around here, Canva, and there's other free things. And not that Canva's free, but there's other free options that are out there that make your life a lot easier as a designer or anything like that. But at the end of the day, you want high quality products. And it's not my realm. And maybe Adobe's not as high quality anymore. Maybe it's overpriced for what they offer. But I just think that there's a lot of business right now, marketing departments, advertising, content creators and stuff like that, that, you know, for the whatever the yearly or monthly membership is for Adobe, I wonder if it's still worth keeping, because if you're making high quality product from Adobe, then do you cancel that just to save a couple bucks, right? I mean, I wouldn't.
Is it not?
It's like eSignal, right? Like eSignal is probably the most expensive charting platform out there, okay? And the thing about it is like, I've used it for 25 years. And do I know that there's TradingView for free? Yes. Is there all these other things for free? Yes. But you stick with what you know.
Traders are like the old dogs in new tricks, I think, for that. My only concern for Adobe is everything in this AI cycle, and that chart reminds me of Salesforce. And I get it, they don't do the same, they're not the same business, but it's like, it's as if they're missing the boat the same way.
But the problem with Salesforce is in this environment should be working, no?
Yes.
But that's so, but
it's not.
Adobe shouldn't be working in this environment. So I feel like the problem is, like, Salesforce is a huge, way bigger problem.
I think Salesforce is missing, you know what?
Bouncing off the 200.
I don't know why they're missing so badly, but the charts are almost identical. Since this AI rally has been happening, both those two charts have been almost identical. What was the expected move on Adobe? 10% expected move on Adobe. So what you can think about here is when you're at the, there we go. We've seen this before. Like, it's priced that if it go, like, to go 10% down, essentially is you're breaking down underneath the low. Right, so if it makes that 10% and is to the downside, it's now consolidating under the 52-week low. But if it breaks it out to the upside, you've got like blue sky, not blue skies, but you've got some air.
Yeah.
And so that's like, this is one where you really hope they can pull the surprise off, because the continuation play, if this is up more than 10%, I think would be fantastic. I'm a little skeptical. Like, it's like CRM felt like it was going to go through, and it's a pure chart thing. I'm being very technical about this because CRM, unfortunately, Friday charts on a Thursday. Heyo, there we go. You know, unfortunately for CRM, like, it's been making the bottom. They report, it holds the low and is unable to break out. Just cannot get over the hump, and that just tells you that it's being leaned on. If it pops, someone is selling the stock, whether it's people that are dumping every single short move or small move up, or it's people shorting this, and Adobe's got the same pattern. It needs to break it, and maybe that's the only way Adobe's going to get out of its own way. Surprise everybody once, break some of this out, and then see if you can get a continuation. Oh, by the way, that Warner Brothers, keep forgetting that this is now a thing. Warner Brothers. Right, so the story, you know, potential bid here for Warner Brothers. Every now and then when something settles down like this, it's like, is the market going to figure out exactly what this deal is going to be? Don't get trapped by assuming that the market knows what a deal will be when it settles at a price on speculation of a deal.
So what was the news there? Do you remember?
No, so it was Paramount. It was a Paramount Skydance is preparing a bid. I'm trying to remember the symbol off the top of my head. I trade a lot of buyouts and look at a lot of them, so I don't remember the symbol. But there was one where very similar the day before, and it leveled off, and you're like, oh, the market's got this right. This is what the premium's going to be. It's probably going to be around this price or better. And then the deal ended up being like 10% down, and people got moked if they tried to hold it overnight. Because when they announced the terms of the deal, it ended up being much lower. So don't assume because the market seems to think it might be around here that any kind of a bid would be at this price. It's a bad assumption to make. And your upside sometimes can be limited because, like, it's already popped like 30%, and with a high much higher. There's a pretty decent premium to begin with here. If you start working off of like a 30-day moving average, which is 30, 60, or 90-day moving average, and you slap a premium on that, it's already giving you a bit of the move. Day trade it fine, like you can probably get some longs, but for the hold, I don't know if it's worth it without knowing the terms of the deal. What's going on with that?
What? Yeah, Rigetti. That's what I was just going to say, actually. Brian Shannon, Nadera, and I were on the recap show on Tuesday, of course, and Brian was there. And he goes, I have a name that you'll like, Sean, because I know you like rigatoni. And I was like, okay. But he was like, what about Rigetti right here trying to get going? Now, I can't remember exactly what he saw, but, we always... Brian and I are pretty much attached at the hip with a lot of our ideas, and this was just off the 50-period moving average. I mean, just look how good that looks on the daily. So I feel like we were talking about that, and this was a name that he had brought up to his attention through some scans that Rigetti had bounced off of the 50-period. Now, I didn't look at QBTS. I mean, they all kind of eye on Q. They all tend to go, similarly. So Rigetti. But what's up, Adara?
Yeah, again here, we did get a little bit of that volume spike in Warner Brothers. That is because we do CNBC reporting that the PSKY WBD deal could be as soon as next week. So again, CNBC reporting this deal could happen as soon as next week. Back to you.
All right, man. It's now 5 hours until kickoff. What do they kick off at 8 o'clock? So we're really excited to see Jaden Daniels.
At least we're not picking them.
The J Love. Yeah. We got to go through our. It's not, I don't want to call it that word.
What is everyone doing in Survivor this week?
Survivor, that's what
And why shouldn't we just put all 12 entries on Baltimore?
Who is it? Washington?
The Ravens.
What? Which team?
The Ravens. Ravens can't lose.
Oh, Ravens. Huh.
The Ravens are not losing. There's just no way. There's absolutely no way.
Like, if anybody works at FanDuel,
No, the Ravens just came off a gut-wrenching loss to obviously the Buffalo Bills, a real team. And now they're at home against the Browns. They're going to mop the damn floor with
the Browns are barely, what's Joe Flacco going to do? The guy could have,
The line's probably 2 touchdowns.
All right, so here we go. Let's just go for the money line. Yeah, it's 11 and a half. So, all right, so, in a Survivor pool, you're just trying to pick a winner every single week. You would think it would be easy, but we have 12 goes at it. So, and the thing is, you want to put mixed odds. You don't want to always pick, the number one team, but I think we could almost put all 12 on the Ravens, because if they lose to the Browns, then I'm fine losing all the money that we put into it. The next high spread, the Jets versus the Bills. We don't want to use the Bills on the road. I don't want to use the Lions on a intra conference game, so divisional game. Sorry, they're in the same division, NFC North. Okay, Dallas. No, it's only 1.5. Everything 3 points, 6 points here. Cardinals at home against the Panthers. Neil, maybe we go 8 on the Ravens, 4 on this.
What's the other one?
I don't know, man. The Cardinals could lose at home against Panthers. That's
they struggled to beat the Saints. And the Saints
Vikings, Falcons. Falcons might be without Drake London and Daryl Mooney.
But the problem is, if you have to wait to know if they're both out, and you got to make your picks before that. Yeah, because you have to pick before Sunday's game starts. So it's kind of tricky like that. Like, if there's a big injury in the Sunday night game or the Monday night game, you can't wait around to make your call.
Okay.
And I would hate to pick them, and then all of a sudden those guys both suit up, and then you lose your edge. Everyone's looking in the chat, that's bad strategy going all in on Baltimore. I understand, and you have 12 entries, going all in.
Bad strategy.
Going all in. The reason I think it early on is the competitive advantage you get from getting all of them through like that, because we don't do stuff like this, and that's why we keep losing. Just take some chances. Just go all in with one team and pull it off a couple times, and then you're way ahead of the line.
That's what I said, we have 12 teams. You could do like a 10 and a 2 or an 8 and a 4.
Okay, 10 and 2 I'm down with.
Because that way.
10 and 2, but I don't want to pick the Falcons because I don't want to pick the Falcons. What was the other one?
We're picking against the Falcons.
What was it?
Picking Minnesota,
but I don't.
NFC Defensive Player of the.
You just heard the rant I made on JJ McCarthy yesterday.
Yeah.
I would feel wrong if we picked
JJ McCarthy, I think, is going to be fine.
There's got to be something else. Cowboys to the home of the Giants.
Just quickly, we'll find
Cowboys
that out. Right now, Open Door goes all the way back. So
you've got to be kidding me this time.
All the way back to 1050. So, we got stopped out there of our last 5%, or I might have even been less than that, on the way down there. But now it's right back up to where we've never seen before. So there's big size. That's not even big size. There's not even any kind of a level here. This really is GameStop-esque, honestly, like 1 billion shares. today going through for Open Door, like a $10 stock, turned over the float many times, I'd imagine. Like, this is just an absolute monster stock. Keeps on, like, almost every single, well, obviously every single dip gets bought up if we're at day's high, but it doesn't go down for very long. I mean, this was a pretty prolonged downside move, right? From 10 all the way to 928. You might have thought the move was over then, but it still bounces clean off the 200 period moving average. So all I would really do is sort of put in the old noggin here and just be like, hey, look, if we ever break through that 200 period moving average, then maybe that is the sign. But until then, I would just keep on buying these dips and then wait till eventually you break that 980. Well, it's not going to get down there right now, but that would be an area for concern. And yeah, I don't know, still working out. So there it goes. Let's just keep going. Yeah, thanks for the steak tonight. You're right about that one, Ed. So shout out to that. We're already, the wife, we had some wings in the freezer. She took them out, so I'm getting ready to throw those on the Barbie. She's making some homemade nachos, and it's going to be like a nacho platter because my kids don't like the jalapenos or the olives or anything like that. So it's kind of mix your own nacho plates. I think that was a good idea. So shout out to Marissa for that one. And yeah, today, looking over at the net, it can pay for dinner, so that's good. So Open Door, and I think it was Luis this morning, right? He's like, you know, trade what you do well. I mean, we do IPOs well, big caps well, Open Door well. I like trading in them all. I think the thing to learn about that is understand, you know, make your own kind of a list, whether or not it's a sticky note like this. Obi started using sticky notes. We all make our own notes, and I just think that it's important that you have a trade idea. Like Yadira will know, you know, spready names or whatever that she likes to trade. Whether or not profitable on them is a different story, but likes to trade them, right, for all of us. It's just a matter of trading the same style and trying to learn it and then get better and then up your shares. Because I know we have a read there that it says, like, you know, you don't need to use a lot of money to make a lot of money, but you actually do. So the thing about it is you got to use some shares. You got to put some risks into it. You don't know until you know. So that's why, you know, we get this going. You get your lists out. You put them, you know, you follow them, and that's what it is. So my number one stock today is Alibaba on here. My number two stock today is Open Door on here. iBit's on here, and NVIDIA's on here. So we've traded them all. We're in NVIDIA right now. NVIDIA's actually coming back in quite nicely here. What is the market doing right now? So there's a couple outs for us. We don't have...
That's so weird because AMD spiked out of nowhere.
Did it? So maybe there was a story.
So spiked up, not down. Like, right, you just said NVIDIA went back down. AMD just spiked up into the volume weighted, like a huge volume candle. I'm like, what the hell just happened? And I'm like, okay, well, maybe this is actually going to break up, and maybe I don't like VWAP anymore. And I look over, and NVIDIA was going down. Now they're both bouncing. It's a bit weird. So AMD looks like it might be a little bit stronger than it was before for reasons unknown. If it comes into VWAP and fails again, then this time I'll take a shot. It's certainly told you that 156.5 has held for sure. John Del Segno in the chat says it's the fear of Adobe that's causing these to move, or Alpha saying compared to SMCI. You know what? I have not looked at this stock at all today. I couldn't even tell you what it looks like. I mean, I'd say pretty boring inside day on SMCI. Yeah, wow. Exactly $1 range inside of yesterday's range, but stronger than the other two, I suppose. They get stronger than the other chips. They're above VWAP. Those two are beneath it. It was Micron that was, if you're looking for a chip name that was distinctly different today, I guess it still is Micron. Micron's up 8%, and it's pulled back $5 from the highs. Remember, just tuck this one away when we're only looking at AMD and NVIDIA on a daily basis. Sometimes some SMCI, Broadcom, not enough. But Micron in the memory space has been on an absolute tear. And the reason for this 8% up candle, they got a price target upgrade. That's it. From 150 to 175. An analyst says price target's 175, not 150. And after already moving like 20, 25 bucks in 5 days, it just does another ramp job and goes up 15 at one point. So big day for Micron in what has already been a big couple of weeks. And remember what we keep saying? When a stock starts respecting the moving average in the right way, like look at this allergic to holding over the 200 period moving average. There was some funky stuff happening at the stock at $110 for a very long time. But when it finally held the 200 period moving average and broke out above it, at any point, you buy any dip, after this point in here where it's breaking out above the 200 period and you're just golden. You buy into the move, you're good. You buy the dip, it doesn't even touch it. Now it's holding the 50. That was one that probably got away. And don't sleep on this break in 160. Micron probably still has more juice to go. When to buy Oracle? I don't know.
$3. What's it at right now?
Well, I mean, you mean like in general or today? I was gonna tell you. Well, I think it's gonna go from this 307, and it didn't break 310. Like we scalped it to 310. Look at hold the line at 310. So obviously, breaking out 310 this afternoon is not gonna be a thing. I don't know if I'll love it with only 40 minutes left. When it got up there, I was like, yeah, if it holds a higher low, we'll take the 310 break for another scalp trade. That didn't happen. So outside of saying to you the lazy answer of the low of the day is 305, maybe you take a shot there. I don't think I will. If it hits low, $300 makes sense, but that's not a today trade. You got to remember Oracle, it's still this is only day 2. It has plenty of time to actually really settle down after that blowout. That blowout, it wasn't even blowout earnings. It was the guidance of the only reason why they did what they did. So it's still settling down, and it's been mostly sell the news. Outside of 30 to 40 minutes off of the open yesterday, they've been selling the stock. So you catch your bounce plays if you can. It's great. Like I'll be the first to tell you, oh great, you scalped a win there for a long, because that's all you can get. Like there's a scalp long, but the shorts are printing on Oracle, straight printing, and they might hit the low of the day again today. I'm actually thinking of I'm going to show you my black chart because I don't want to redraw this line. Getting lazy in my old age. You were saying one of the moving averages.
Yeah.
But since
it's open.
So there was that seller at 994 that I didn't have a look at it when it broke, but it was a ton of shares there of 94, 95, 96. But since that pullback, it's been holding this trend right on a $10 break. So if this loses $10, it's losing this trend line, which allows you to basically attempt to short 98 or 99 on open. Maybe give it a really tight stop and just see if it's actually going to pull back anywhere near VWAP. That's the play I'm looking for. And I just realized, do we have free locates on this? I hadn't even tried to short it today, so I didn't even know if we had locates. It's free.
Open door?
That's also dangerous.
Yeah, I guess so, because I never got the warning that I was throwing out too many shares. So.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, when you're throwing out take profits, anyways, it's...
Yeah, like if I have 100 shares and I throw out an offer for 150, if there's not enough shortable shares,
it'll reject the order.
It'll reject it, or it'll have to reclassify it as that. So, okay, I just wanted to, we're going to go to Tesla. Tesla, by the way, I mean, I see everybody in the chat, it broke. Look, both Neil and I were talking about this level breaking, and I love the level. It's just, the futures aren't really doing anything. I've been having... a pretty decent day right here, and it's just like I don't necessarily want to go for this right now, because even if it drips back in, I just don't know if there's enough juice in the futures to get it going. I am someone that likes to trade with the market, and if I don't really see too much excitement, I mean, the market's up, so it's not that. It's just, it's such a move up there for Tesla on not really too much news. Like there is news, that's fine, but I mean, just right here, we're gonna go to Adair in a second to get some sort of a news. But it's just this technical break. Like if this was in the morning, trust, this would probably be the only trade I'd have all day. But for right now, let's let it settle down. Let's go over to Adara and figure out what the story is, either with Tesla or whatever she wants.
Looks like this is autonomous vehicle related. They're announcing here that their testing registry certification application was submitted on September 3rd, processed on September 10th, and they do have autonomous plates and certificates issued. This headline does not say where this was, like locationally. If I have more details, I'll let you know. But either way, Tesla making some positive announcements here when it comes to their certification application for AVs. Back to you.
So thanks, Adara. So there it goes. Like, and this is why I'm saying about the news, like stories like that aren't, for me, are good at needle move, and then there it is right now, back down through. So there's 50 cents worth of a hit, right? So instead of me looking over and losing whatever, $50 on 100 shares or whatever I would trade it with, I don't, so I don't have to worry about it. But again, the fact that we broke there, great. I like it. But looking at this, I mean, I like looking at topping tail or whatever wick candles on 5-minute charts better than 1-minute charts because too much noise. And that's pretty brutal right there. So someone came in and definitely sold that 368 top regardless of any news. But again, there's wicking tops everywhere and bottoms. So it's like you can really pick and choose what you want to look at. But at least I feel, again, somewhat justified there by not taking that trade because I would have been out of it. And Eduardo, yeah, a little bit of a family secret here maybe from yourself. Eduardo says try a banana on the barbecue or on fire, I guess a fire pit or whatever. Fire it for a while until it melts. Okay, melting the banana, got it. Then add brown sugar and cinnamon, serve with vanilla ice cream. I mean, I'm not a huge cinnamon guy, but I get...
Oh, that sounds delicious.
I get that. That sounds delicious. Serve with vanilla ice cream. Red pepper. Oh, like actual, yeah, I am all about grilled vegetables. So right now in my garden, we have crazy zucchinis right now. And I love a grilled zucchini just with like salt and pepper. Throw that on the grill, man. Put a little, maybe some olive oil or whatever on those. Like you don't need anything at all. Grilled zucchini. You know what? Tonight, I'm going to post the wings I'm going to cook, and I'm throwing on some grilled zucchini. That is one of my favorite. Okay, there it comes right now. There's Tesla right now. So bang on not taking the trade right there. So we're still in our NVIDIA long. It's 23 cents in the money. We did get out of Open Door. I'm going to get out of NVIDIA now. It's 10:30. It's 10:30 right now. It's 3:30 right now. And I don't need to even really. So there we go. Getting up. I was going to get out. I just got out at 177.30. So we'll take another little bit of an out there on NVIDIA and start to wrap up the day. A half hour left. If anything starts moving around, we'll look at that. Yeah, so far so good. I mean, VWAP for IBIT maybe?
There's going to be some big, there's a couple of big expected imbalances here today. To the S&P 400, you've got FTI and Skechers. Skechers deal closing. That's
sketchy.
Expected 11 million shares to the sell side. FTI is the addition. That's notionally $1.4 billion worth in 35 million shares. So they're both in the right direction currently. You've got FTI is currently a decent size long at 8 million, and Skechers is an unpaired 7.6 million. You're going to see these probably stay and be pretty solid. We'll see. We have about 20 minutes to go. It's the regular caveats. Just because it's a seller bounce or a buy and bounce does not mean it has to move in that direction. And just because the early look is this way does not mean it has to come out that way at 350. Now you can make informed decisions to get into position anticipating it, but just understand that that can easily just go against you. One other thing, if you're trading Skechers, it's trading above the actual bio price.
So I'll say it's sketchy.
Which is very sketchy. Like
very on brand for them.
Well, no, it's... No, I don't know what's going on with it either.
Fire.
I'm taking a small shot at it early, but it's like it's 30 pennies above the bio price, which is a little bit weird. AMD is getting to VWAP. Second time into VWAP, nice trend. Open Door is still holding that trend line, by the way, so still looking pretty good. If it breaks 10, it breaks that trend line. But this cannot seem to break VWAP. Nice upward trend that's held. If it can close underneath again. I didn't take it here on the trend break because that just seemed too violent, but now you got VWAP as cover. I'm looking for the short here in AMD on that trend break. As long as it doesn't break VWAP, obviously that negates the trade. Might even be a long at that point. But one of those two reversions I'm looking for. Open Door through the $10 level or AMD pretty much through right here. Just closes underneath 156.15 on a 3-minute candle, and I'm taking a shot at the short. Michael Ryan saying the Packers are sketchy. Why are the Packers sketchy?
Dude, probably a Lions fan.
Or Vikings fan.
Yeah.
If you're not a Bears fan.
Or a Bears fan or something.
I actually don't, whatever. I have an affinity for teams that you have like a really hard, it's a difficult history if you're a fan of that team for like the last like few decades. Like being a diehard fan for a team which has disappointed you for a long time.
Blue Jays.
Like I said, like I'm a Buffalo Bills fan, I'm a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, and a Toronto Blue Jays fan. So I have a certain sympathy for
I feel like that's very geographical based.
Well, it is a little bit. But like if you're a Detroit Lions fan, I feel you. I feel you. If you're a Bears fan, I get it. I can really empathize with you. And now I get to talk all kinds of trash because the Bills are good.
Thing about, look, I mean, I'm a Bills fan too, but I mean, like you know,
it's been rough.
Yeah, it's like it's even almost more disappointing now. At least if you're like a Jets fan or any of these other fans, you don't have any expectations. Yeah. The Bills are supposed to win the Super Bowl. It's like that's been the case for the last couple of years, or at least win the AFC, and they've never even gone to the Super Bowl.
It's gonna happen.
I'm sure it is gonna happen. Okay, so just for everybody, we are almost out of everything here as far as NVIDIA is concerned. So we're underneath VWAP. We're starting to go. I mean, this trade isn't. It's impossible. We don't have that many shares left to turn this into a losing trade or anything like that. So we're just going to do the best we can. Get out right now on NVIDIA and just call it a day, to be honest with you. And that's it there for NVDA and company. So we'll continue to, there we go. We're out. So, I haven't, see, that's what happened. See, that's a short sell, but it's not because I had another offer up there at 178 that never got filled. Right there at VWAP. What a surprise. I had an order at VWAP. Okay, so that's it, man. That concludes our day there. Good job so far. Open Door, obviously it's a good job. I make you look over at the net and know that we've done pretty good today, but Open Door just again, look at that. Whoops. So finally thinks about going down again and just bought right back up. This time it's again another 50-period play. It broke below it before, so I don't know. That NXXT, before someone asks us in the chat, oh, this can't be the right name. What was the name?
No, it was something different. It was penny stock. It was
it was 14 or 15 cents, wasn't it?
I thought it hit 18 cents. What was it?
Yeah, that's the thing. It was 18 cents. What was it, man? Yeah. NXTT. Okay, good. Someone just there in the chat. What's up, Rico? I just want to see what this is. What in the?
Oh, it doubled? Oh my God.
Doubled.
Oh my goodness.
Someone put. Who was it in the chat, man? I'm going to send you a Trader TV Live hat if I can find one. Someone put this name. Shout out to every single person in our chat, honestly. Hit the damn like button, man. We have a wicked community. Someone put this in the chat 3 days ago at 13 or 14 cents. And I was like, okay. Then it went to 18 or 19 cents yesterday. I was like, okay. All right, NXTT, my guy, what is going on? Who are you even in the chat, man? What? NXTT, okay. Again, Next Technology Holdings, let me see, right here, Wagwan. No news in September 5th. So you're a week away from any news. So this is according to the Benzinga Pro platform. I'm just gonna, whatever, it doesn't seem to be anything there. Wow.
Oh, do they have a potential deadline looming for like possible delisting?
Could be. I mean, that's
What's the name of the company?
I just closed it. NXTT. It is Next Technology, but proper word next, like NEXT. Technologies. Next Technology Holding Inc. So that would make sense, right? I mean, I think that's a good call there by Neil. If there is ever a chance of a stock getting delisted, they get their warning from the NASDAQ.
Oh, is this a Chinese company?
Is it Chinese? I mean, how do you think they're funding their programs over here? But yeah, no, nice move there for NXTT. And again, congratulations to anybody that somehow knew anything about this name. You win. That's a chicken dinner.
How are they still listed? They got a notice a year ago.
There it is. D. Westermeyer, 6 employees.
They literally got a delist notice in April of last year.
How many employees we have? We have like 6 employees.
Wow, okay. That's so interesting.
Check that. Yeah, well, Sharif, I mean, Auto Antics. I mean, we talked about this. Sharif didn't check it out. Look, what I'm going to say to you guys is just make sure you follow the people you follow and the people you want to follow. Everybody's going to have their own thing, right? So just do it. We don't share. Like I said, we can follow all of our trades. We don't share P&Ls, and you can talk about Sharif's and Joe's trader stories and what theirs has been like, and it's going to be different than Neil and I's, and everybody has a completely different road to what they're doing. So yeah, shout out to Sharif and Joe on the midday show. But again, 33 cents, like what a great stock. For me, it never matters really what the prices are. Do I prefer to trade stocks over $1? Yes. And part of that is because there's just too many options a lot of the time between, like, if you take a big amount of shares, I'm not just going to trade this just for fun.
You have to mentally
it's like
move
a different
you
level.
have to mentally move the decimal place.
Right.
What I will say is this. The order entry for penny stocks now versus how it used to trade, it was so much easier back in the day when there weren't so many gateways and under some of the old systems. Like when you had like the NASDAQ ones, you had like the super montage and it was like the main gateway, and you didn't have to worry so much about how many different gateways you would be on. And anyway, I could get into a long story about why it can be different for prop traders. That being said, I actually think if you're trading small, I would say if you're trading small cappers and that's your bag, then I think you want to try to find a way to include penny stocks when they set up. That's all. That's what I would say. But I have an extreme bias in that because I cashed my first checks as a trader trading penny stocks, like the first half year.
Yeah, same.
You know, so I have a bit of a bias in being very open to when they're good. They're good. Really good. I was only interested if they had a delisting notice because sometimes there's like this pump to get to $1. But the only one I could find for that was in April of last year, which is a while. That was a long time ago. I don't know, weird. Anyways, AMD's breaking trend. I'm gonna slip into that one as this time it breaks the trend a little bit closer to the volume weighted average price on AMD. It's still at 330. The only things on here, like I said, were those two deals. No big imbalances otherwise, unless you happen to care about Ford. Everybody, Ford is a 2 million sell imbalance. You know Ford's going to be fun when it breaks $12. Ford is just hanging out. This just reminded me again. Ford is just hanging out. It just bounced off to 50. Big double top on Ford at $12. This could be one of those little fun breakout trades where you don't care about Ford for such a long time, and then this finally happens, and then for a day or two you care about Ford again, and then you just stop. Then we stop caring about Ford after it fails at like 14 or something. But yeah, good trend for Ford into 12. I would have zero interest in ever really owning the stock in the long term, again because I think I messed around with it. There was a point where like it kept bouncing off $11, and you could get a dividend. So like there was this whole get in, sell some at 14, 15, reload at 11, sell some, and while you're holding a position and you're getting a dividend thing that was kind of cool. And then that stopped working because the stock stopped working. So that game was over.
Ford is, I probably still own some of it. I was just looking, I still actually own a decent amount of Alibaba, so that's pretty good. Not hugely in the money. I didn't buy any dips on Alibaba, but Alibaba's been a good stock today and for a little bit of time here. As this one, I mean, again, the reason why it has such a cheap PE is because it's China, right? I mean, I would invest any money, serious money in China. It's about 1% of my portfolio, which is pretty good. I actually want to answer a question right here. Where was it? Shout out to Bob the dog, man. Congratulations, man. I'm glad to have traders watching the show for sure. So congratulations to you. All right, so where was it right here? Someone said, all right. Where is it? Oh, there it is right here. What's up to Abhishek? What's up, Abhishek Desai? Yeah, so most people's portfolios are at all-time highs. You guys would know that mine probably is. I've been looking at it. I'm big into tech and all these ETFs and all the indexes. So I think, like most people, I don't know all-time highs, but close enough to it. I mean, the market's going to be at all-time highs. Most portfolios, if you're market-based, are going to be there. So nothing to write home about. But you're answering here, what's next for the rest of the year? I think a lot. Like I think that as people get complacent with their trades, I mean, you're going to have maybe some more passive investing. I think that a lot of people that started off the year potentially a little lower, people that were wondering if tariffs are going to be a problem. A lot of money got out of the market in April and are just trying to get right back into it. And it's been obviously a tough road to hoe to get back into the market right now because of how it's been moving. It's just basically straight to the upside. I mean, just look at the Qs or anything like that. If you're looking at a day chart of this thing, it's been quite an epic move higher. And pretty much all of the dips have been bought up since April. So I would say the same kind of thing. There's still going to be a lot of money on the sidelines. I mean, I know a lot of money managers that had to cash out traders or portfolios just because they didn't want to be involved. I mean, there was a really negative spin to President Trump's first, 90 days or whatever. I guess in the new year, obviously the first 90 days were great, but once we started talking a little more serious about tariffs and GDP expansion or decline there, people got out and got nervous, and I just wonder how much money hasn't gone back in. You're seeing, flight to safety names like gold ripping to all-time highs today. This is a 40-year high for gold. 40-year high for gold. So there is a lot. Did the monitors came in? Oh, darn it. Okay. I was just wondering. Mark's doing. Mark's doing some work over here. So, but anyways, we're getting excited because we're getting ready. The new desk is getting ready to go over there for our news desk. It looks like it might be ready. I don't know. For that one, I know they have to set up the cameras and all the technology. There it is right there. Hey, Fabian, what's going on right there as the new desk is getting set up there? That's just to that, over to the side of us right there. Hey, Fabian.
Like 15 feet.
Boy, your hair getting long. Boy, your hair getting long, my guy, right there. But anyways, that's what we're doing. We're getting ready to go. So yeah, to answer your question, what's in store for the next little bit? Bullish, more bullish into year end. I mean, we had a great earnings season. It doesn't look like people are, by the way, open door new intraday highs. It doesn't look like people are getting too scared about any of their positions. Like I said, crypto's been holding out pretty well. Gold is at all-time highs. Interest rates remain low, so it's not like people are going to be, funneling their money into high-yielding accounts or anything like that. The Nasdaq and the S&P 500 continue to work. So with this market multiple, I could see a little bit of a pullback, but I'm not worried about some sort of a flush out.
You know what? Opens a stack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So close above 10. Remember, the old IPO retake the IPO open level?
Yeah.
Like that trade.
We went back to that level.
Yeah, like that trade's actually potentially happening this week or next week. This is in a monthly chart here for Open Door. Like there's arguments to be made. I think if you talk to Michael Noss, I think he'd say it needs to break here. Like the 12, like the 12, 13 area is what would have to break. I've always kind of believed like once it gets past here, it looks pretty good, the 11 level. But that's a very big monster level. I don't know how much, I've only ever looked at it in depth and even taken any trades for a swing on actual IPOs, never for a SPAC, just to be real with you. Like we were talking about with Robinhood, I like that SoFi has an example of this, and a bunch of actual ones have examples. But I don't know about Open Door as a SPAC, but it certainly is that same setup.
Yep.
Breaking out that 13 level. And if you think that's impossible, then you haven't been following the market very long. Oh, the other side of this, and this was rightfully mentioned in the chat several times, the idea that there's money coming out of Carvana and going in Open Door. I don't know if that's true, but my response to that is if it's true, then Carvana could be on the precipice of something. This is hugging the 50 period. Like if this breaks down under the 50 period and $350, I think there could be something on Carvana for the short for the next couple of maybe days and weeks. But that's for later. 7 minutes till the 8 minutes till the imbalances.
Oh wow, already.
Yeah, we're getting
What are we doing for
close.
the closing show? I don't know.
Okay, so negative. Brendan just said the desk it won't be ready. So I guess the closing show will get done here. So I'll get out of here. Like I said, Daryl will slide into my seat and that'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be ready tomorrow. The desk. It's a lot of work because all the cameras, the lighting, and then you got to get everything hooked up and set up.
I'm fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to move, so it's all good.
Should be fine. Yeah. Okay. So, Open Door just keeps on going. 1060 into the close. Again, a big move higher here today. Oracle's been the disappointing stock of the day in what was yesterday's bell of the ball. Today we give back a little bit. I mean, it was up 38% at the end of the day yesterday, being down 5.5%. It's 8%. 5.8%. Not that bad after all. So cut them a little bit of slack there as Oracle trying to just, get a little bit of a breather today. And the breather started pronto right there, straight off the open. Oracle just kept on falling all day and never really had a chance to go, right? I mean, look at this 200 period moving average right there. Just absorb that, this green line all the way down. Was definitely a good one there. Yeah, not when you short Oracle. Congratulations, D1, right into there. This is what we're talking about. To each their own, right into here. 35K profit. I mean, that's perfect. That's the kind of stuff that we're looking for, right? I mean, whether or not it's $35 profit, 35K profit, it's all a factor of share size. And that's why we say, like, once you're confident in a strategy that you have, use more shares. There's no other advice you're going to get from anybody that makes any sense, in my opinion. So use more shares if you have a strategy that works for you. There's nothing else. That's what trading is. So you have to be able to do that. And I think that if you found something, did I even have to shout out what your name was there? But there it is. Yeah, Diwan, you've obviously done that. I mean, you don't make $35,000 in one day if you're just chilling out. All right, so people are saying Circle's trying to go. Oh, yeah, that's right. I wanted to talk about Figure today because that name came out. Wow, Circle. Where is it, Dara? What did I miss on Circle today? A re-rating?
A what?
Okay, yeah. So just upgrades, re-rating on not even on Circle there. So huge move up there, up 20%. And this might be a story. We saw CoreWeave get absolutely clocked from their highs as well. Circle just coming back into. Man, sometimes you look at these things and it's like, damn, like why didn't right into here? That's where the gathering was, right? So it's just like it had based out there right away off IPO, came back to those exact levels again, and boom. So yeah, man, Circle working out. Again,
Circle gets the square.
Yeah, Circle gets the square. That's my line. Okay, so here's Figure again. Just looking at what they're doing. Not a great IPO. You're going to hear probably that it was fantastic. I don't even know what the IPO range was, but it comes out at 34.50. It goes up to 37 or not even. I think
24, but they uppriced it.
Right,
it was 25.
Okay, 25. Okay, so good pricing there because it comes out at 36. So there it is, $36 open for this name, and $36 won't be there at the close. So that's back-to-back failed IPOs. If you're interested, Klarna. Type in KLAC there. That's a name from the past. KLA.
Wow,
yeah, I didn't even realize.
I haven't heard that. No.
I thought they got bought out. But okay, Klarna. Wow, another bad day for
dump.
Klarna. So I think if you got shares at the IPO price, you actually have to wait your 60 days or whatever it is. So you might not. If you get them at 40.
I know Robinhood gives you a penalty. There's like a penalty if you sell, but in X amount of.
It was illegal to sell. But okay, so. At the end of the day, $40, you're still 10% in the money, but not for long, I have a feeling like. Klarna downside there. Affirm's been obviously another name in the space, $81. If you like Klarna, maybe you like Affirm as well, but that name's also down 3.5% yesterday. So I don't like the space. I coined Affirm when it IPO, buy now, pay never. Obviously, that's not the case. They've done quite well for themselves. I'm not even sure what their IPO price was. You had to wait a while. This name got clocked, obviously, back down to the downside. This was a $20 name back last year. Last year at this time, it was $20.
I'm pretty sure its pandemic nonsense high was like 150.
Maybe even more than that.
Oh, it's New York, isn't it? It's NASDAQ, yeah.
No, it's a NASDAQ name.
Oh, never mind. It's 170. No, it's 170.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah, 177 or something like that. Wow. Okay, so that's even higher than I thought. But like all things, right? Like everyone remembers those 2021 highs, and the difference was what were the stocks that held higher lows on that pullback on the longer time frames. Those were your big time winners, not the ones that completely broke down. But everyone that tries to catch bottoms, sometimes let it make a rounded bottom. You could have been a year late on Affirm. A year late to the bottom and still done fantastic. And then you don't have to worry about catching a falling knife. So anytime you're looking at, what were we just talking about, Adobe, CRM, whatever the bottom pick might be, you don't have to catch the bottom. Alibaba's not a bad example of that either. Here, like look at Alibaba. Oh, I should have stayed on the E-signal chart. Look how long Alibaba was at the lows. Super long time, and when it finally regains the moving average and breaks away, you could have missed it here and got it here. You're talking about almost a full year range bound underneath that $80 level, and you could have had that price. You don't have to catch the bottoms, man. Just wait for it to show that the selling is done and the buyers are starting to come in, and you could still get yourself 50, 60% on that stock. With 2 minutes to go to the imbalances, AMD might not be doing what it did before off this level. Like the last time it got here, like it pulled back off of 156.5 and came down to 155.5. Now it can't seem to move more than 25 pennies to the downside. So with the imbalances coming out in 90 seconds, I'm just gonna break even. The stock should not even break even. I'm just gonna put the stop right in here at the even dollar. Now it either falls or it doesn't when 350 hits. And there's one more. We still have the IPO at $40 level is still going to be in play, I think.
Yep. That'll be
from yesterday's IPO. That is a decent chance to be tomorrow. It never happened today, but I think tomorrow is the chance. Anytime the underwriters have to defend the price they issued within the first week, I'm taking the long. I'll bet on their ability to not get embarrassed any day.
40 seconds now until the imbalances, and we'll have a quick look to see, what's going to pop off here. We'll sort it by size and get ready to go. So right now, we'll just wait and we'll see. We'll, visually be able to figure out, what stocks are dropping and or popping. I'm completely out of everything. We can watch out for some Open Door. I think that's what a lot of you are excited about these days. Some sort of a stock called Open Door. And again, it's going to be a big one. We've done really well on that today. 2 for 2. Well, I guess our first trade we lost, but 2 for 2 on the ideas, going long off the open, that worked, and then going long right here on the $10 break, that's worked. The high of the day for Open Door, 1070. All right, with only now 5 seconds left, let's give a little shout out to the imbalances, 2 and 1, and now let's see, what does Open Door, I don't even know why I'm on Open Door, no matter what imbalance, it's done 1 billion shares today, it's not like the imbalance is gonna mean anything. There is Skechers with a downside play, so that's gonna get, I think that you said that's a deletion, so we'll see if that actually moves there. Whoopsies, sorry about that, I'm not on that stock anymore, so not really affecting it too much, but it was 9 million. All right, Apple with a sell, that might hit it. Yeah, so you do get a little bit of a downtick right there into 230 for Apple, so that's a play there. Google, 1.1 million to sell as well, so that's a potential play. Yeah, look at that, Google giving some back right there into the end of the day sell. Intel with a buy, Open Door with a small buy, but it's not doing anything. Intel doing that, and that's about it. So Amazon with a sell as well for those of you interested in Amazon. I do want to pick up some Amazon, so any sort of love for that name right down now at the day's low again on that sell and balance. So yeah, so far so good.
Kind of a nothing. What's this NEOG? NEOG? What the hell is that? Sorry, what the heck is that? In proper language. That's more than double the actual volume on the day. That's what's significant for these imbalances. It jumps out, 3.4 million to the sell side when the stock has done 1.7 million. I didn't see it as it's supposed to be a thing, so I'm not sure if there's index action. By the way, this OLO, that is also another buyout deal that is closing. So those will be relatively muted moves, and FTI was supposed to be much larger than this. The expected imbalance on FTI was 4x this size. So I don't know if that's going to move the needle for FTI. It is, I mean, it's bouncing. It was at the low of the day. Sometimes that gives you some good cover. It was at the low of the day to respect it. But Open Door, just so you know, obviously not taking a trend break at 352. This is going to close pretty much at those highs. And let's not sleep on what we were talking about earlier. You can sort of get an idea of it here, but it's a little bit better if I throw up open on a monthly chart. Look, this seems like it's gone too far, and it's like, yeah, I couldn't go any further than this. But when you start looking historically at, like, what's the price that short sellers are like, yeah, well, whatever. It's never getting back to here. There's shorts that are certainly taking their shot at this into the 11 to 13 area. Now, I don't know that with 100% certainty, but I got a decent idea that there's going to be people thinking that's where the curl's going to be, and it'll do a dip. Maybe it does. I'm just sort of thinking like what the hedgies are probably doing with the stock, and just making best guess. So if it breaks through that, that's when they get their backs broken. All right, I might just take this. AMD's not really moving. There wasn't a buy and balance or anything like that. The market was 1.2 billion sell side and then didn't move down. So I'm considering it's a bit of a nothing burger. Yeah, oh, you know what? I'll hold on. My stop's at 156 at this point. So we'll just kind of leave it in and see where it decides to go. But Open Door, man, if it gets into that 11 range, then it gets really spicy for the hedge funds.
Yeah, I think this is already well spiced, right? It's like a pumpkin spice latte. Man, there's too many pumpkin spice things nowadays. Like everybody.
Well, it's that time.
Starbucks like brought it, I think, many years ago. Now it's like every single place. Tim Hortons has pumpkin spice. McDonald's has pumpkin spice. I don't even really like pumpkin spice.
I like it. It's just I like it. It's just too much.
Me and Ramin used to be friends, but
everything in moderation.
I think you can have so the question is not about liking a pumpkin spice latte. I shouldn't say that. I just think how many of those can you have? Like you don't have a pumpkin spice latte every day. Like it's too
exactly.
It's too unique of a taste for that. I mean, we have a coffee every day, but I mean, I don't. For me, pumpkin spice latte. I don't know. Mark, thumbs up, pumpkin spice latte. Thumbs up. Okay, so there you go. Maybe I'll get one tomorrow. Now that I say that. All right, 5 minutes left. Yeah, just a quick look. I know you're just looking at Open Door. IBIT not doing much here into the close. Of course, that's going to be Bitcoin. Let's have a quick look at Tesla. So there it is, man. 368 was the level that most people were concerned with, and look where we're going to end up at, 368. Oh, okay, perfect. Let's go over to Neil.
Absolutely, because every trader knows if you want to grow, you got to risk more. At least that's how it used to be.
It still is.
Trade the Pool is changing that. It's the new evaluation and revolution, I should say, in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. You get small skin in the game and you're trading with real capital. So here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47, and that's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, and using company capital. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Shout out to Trade the Pool. We'll see them in a month. And we'll see them live here in 1 month.
Exactly 1 month, right? Oh, the 11th is today. Yeah, they're coming on the 13th or 14th.
Just over a month.
It's Mitch coming. I don't know if anybody else coming.
Oh, it's just...
I don't know anybody else that's
I
involved.
thought okay, never mind.
I don't know who the owner is. Maybe he's coming through.
I thought it's the guy in the picture. You know the dude
What
that's in
picture?
there was a one ad that we had that was like over and over again. The bald dude who was in the shop. Anyways.
Okay. Anyways, those guys are coming through. They'll be sitting. They won't be sitting with Neil and I, but they'll be at the desk talking about similar to what Mitch does during the day there. So you guys can go have some fun, enjoy that day as well. 3:55, only 4 minutes to go here, and we just wait for Adobe. So ADBE. So we'll see what is this doing here into the close, right? I mean, sometimes they can give you a decent idea, but not today. Adobe's zeros and flat all day. So I watch out for this one. Of course, the expected earnings for Adobe, glad they have earnings, $5.18. So we'll see if that comes through. The revenue is not, I mean, it's going to be a big number. 5.9 billion is what's expected for Adobe. Obviously, everything they talk about and everything that anyone's been talking about are guides these days. Oracle doesn't even come with a good number. They actually missed on both the top and the bottom line, Oracle, but they guided that huge number into 2030 there, $150 billion or something run rate there for their cloud services. So yeah, that spiked up the whole industry for a minute. Now we're starting to get a little bit of downside plays here, into the end of the day. Oracle looks like it may test its lows, 305 or so 307. Only 3 minutes left. Make sure you do hit that like if you've been watching us all afternoon. Let's get going on this right now. 526. We could probably get more than that, man. There's 6,555 of you watching. It's 10% rate there. Let's get that up. If you can get to 1,000, that would be nice with only a couple minutes left. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, and make sure you join us every single day. You definitely want to be here next week as we have the interest rate decision. And then again, as Open Door moves around, like I said, positive on it. It's going to be a big stock here. The number 2 P&L name on the show today. Number 1 P&L name is Alibaba. So it's just like different stocks, different strokes for different folks, right? I've only traded 4 names today. I'm not sure how many you have, but I know Joe and Sharif trade theirs on the midday, and it's just, there's something for everybody. So just make sure you're here with us every single day and enjoying it. So looking for Intel, looking for RH today after hours as well on the report. So Restoration Hardware should be coming through.
Skechers was
That should be a good one. Skechers is 350.
It should have been huge.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
All right, so I don't know if you want to talk about it.
No, it's fine. I just missed we were live on the show, and one of the things that you realize doing the show is like there's certain trades where there's like razor thin margins to get in. Like I'm watching the level 2. I'm watching the imbalance locator. We're talking. We're doing the show. I did have a position. You can come to the chart, guys. It's fine. I did have a position, but there was a moment to get in full, and it needed to be here at 27.28 when the imbalances stayed. But I guess I kind of swung and missed, right? Like it is what it is. But that was the big deletion on Skechers. It's still a bit weird because technically speaking, it's supposed to close at $63. It's straight cash. I have no idea why it's above this price. It makes literally no sense. But this deal will close above the actual price that anybody's getting, which is nonsensical. It doesn't. Sometimes there's like a special dividend or like a CVR, but this isn't even the case with this one. It is still like 9 million. What was it? It was 9 million when it came out. It's still a sell imbalance, but only 2 million shares to sell. So we'd have to do something ridiculous in the last couple of seconds here to be worth re-entering the trade. I don't think it will.
All right. Let me check out. I just did want to check on Tesla here to end the day just to see what it's doing. So 368 and change. So again, congratulations. We called this play. I hope some of you have it. I don't. I talked about not liking it, and it went down to 366 there. So that looks like a good bouncing spot. So maybe potentially tomorrow's trade today, we'll see if there is any love here for Tesla.
They're going to sit here.
368 and change. Adobe's time right now, we only have less than 30. We have 40 seconds right now. Adobe's supposed to come right at 4:05. So join Adair and myself here. I guess at this desk.
You're going to sit here?
Or you can sit over there. You can do it over there. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Huh? Long distance relationship? Yeah. I still got that Somebody Loves Me remix in my head. I've shared that with Ramin. We both like that Somebody Loves Me remix. Drake and Your Party Next Door. All right, it's time to hit that fake bell. Let's go. With only 10 seconds left right now, Neil. We do got to say that this is brought to you by Beta Pro and Global X. So thank you so much for those guys for sponsoring our closing show one more time. And the ringing of the bell. 2 and 1. We are now closed on the NASDAQ and on the New York and everywhere. As now we get ready for after hours trading, in which I think Open Door may potentially moon in the after hours. So, yeah.
Wow.
Good luck to the Green Bay Packers tonight for everybody. I'm going to be here. I hope they
I just want Kraft to score. I'll be happy with like 5 for 65 and a tutty. Just give me a touchdown.
You better be happy with that. That's better than average for him. So we do hope that Kraft can get going, as well as I'm not going to start Jaden Reed, but I do have him. He got 17 fantasy points last week, 13 targets. So we'll see.
You're not going to start him?
No.
Really?
I'm going to start Golden maybe.
I love Reed.
The team is deep.
Jaden Reed went to Michigan State, so I'm a Michigan State fan.
Yeah, sorry, but Kenneth Walker might be a problem, but I know you have Sharp.
No, but he was hurt. Kenneth Walker is always hurt. So that's why you got to handcuff him.
It's more the decision there, because, they have 2 running backs that they like, right?
Well, if he's not, I'm just going to bench his ass.
Yeah.
I'm just going to bench him.
NXTT just announced a reverse stock split. So there it is. There's the stock that we talked about.
Oh, my goodness.
We were giving credit. There's the NXT, the reverse stock split. That ain't good news, guys. We saw what happened to Lucid. We've seen what happened to a lot of these stocks. You don't want to do that, and I guess it's going to be a reverse stock split.
Has to be.
36 cents to the upside. I just heard it in my ear. So, all right, Neil, get the heck out of here. Good job so far. Thank you to everybody for staying late with us. It's now, I don't know if we're transitioning or not, but it's now the market recap show. So normally it's Adara and myself, but Adara's over there. Hi, Adara. Hi. All right, good. Andre or Fabian, I don't know how we're going to do this, but maybe Adara and I could be side by side in a little bit of a box here or something. There goes. No, don't do anything. Do not move, Adara. Please stay right there. Okay, so downside play for NXTT. You might as well just show my screen at this point. We're just going to talk about this. We are waiting for Adobe earnings. As soon as they come out, we will present them to you. I do have to say one more thing, because this aftermarket show, our recap show, is brought to you by Global X and their Beta Pro 3X product. So make sure you do scan that QR code. Well, now it's Origenics, but it's brought to you by Beta Pro. So get in the link in the description to go find that out. But there it is, man. NXTT announces a 200 for 1 reverse stock split. So 22 cents times 200, whatever that is, then that's going to go all the way up, $4 or $5. It's going to come all the way back down after that, and that's going to be a problem. So NXT, man, we talked about it on the show today, was brought to our attention, but there's the flush on NXTT again right now. So a nice little downside play for that. Hey, who's still with us, man? Let's do a little bit of a roll call here real quick, man. We made this thing famous, and then we're going to bring it back right now. So there it is. Just blessed with 23 cents a share on Adobe. I don't know. Let's call up Adobe right now. We'll wait to see what's going on with Adobe. As soon as that number comes out, you're going to see some wild action, because right now I'm at home. We're right here on the floor in my spot. So we're ready to go. We'll show you all the charts. We're ready to go. Here, lots of people here. Hello, says Sean. Hey, hello, Sean. I like your name. What's up, Freddie? You're here as well. Travman is here. What's up to KH? Ed Miller's in the start. Pranet is here. Mike Laurie's here. Jeff Rue is here. Oh, who's this handsome fellow right there? Not me, is it? Mike Peter Ryder is here. What's up, Mike Peter Ryder? Whispering is here. Pepper Potts is in the building. Pelican, everybody's here. And they're all excited for Adara and I as we get ready to go on the recap show. So again, thank you for everything. We're going to have Restoration Hardware for you. We're going to have Adobe for you in a couple minutes. Adara's locked and loaded. Hopefully she's going to share some graphics. I know she's got some hot graphics. Hey, Adara, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. How was your day?
It was good, thank you. It was nice because I had a little bit of time to just sit back, do some research. We have I actually kind of found some very, very fascinating stuff about Oracle and that cloud infrastructure revenue. Those infographics are going to be out tomorrow. But I did some deep diving through some financial reports. If you guys are into Open Door, I also did a whole bunch of research on that and that recent move as well. So lots coming here on X at TTV Research. If you enjoy interesting research content and Open Door content, because that's a thing. How was your day, Sean?
Yeah, I couldn't be better, honestly. I mean, we nailed that Open Door.
You did Alibaba too, right? Yeah, that was awesome. Alibaba, right?
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I didn't get much of that. So thank you so much, Alibaba. Yeah, thank you for the credit on that one. We love that. That's my #1 stock. So thanks for bringing that up there, Adara. But there's Open Door right now. I just want to bring this to everyone's attention. It's still going, man. Will we get 1 billion shares today? 986 million shares. There goes Open Door through the day's high, breaking through now. 1076 going upside for Open Door. Hey, look, if you're here for the recap show, we're here to recap everything. But you know what? The market is still open for many of these names, obviously in the after hours. If you're ever trading lower cap names in the after hours, that's when they can run. Open Door didn't halt at all today, but there are no halting rules after hours. So that
Adobe out.
So thank you, Adara. Adobe is now out. So let's go have a quick, there it is. It looks like a beat, Adara. It looks like Adobe's starting to go back up to the upside. 372, 373, starting to kick out right now for Adobe. This is real-time trades right now. The 200 periods at 400. All right, double the fun right there, Adobe. Let's go over to Adara and figure out what exactly just happened with Adobe.
Yeah, double beat here for Adobe. Adjusted earnings, $5.31 per share, above estimates of $5.18. Sales, $5.99 billion versus $5.91 billion expected. They also raised their digital media annual recurring revenue growth and revenue and EPS targets for the fiscal year. They did have revenue here, again, beating up 11% year over year. Diluted earnings per share, we already went over, that was a beat. And the remaining performance obligations at $20.44 billion. Now for their their business segment highlights. Digital media segment revenue up 12% year over year. Annual recurring revenue up 11.7% year over year. Digital experience segment revenue apparently 9% year over year growth. Subscription 11% year over year. This is a solid area. I'm not seeing any declines. I'm only seeing growth. Now for Q4, they guided EPS here $5.35 to $5.40. That is above estimates of $5.34. Sales, $6.075 billion to $6.125 billion. That is mostly going to be above estimates of $6.08 billion. Sean, I'm going to look at RH. Oh, I have news too on Supermicro and NVIDIA. I just saw it. SMCI beginning volume shipments of NVIDIA's Blackwell Ultra Systems, reported by Bloomberg. Again, SMCI beginning volume shipments of NVDA Blackwell Ultra Systems. I'm going to look for RH. How's NVIDIA looking for you, Sean?
Yeah, everything's going good here. I still want to look at Adobe. I mean, Adobe right now 375 and going. And by the way, let's not sleep on what the heck is going on with Open Door. Open Door right now trying to break 11 right now. Open Door getting going right now. Big movements here. OPEN $11 right there. I know someone that bought it in and around $3 and unfortunately got some bad advice and sold it around $8, I think. But right there, $11 right now, hitting a billion shares or so for Open Door, but it's Adobe's world right now. I mean, is it? It looks like it's Open Door's world, but there's Adobe right now, 7% to the upside. The implied move was 10%. We have the numbers right here, 531 beating 518, 599 beating 591. So Adobe still going, but Open Door is the story, I think, here right now of the after hours as it continues to climb higher. We did have... It's fine. It's all good, Ramin. Yeah, of course I'm talking about you. There it goes, 370 to the upside right now for Tesla as well. Nice little break there on Tesla. We talked about that.
More on Adobe.
Level. Oh, yeah. Hold on a second. SMCI. I'm going to come over to you, Adara. I just want to check out that last story that you talked about. There's the SMCI bump as well, 44 up to 45. Great job right there for SMCI. Boom, shakalaka. And then that news with NVIDIA and these guys not moving the needle for NVIDIA. But what do you got for Adobe?
Nothing here on RH yet. Adobe raising their fiscal 2025 guidance here. Adjusted earnings, they're now seeing between $20.80 per share to $20.85. That's well above estimates of $20.65. They're raising their fiscal 2025 sales guide to a range between $23.65 billion and $23.7 billion, also beating estimates of $23.57 billion. So they had a double beat. Their guidance is better than expected. Their segment guidance is better than expected. Their fiscal 2025 guidance is, drum roll please, better than expected. Nothing new here on RH. Robinhood, actually, though, guys, another RH, I guess, for lack of a better term. They just released their August 2025 operating data. So apparently total platform assets at the end of the month were $304 billion. That's up 2% on a month-over-month basis, and it's up 112% year over year. Robinhood here with some nice data when it comes to their August 2025 operating data. I'm still looking for RH.
Yeah, I did see that Robinhood. I mean, not much movement here in the after hours for Robinhood, so we can call that up quickly for everybody. Here's Robinhood, 117, 118 Adara, so it's not moving around too much, but it was a good day there for Robinhood, up 0.36%. Here it is, guys, right here, just to show everybody, not much going on. We do have the Adobe numbers here, and we wait for Restoration Hardware. Just that's his next biggest market cap name that has reported here tonight. So good movement so far in RH. So boom. Oh God, I need to pay for chess tonight. All good, my wife. I'll find it. Okay, so there it is. Restoration Hardware. I got one of my kids has hockey tonight. One has chess tonight. So that should be exciting. Shout out to everybody that is into. And I'm going to be watching a football game and cooking some wings. We talked about that earlier as well. So quick check on Adobe here in the NASDAQ, of course, not a New York name. There it is, 373. So Adobe still holding out higher right now. Good little number there, beating on the top and the bottom line. Let's check out what Figma's doing off the back of this number. Again, that Figma's a name that Adobe wanted to buy. So out of figuring its upside, still the Adobe chart. There's a Figma chart. So little 55.50 bump up into 56.50. Looks like it still wants to go as well. So Figma on the back of a good day. It was up 10% today. We could check out on Klarna just to see. I just want to see if there's any volume coming into any names here after hours. So if there's anything that you guys see, put in the chat and we will talk about that. So there it goes. Open Door doing that as well, bouncing. There's Klarna not doing anything right now. It is after hours down 6% today after back-to-back down days for Klarna. Open Door though, guys, does stop at 11. Can't believe we're saying $11. I mean, Eric Jackson and everybody was telling Drake and everybody to buy this thing at $3-4. There it goes, upside right now into $11. Open Door just pulling back a little bit here. We still looks like we might have the restoration.
I'm not seeing the
hardware.
numbers.
The numbers must be here, though. There's a nice, so Dara's going to parse through, but it looks like a failed move right now for RH. So there goes RH, huge downside move, now down 12%. And again, they fancy, huh? We fancy, huh? If you fancy like that, RH, good spot to buy expensive, high-quality furniture. So you're not going to get
numbers. No numbers.
You're not going to get any, no numbers yet. Okay, you're not going to. My
not even on
X. Kind of snapped on me here. You're not going to get anything from RH. Dare's going to find it.
Oh, I have them. They just came out now. Okay.
Okay.
So adjusted earnings here, $2.93 per share, missing estimates of $3.20. Sales, $899.151 million, missing estimates of $904.643 million. So the EPS here apparently actually did increased by 73.37% year over year. Their sales also increased on a year over year basis, but they did have a double miss here. I'm going to have to read through okay, there's one of those ones I have to go through their website to get to their earnings. I'm going to read through the report on their website, Sean, but how's the stock looking? Still down, I'm guessing?
Yeah, it's looking bad. It's down 13%. The note that you gave me earlier, Daryl, was that the expected move here was 14. So you're pretty close in that research right there, as we're down right now almost exactly what we thought it would be down. And yeah, so here's, you just went over the numbers, but here we have, I'm just going to pop this out so everyone can see right here. We'll go Restoration Hardware on one side, Adobe on the other. So there it is right now for RH. So EPS of 293, missing the 320, estimate sales missing as well. So they're going to be slightly down there, RH. And I think it's a little look at the consumer, right? I mean, potentially here, I don't know. I know it's expensive to shop there. They've had a nice little run. Definitely pulling back in a little bit right there. So they guidance is now out as well. We'll flip over to you, Adair, if you want to come in with that. Okay, so what was that looking like? It's heading lower right now. I'm going to.
Well, I'm still I'm reading through the actual report, so I'm going to get into something I saw there that I found interesting. But we'll start here with the actual guidance numbers. They're guiding Q3 2025 revenue growth between 8 and 10%.
Okay.
Not seeing how that compares to estimates. They're guiding fiscal 2025 revenue growth between 9 and 11%. Now, there's one thing I noticed here in their fiscal 2025 guidance. They're saying that their outlook includes an approximate negative 200 basis point operating margin impact. So they're expecting a negative impact here, about 200 basis points for their operating margin. That's going to be because of some investments and startup costs to support their international expansion. And there's also a 90 basis point impact from tariffs. So it seems like all in all, almost 300 basis points of impact. The way they worded it was a little weird, but either way, big impacts here for RH on their operating margin for the fiscal year. Now, for Q3, apparently they're including a 270 basis point negative operating margin impact from investments and then a 120 basis point impact from tariffs. So Q3 guidance actually has significantly greater negative impacts than the fiscal year. So I'm guessing they expect things to maybe slow down a bit for Q4. But yeah, the negative impacts here for Q3 actually worse than those of the fiscal year.
Okay, yeah, not looking great there for RH. Good explanation there. Looks like they're going downside. Let's check out Adobe. I think is heading southbound a little bit as well. Yeah, Adobe's almost all the way back. So all the profit that was had on Adobe is gone now. So maybe some news coming out there again on Adobe, but it's given everything back right now. Almost for the whole day. I mean, we went out and closed the day at 350. You're back to 357 right now. Adobe, not great. And what's going on right here? We have an alert on Robinhood. Robinhood downside action right now for Robinhood down to 113.50. So again, pulling back a little bit here. Robinhood closes the day at 118 off of a new all-time high of 122. Robinhood falling back into 113 and change now. Not looking great there for Robinhood. The story today is Adobe and RH, but it's Robinhood right now making the move down. Let's get a poll up. Who's over there? Fabian, or is that Ramin over there? We don't have to do it, but I was going to say, what about a poll? Open Door, $12 tomorrow. You know, we'll see if we can see Open Door. Will Open Door reach $12 tomorrow? Because I think 11 is too easy. What do you think, Adara? Right now, Open Door, 1070.
Well, we know Eric Jackson says no rest till 82. So, but no, all jokes aside, I honestly, we're going to have to wait and see. I do think, and I do want to commend everybody who's in this game. Congratulations to you. This has gone way farther than I think a lot of people thought maybe it could, including myself. I didn't know if it would like rally the whole day like this. So it's hard. You don't really want targets on something like this because I really don't know how capable it is of running. And I suspect it might actually surprise us all still. If I look at the daily chart, okay, yeah, I mean, go Open Door, go. If I look at this daily, okay, Sean, I feel like we're already kind of coming into resistance on the daily. That previous support from when we first opened around that 1050 level, that could be a little spicy tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm going to say it reaches $12. I think we can get to that tomorrow. And I didn't even know that he called $82. So
yeah, well, he's been calling it for like a while. That's his target is 82.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Why is one seems to be very excited. Let's go over to my screen here, Ramin. So one is in no caps or nothing like that. This is like, nah, don't even look at this. This is the one. You know, it's like when you get those deals, you know, you say like buy now, and it's like all in capitals, and you're like, okay, so I'm gonna say yes. Shout out to the Open Army right now. Oh, it's 2/3, 1/3 right now, so it's not the greatest reaction there. Will Open Door get $12? It's for tomorrow. I mean, so we'll see if that happens, and we'll check back on that. Make sure you do vote ASAP on that. Hey, hello, right there as we'll go for Open Army tomorrow. We'll figure out what's going on. Thanks for the poll there. But right now it's 1070 moving around. I think we could be over $12 tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. So watch out for that one. As we come back live at 8:30, we'll be talking all about Open Door, I am sure. That door's still open for profit, so we're ready to get going on that one. What was the SMCI story? They got tied up. They're buying more. Because
they have an NVIDIA deal. So someone in the chat was saying like, oh, why is NVIDIA not moving on that? Because for stories like this, it's all going to be more about, you know, who's actually executing here. So again, this is reported by Bloomberg and Reuters, and SMCI confirmed it a couple of minutes later. SMCI is launching the global delivery of its NVIDIA Blackwell Ultra AI systems for a scalable turnkey deployment. So SMCI is again, delivering, or I guess launching the delivery here of these NVIDIA Blackwell Ultra AI systems. So because they're the one delivering it there, I guess that's why they're the one moving on this. We know NVIDIA Blackwell is good, but them being deployed or delivered here by somebody else for deployment is not going to be an NVIDIA story. It's going to be SMCI.
Okay, yeah,
And
I agree
SMCI
with you. Yeah, I agree with you. Good analysis there. I think that is an SMCI story. SMCI is the one looking for revenues. NVIDIA, the next needle mover, is going to be something to do with China. We just got fan funding, so let's go and see what's going on right now. There it is. So we had Ronnie Boy, I don't know, woohoo, long Adobe, 350.55. So we'll figure that out. 100 shares. So just got out at 374. Congratulations, man. That's a big win, man. $25 right there on 100 shares. We'll take 25 put that in our pocket, put that on the package. You get it doubled tonight. Right here. Time to short. Willis Addison, man. So if you're shorting, you see what you actually nailed it right here, Willis. Animal spirits. You know, the word short and animal spirits to me, I think that when people get behind stocks and behind names, and you do have a social media presence behind there as well, it is tough to slow down names like that. Don't kid yourself. Open Door did 1 billion shares today. So there is interest in this name. You might be right. I don't, the short could come in. You're only up 80% today, right? But yeah, if the short comes in, look for pullbacks for me. I would still use even today's VWAP, $9.20, like right into this level. We dip. That's like the only real serious dip all day was when we went from 10 back to 9.20. Right? So that was a decent dip down, right? That was 8% retrace. So that was a decent dip down, and then that was about it. You get a little bit here into the into 3 o'clock, ripped into the close, end of the day at highs. So sure, in the after hours, I could see a little bit of a pullback. I think you might be right, but you can't trade puts or anything here, options into the end of the day. So watch out there. We'll see tomorrow. I think you're right about animal spirits getting a little carried away, but I don't want to stand in front of this train. Not yet. Not enough. You want a capitulated day where we have tons of volume and a downside day, not tons of volume and upside, okay? Because the thing about animal spirits and anybody that's trading it is that you have to be aware people are generally, especially traders that are trading this kind of stocks, they greedy AF. So that's the problem is people that are holding this will hold this name to 12, to 14, to 15, to $18. So you just got to be careful.
I have more on Robinhood.
The sellers might not come in. Again, you have more on what, Adobe or which one?
Oh, Robinhood. So the reason we were like, why did Robinhood drop after that awesome number? That's because the company said during its announcement there of their August numbers that their funded customer growth was offset by the impact of required escheatment of approximately 180,000 low balance accounts. So what is escheatment? I guess it's a law doctrine that basically means that the real property of a person who's died without heirs goes to the crown or state. So apparently 180,000 low balance accounts were escheated or went through escheatment, and because of that did offset their funded customer growth. So again, this is something I want to learn a lot more about, but basically we had these accounts escheated. They were, I guess these assets were transferred to the state. They were low balance, and then the funded customer growth was, I guess, as such, kind of negated or offset there.
All right. So yeah, thanks for explaining that because I had no idea what any of that meant. And
I had to look it up. Yeah.
Right, yeah, I mean, I thank you for doing that because I had no idea. But it looks like Robinhood is retracing back to the upside on that news. So I think that now that more people have started to clarify what exactly is going on, it looks like Robinhood is appreciating that. And back to the upside 116, I still like to buy some dips there in Robinhood. What did you trade today, Adair? You were on some...
Oh, I mean, I took one trade in Synopsys in the morning, and to synopsize that, I tried it was playbook, and it didn't work, and then I had to move, and I didn't trade the rest of the day. So yeah, like I said, I did spend basically my whole day just... doing a lot of work here on this Oracle research, which again, guys, stay tuned tomorrow because I got some doozies for you, and Open Door, because I was really trying what I want to do with Open Door is I kind of wanted to create an entire history using all these social media posts from Eric Jackson, from Anthony Pompliano, from this other guy, Jeffrey Yee, who was involved, from Keith Rabois, who's now back on the board, and I'm really trying to, I guess, create not oral history, I guess a post history of this really crazy story with Open Door, just based on these guys' accounts. It's taking me a lot longer than I thought because Eric Jackson posts very frequently.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping to have this out as soon as possible for you guys because I'm having a lot of fun making it. It's too crazy to believe the Oracle actual, like me doing financial vetting and accounting, that's taking less work than the Open Door stuff. But I'm really excited to have all that content for you guys. And again, if you enjoy any random market-related deep dives, definitely join us on X at TTV Research. If you have suggestions for me too on content that you want to look at, just tag me and let me know, because I'm always down to make some fun infographics.
Yeah, Trader TV Research, go get that, man. I mean, lots of graphics. I'll try to retweet them as well. Sometimes Adara will message me and say she just put something out, and I'll retweet it. So keep doing that, Adara, as we have a big community here, and we want to keep on supporting that. So thanks, Adara, for all of that. We're having a lot of fun here. Make sure you go check it out. Adara puts a lot of work into those posts. Okay, well, Adobe again. Now, like we had that one trader that went long 350 pre-earnings. That was a good call. You got out basically at the top of 374. That's a good call as well. But here we go, man, up to 382 and still pushing. Right now, Adobe did fall back in. Now trying to figure it out. Up 4%. So there's the numbers right here. Beat, 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 beat. RH, miss, miss, miss. And RH is heading to the downside right now as well. Looks like it made the low of 190. And look, not a bad level there. 190. We've seen it before. It looks like it's going to play one more time there on RH. So down 13 and change percentage points right there for Restoration Hardware. Oh no, where's my, I got to go back to live chat. I want to see what this poll's at right now, just to see what this army's all about here. So 64%, so we have 437 votes. I hope if you voted, you also hit the like button. So if you voted, do Adara and I a favor and hit the like button right now. I thought this would have been much more on the yes side. So right now, 64%, it's just like, you know, 2/3, 1/3 right now on Open Door. And if you look over here, Open Door right now, to get to $12, I mean, you're up 80% today. You're going to just need 10% more tomorrow, and you're at $12. I almost think it's a slam dunk for yes. And now, I don't know. I mean, I know we put tomorrow. Tomorrow's also Friday, by the way, so that could be another case where, do you really want to hold it over the weekend where, again, this guy's posting like nonstop? Maybe there's some actionable events there over the weekend. So I do think that Open Door does have an...
He posts so much, Sean, and he just starts beef with random people too. Like, there's this other guy who, if you are a Palantir or Robinhood investor, you've almost definitely heard of. His name's Amit Investing. He does really solid streams. He streams with like a lot of these executives from these companies. He does these interviews anyway. So I don't even really get that he was bearish on Open Door. He was just kind of more cautious about Open Door.
Right.
And then Eric Jackson was going off on him like, oh, like interview me, talk to me, like whatever. It was so weird. And then also he had started a beef that was basically one-sided with the interim CEO of Open Door because he wouldn't answer his DMs. And he thought that was disrespectful because Eric Jackson said that Eric Jackson is basically the sole reason the stock is running. So it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. Again, you will get a way better sense of all of this when I get everything posted for you guys. But yeah, Sean, I mean, this man really loves posting on X and going to Drake's house.
Look, there's nothing wrong with having conviction too, right? I mean, part of it does, you know, they have a lot of money involved and they're trying to get this stuff going.
I do understand that, but like harassing a guy because he won't DM you is kind of weird.
Yeah, I think maybe.
There's a balance, maybe, I think.
I think in the day now of social media, it just goes like, we saw Roaring Kitty came back and he started posting on YouTube trying to get GameStop to go.
Oh yeah, and then when he was like,
live feed.
Like he got beat up or whatever by the shorts.
There was almost never a time, now I lost like quite a bit of money on that day because I remember.
Really?
Because I was so hyped up.
Oh yeah, I wasn't there that day. I watched it from like I was at my with my friend or whatever, and I was kind of following it on CNBC, but I wasn't there, but I heard it dropped crazy.
Yeah, because you thought you thought that he was going to go there and pump it up, and he really didn't. And the fact that he sat there all bandaged up, it was great. Like I remember really getting pumped up. He had like a sick intro song and everything.
Oh, actually?
So yeah, you should go back. I wonder if we can find that feed.
I'm sure you can. Yeah,
I might just watch it again like a hype song. I was really hyped that day when that happened, and then wound up losing on that. So you know, sometimes you do get carried away with all of that.
That's
but
fair.
Okay, so just quickly, we got a good story today with Alibaba, obviously, and here we go on the chart. It's up 8% again right now. In after hours, it's not doing too much, but Alibaba did have a good day today. Ramin, if we just show over here, I'll go over a couple names and then we'll get out of here. It's almost 4:30, so there goes Alibaba today. What I want to do quickly was, and we don't want to review everything right now, but let's just quickly go over some crypto space. Again, we don't do this too much. We do have it on the bottom there. So XRP I can see is 302 right now. Some good movements today, 114.3. It's nice to see all the crypto space over the last week is right in this column right here. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit here and just to show you guys. So 4% for Bitcoin, 3.25% for Ethereum, 8% for Ripple on the week. Binance Coin up 6%, Solana up 11% as that keeps on going. Dogecoin, there was some talk about Dogecoin ETFs. Did you hear anything about that, Adara? Dogecoin ETFs?
No, I mean, I know, like, I was reading, apparently there's, like, as of last week or a couple weeks ago, there's, like, 92 pending crypto ETFs.
Okay.
I think most of them were Solana and XRP, though. was my understanding. I didn't see like a ton on Doge. I think Solana and XRP were the top two though.
All right, so yeah, makes sense. And I think there's something about Dogecoin here as well, because there it is, up 19%. So we'll hear ears to the ground on that one. I hope there's a Cardano one. I mean, I really like this this particular coin, up 9% today as well for Cardano. So we're going over that just a little bit there. Okay, quick check-in. It's earnings season, although we're getting to the end of it. I think it's like 98 or 99% of the S&P 500 has reported. So we're almost through all of that. We'll wait for the next sort of round. Adobe only up 4% a day. Its expected move was 10%. Restoration Hardware, the number that I got from you, I'm just going to double check right now, was 14% for Restoration Hardware, and it's moving 11. So we'll see if there's a move tomorrow in RH as well. A name that was downside today, I don't know if it was downgraded. Maybe you heard about it. I know you used to trade Netflix a little bit.
Oh, I know about Netflix.
Okay, what's up with that?
Okay.
Down 4% today?
I'm not sure if this is why, but their chief, and I think it's reported maybe intraday yesterday, but like it would have been really late near the end of the day. So their chief product officer left the company. Now, why was that be significant? Because I was reading apparently she was actually responsible for that whole password crackdown they did, which was really, really, it led to a lot of exuberance. So that could be why, but the stock wasn't reacting to this at all pre-market. It wasn't really reacting to it on the news, which I do believe came out late yesterday during intraday trading. So unclear. Yet Netflix, Sean, is a stock that I do still, like when it's in play, I traded. It was actually on watch for me a couple days ago, but right now it's not really of too much excitement to me with NFLX. Adobe, though, actually on the daily chart is at a level of great excitement to me because it is at an intraday level of resistance. That's what we're gapping up to, that 365. So I want to see, apologies for my spaghetti chart, I want to see what happens here at 365, Sean, because look at that. We get that double bottom with a bottoming tail, actually triple bottom at that 330. Is it time to not moon, but at least have a nice lofty bounce off that 365? I'm not sure. But this actually doesn't look bad to me. But yeah, Netflix, Sean, I think the only news was the CPO leaving.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's down 10% here. I mean, I think that this is a stock that we all, what do you watch? Are you watching anything these days?
So I use other sources.
It doesn't matter, but what are you watching any shows? Doesn't matter about Netflix.
Oh, just in general? Yeah, I mean, I'm always going back to Law and Order because I'm a sucker for that. But lately,
is the Toronto one any good?
The Toronto one? Second season was great. First season was arguably not the best, but the second season was really good. And I also love it because there's always going to be like at least 3 or 4 times a season someone from Degrassi will have a small role on this, and I'm going to be like, yes,
Aren't
let's
they bringing back Degrassi, or wasn't there something?
Oh, they were supposed to 2 years ago. I was very excited. I was like trying to find a writing job on that. It's going to be on HBO, and it was going to weirdly focus more on the parents, which I didn't like. But then they canned that about a year later. Honestly, Degrassi and HBO would have been a match made in heaven, but unfortunately, it was not meant to be. But what are you watching right now, Sean?
I was trying to think. There's what's that? There's a John Hamm show on Netflix that we were watching. No, it's on Apple TV, I think. Yeah, the Neighbors one where the guy basically loses his job and then he starts going around and is this a spoiler alert? I don't know. Starts robbing houses and things like that. But it's a good cast there. Olivia Munn's in there as well. I like that show. I'm not sure I can't remember what it's called, but that's what we're doing right now. Anybody in the chat watching anything cool? All right, it's 4:31.
Wow. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, that went pretty quick, didn't it?
It flew.
It flew away.
And we're not even here. We're like literally doing this remotely. Hello, Sean. How's it going?
Give me a call today. Washington Redskins or Green Bay Packers. Please do not say the wrong one.
I mean, I like that they're red and green against each other. That's pretty funny. I'll go Green Bay Packers.
Thank you.
Also, are they the Commanders now, or?
Man. Oh, did I say Redskins?
You did.
Yeah, sorry. Washington Commanders, yes.
Yeah, I only remember because that was a True Social post a couple months ago, and that's why I remembered that too.
You know what? I actually like, which team do you like better, the Commanders or the football team? It used to be the Washington football team.
Was that them for a while, the football team?
Yeah, I think for 2 years. And we went
okay, that's terrible. I like the Commanders is a name. The Commanders is an actual name. So I will, you could say that, like the Trader TV football team, the Green Bay football team. I don't like Commanders. I'll say Commanders.
Okay.
Or the Washingtons would even be a better name than the football team.
They should have been the Washington Monuments or something.
Oh my gosh. Call them right now. Call them right now, Sean. That's a good name. But I'm rooting for Green Bay because it's green and we're bullish.
Stealing our idea right here. Okay. Thank you to everybody for watching. It's been a blast. I mean, tomorrow's Friday. Watch out for Open Door, $12. We'll see if we can get to that tomorrow at some point. Yeah, it's time to wrap this thing up, Fabian. Hey, you got to get out of here, my guy. You've been working too long. So shout out to Fabian and everybody. Thanks, Ramin, for staying late. Thanks to Dara. We had fun doing this. Thanks, Brendo, Mark, Rob, everybody that's helped us throughout the day. It's been a great one. Look, we'll look to trade again tomorrow. Dara, you have tomorrow off or you're here?
I'm here.
Okay, perfect.
You're here, right?
I'm here, yeah, I'm here.
Okay, nice.
It's
Everyone's here.
It's a rare Friday.
That's why I asked, yeah, because I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Oh, they're trying to get rid of us.
Actually, I'm starting to feel a little sick right here. I don't know, something caught in my throat here. I might have the
new news
Packer
desk.
cold. Oh, there it is. There's the new news desk right there. So we have some excitement there tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for joining us, man. It's 4:30. I'm out of here. That's Adara. I'm Sean. Ciao for now.
Bye, guys.
At some point, Ramin's trying to find the buy button.
How do I do this is the quote of the year.
Someone finally found out the truth.